We are live at Collectible for tonight's Facebook record sale. And I am booted out of Restream, so let me log in here. Collectible live at Jake. Okay, so we got Vertigo. We got the stuff Henry got ready. We got t-shirts. We got Hatchet. No new vinyl, but I got stuff to go back through and tag. And I'm going to get after it next week on new vinyl because, you know, this week was a liquidation event. We went from, I think we had like 29 crates of new vinyl. We're down to like 8. So that helped us out a lot. We're good to go. Spinning some Black Sabbath. Yeah, I listened to Peaches and Regalia on the way over. Some Zappa. And then Sweet Leaf because I knew he was going to have some Vertigo stuff. Man, that riff is like insane. Alrighty. Jake says to enable 4 songs in app, click it, stream. We'll probably do 3 tonight. You know, we'll keep it simple. Can everybody hear me? I am live, right? I'm live and sounds good. Okay, great. And then Patrick, I forgot to check these. There's a couple duplicates here, but I'll have you just... I need comps and stuff on there. I forgot about these. I'm going to hand these off to you as well. These 45s. Yeah. Knock those out. Because if we do those with the picture sleeves, I'll know the ones without picture sleeves would be similar. I haven't had time to do that. All right. Here's John. We're about to sell everything he's marked. Otis's toys getting crushed. Rick and Morty or whatever. Morty or... Yeah. Okay. All right. As James Hatfield says. Da, 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 da. All right. Da, da, da. Now, is this my drink from today? I've turned up some of these and accidentally drank them, and they've been about 3 days old. If you've ever seen a monster after it sits for 3 days, mold forms quickly. Mold, these monsters overnight, mold form, and I was like, how do they not, you know, I'm glad they're sealed well, because if they were not, I don't know how they don't mold. I guess the can really saves it, but man, I've let some sit in a cup overnight, and it's like literally like a cup of mold. I'm like, good gosh. I don't know if I should be drinking these or not. But I guess that tells me it's something natural, you know, because like those McDonald's burgers after 3 years still don't mold. They just sit there preserved like a mummy or something. Okay. 4 auctions. I may have Jake turn it on. That way in case we need it. You know, if we go to 4, then next thing you know, I'll be trying to run 6. And not saying I can't, but anyways. Let's start with a Motorhead hat. And I'm going to go grab that first crate. And welcome everybody to the machine. Bum, 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 bum. All right, so let's go ahead and open up slot number A. I hope this works, Jake. Hold on. Sale A. Okay. Motorhead bomber hat. New condition. $15 start, slot A. Motorhead bomber, $15 start, slot A. Pre-orders. I know, Chad. They hadn't released that information. I've been checking. They hadn't released that information. If they do, I will literally post it during the show. But I'm gonna stay logged in over here. But my main distributor, they hadn't released it yet. I mean, I could guess at the price and stuff, but I don't like doing that until I know for sure. Let me check. No, it still says 28 Megadeth. There's only if that number goes up, I know they've released it. But yeah, right now they don't have it out. So I hope they release it soon. Okay. Shinedown. Shinedown. Let me look that up right now. And I'll screenshot it so I don't forget. You're talking about the album Shinedown 8. Here it is. Boy, it's not cheap. Okay, I'll get that one up over the weekend. All right, let's go get that first crate. Here we go. Sipping on whiskey. Okay, so Motorhead, that's a $15 start. Let's go ahead and start trying to knock out some more of these Beatles. This is, I saw her standing there, Misery, Anna, and Chains, Near Mint, UK. And that's going to go in slot number B. And if this is working, it is. Slot number B is going to be a $15 start. So Motorhead hat, $15, Beatles, $15. And let's go ahead and pull up this morning's video. And Mitch T, I'm going to work on that. Megadeth, you're only the 7th person who's asked in the last hour. Right now, they're not released to us. So it's one of those things where we can't post it unless we know what it is, how much it is, and when it's coming out. And then over here, Sarah, I tell you what, if you send me $500, I'll give it to them. I'll do that. If you send me $500, Sarah, I'll gladly hand it over to them. All right. And let me jump over here and let me open up this. Let me see what's over here. Seth. All right, I got to pull a few things out. Rat Dillon, National Health Eagles. Sex Pistols, Bowie, Boston, U2 Stones, Kenny Dorham, Star Wars. Okay, so no, no, yes, no, 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 no. Yes. 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 No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Okay. And then, no, no, no. No. Yes, yes. I think that one. Maybe that one. Let's see if that's everything. Kenny Dorham. Eagles. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 16. I think that's it. All right, so what's going on? Sorry, I had to get a few things ready. All right, so we're ready to go. Let's go over here to the group and let's go to this morning's new video. 3 crates of new arrivals. Wow, 36 comments. That's a lot. And here we go, and we're ready to go. So we're looking for The Clash, Motley Crue, NSYNC, Van Halen, Skid Row, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Gary Clark, Seven Dust, Hawkwind, B-52s, Clash, Slayer, Guns N' Roses, Aerosmith, Bow Wow Wow, Slayer, Scorpions, Toad the Wet Sprocket, Queensryche, Scorpions, Clash, Beatles, Ghost, Panzer, Hawkwind, Ozzy, Toad, Yes, Fred, Jackson, Pink Floyd, Tom Petty, Band on the Run, and Seven Dust, okay? All right, so let's just, what I'm going to do, because I'm kind of out of rhythm here, let me reset these auctions, okay? And Jake, slot C is hung up, it looks like. All right, so let me restart A. And Motorhead Bomber is a hat. Motorhead Bomber is a new hat. It's not really vintage. It's new. It's a mesh trucker style flip back or a snapback. But yeah, you can tell it's brand new. Motorhead Bomber is a $15 start. This is the Beatles. It's also a mono. And speaking of flip back, that's what I was trying to think of here. The flip back, and this is a mono. And that's Saw Her Standing There, Misery, Anna, and Chains. That's going to go up for a $15 start. So 15 on those, and we're good to go. I've been doing the comments. I'm just now looking at them. So if you've asked me anything in the last 5 minutes, go ahead and ask me again. I hadn't even been looking at them. But if you've been asking me anything in the last 5 minutes, go ahead and ask me again, because I'm just now to the point where I can start paying attention. Slot number C is going to be a great album, Nina, 99 Luft Balloons. And Nina is going to go up in slot number C. And slot number C is starting right now. And slot number C is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. It has the insert. It has the shrink and obi. And that's a $35 start on Nina, 99 Luft Balloons. And yes, there's one hatcheted crate, unfortunately. That's actually a bad thing. But yes, there's one hatcheted crate. Right, Jill? Right, one hatcheted crate. All right, and then over here, we got 2 crates of Japanese, yes. 2 crates of Japanese Vertigo stuff, advertised auctions, bonus auctions. and plenty of 45s and whatnots, okay? We got really no new vinyl, but we're going to be showing what's left of the on-sale stuff from this week, the next 2 nights, to make sure everybody's got everything they want and everything that they've selected before invoicing's done and before they get posted. And the first thing I have is the Clash, and several of these sold. This is In Love with the Rock and Roll World. It's a Deer Boss. The first one is sold to Sean Fairweather, Sean Lee Hooker, and Master Moss 666. And then over here we have another Clash, and this is a live unofficial. And Matt Shiker also gets one. Thank you, Matt Shiker. And the last Clash is still available. And Mike Massey put the Clash live, and that is sold to Mike Massey. So all 3 Clash are sold. That's a good way to start. Done, done, done. The only thing that has a bid right now is the Motorhead hat, and that is at $15 with Chris Adams. We're about to sell it. The Beatles is a $15 start, and Nina's a $35 start. Let's go ahead and add a 4th auction right now, and that 4th auction is going to go up when, Chad, how, Chad, and why, Chad? Boy, that's a lot of questions, but I'll go ahead and try my best to answer them. Let's go ahead and put up a 4th auction, which is Mick Jagger, She's the Boss, a Japanese pressing in shrink, near mint minus with Obi, and that's in slot number 4. It's complete and it's mint, and that's also a $35 start. I got 2 copies here of Oasis, and this is called That Sound Ringin', and this is live in 1994. Oasis, and this is $29.99. Oasis, $29.99, and both of these are still available. That's a live unofficial, $29.99. I also have 2 copies of the Queen, and this is The Queen, live in Manheim. Queen Reigns the World. It's also a 2 LP unofficial, $36.99 for Queen, $36.99, and I have 2 of those. $36.99, Reigns the World, Queen. Also 2 copies of Yes, and this is a live unofficial, BBC Sessions 1969, $29.99, and that is Yes live, and it is an unofficial, and it's $29.99. Over here, Thin Lizzy, live. It's called Wild Eye Boys, live in Chicago, 1976. The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town. That is Thin Lizzy, $29.99. And then right here, we got Collective Soul, Hints, Allegations, and Things Left Unsaid. And Collective Soul is from Kraft, the reissue, their double platinum breakthrough debut album, $29.99 for Collective Soul. And I'm down to 1 copy of that. I have it, and if anybody else wants one, it's available. All right, Chris Adams, congratulations. You win the first auction of the night, the Motorhead hat, and that's miscellaneous items number 1. $15, and guess what? 3 no bids. The Beatles is $15, Nina's $35, and Mick Jagger's $35. As much as you want to buy those up, go right ahead. It's all up to you. Mick Jagger, Beatles, etc., etc. So this is a $15 buy now, and that means I got 2 from the last couple nights. I've got the Beatles here, and I had this one from last night, which was 20. So those are no bids, and then I'm going to need a heck of a bunch of new empty sleeves, which I should have right here behind me. I do, to sleeve up all these Japanese pressings, okay? As we sell them and as they become buy it nows or winning auctions, I usually try to put them in brand new auctions here. Nina is the first one, $35 buy it now. Let me figure out where I'm going to store all these at. I need to clean out my no bid crate over here if I can. Let me go ahead and push some of this forward. There we go. And then we can keep Nina right over here. $35 on that. Beatles, $10. Sure, why not? Sell this for $10 to Intergroove Distortion. Thank you on that. And then let's put Mick Jagger in a sleeve as well. All right, that means we need at least 2 new auctions, maybe 4. Okay, let's keep rolling here. The Vertigo stuff, I start a little bit closer to 7 probably. I've got all the other advertised auctions as well coming up very soon, okay? Patient number 9 from last night. I'd like to grab one. I'll see if there's any left. I know I posted them in the video this morning. Let me see how many's left. I'm about to show that crate next. Blackie L gets Nina for $30. Thank you, Blackie L. That's so do you. Pink Floyd The Wall, of course, a 2 LP remaster, $49.99 for Pink Floyd The Wall. 2 LP remaster, $49.99. All right. Our next auction is a Japanese pressing. This is the Beatles, a collection of Beatles oldies. And let's also go ahead and run Duran Duran. And this is going to go over here in slot number A. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. This is the Beatles. a collection of Beatles oldies. And yes, it does have an Obi. And yes, it does, and yes, it is near mint minus. The Obi needs to put back on the jacket. That's a small, sometimes painful task as far as time consumption, but sometimes it'll slip right back on there. Let me see if I can do it in a quickie, in a jiffy here. And if not, I'll let y'all try to work on it. Sometimes you got to pinch them. Yeah, I don't want to rip it or anything, but it is there. And that's a $35. That is a $35 start on that. Let me click out of this box so it's not on my screen. Thank you, Jake. All right, $35 on that. $35 start on that. And then over here we have Duran Duran 7 and the Ragged Tiger. And Duran Duran's a Japanese pressing. This is going to go up in slot number B. It's also a $35 start. The vinyl is what? Near mint minus and pristine. Let's lay that right there. And there's a Duran Duran, $35 on that. Moving on, I have Motley Crue, and this is Theater Pain. This one sold to James Screws, and that was my only copy. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And that is $33.99. And over here we have Band on the Run, and this is sold to TSO Houston. Tommy Ralph, thank you. Band on the Run is sold to you. Appreciate that. $33.99. Mic is fully charged, and it has a great connection. So that must be a restring problem or something. Possibly a restring problem or something. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And this is another Japanese pressing, and this is the Georgia Satellites. Keep your hands to yourself. And this is self-titled Georgia Satellites. Near mint minus, and it's a $35 start. $35 start on Georgia Satellites. There's the disc. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi, $35, and that's now up for bid. We have Motley Crue. This is Too Fast for Love, also sold to James Screws. This is stuff from this morning's video, but there's stuff available like Collective Soul, and Mellon and Jennings just bought Collective Soul. And then we have Pink Floyd Animals Remastered, $33.99. Animals, $33.99. Vince Sevenfold, this is new for Friday, a new colored vinyl pressing, purple with black splatter. That's a 2LP, $38.99. And then Jimi Hendrix Experience Winterland. Jimi Hendrix is $29.99. Over here in slot number D, I've got a Sonic Youth cassette, and actually this is a pretty pricey one, Sonic Youth Goo. And I'm going to lay that right over here in slot number D for a $7 start. I'm going to prop it up right there. That's now for bid an exclamation mark D. Also, another copy of Hendrix Winterland, $29.99. And then Tom Tom Club, we're down to our last copy that doesn't have damage, green, pink, and white splatter. And Tom Tom Club is $38.99. Tom Tom Club, $38.99 on that one. We have Toad the Wet Sprocket, and I know we sold at least one. This is new for Friday's Rings, the acoustic sessions, and Toad the Wet Sprocket is $39.99. Toad the Wet Sprocket. This is sold to Mike Massey. Thank you, Mike Massey. That's sold to you. And if anybody else wants one, we can put you on a wait list. There's actually, never mind, there is one more here. Let me make sure there was another claim for any. Nope, this looks like the only claim. So this is our, nope, it's sold to Blaine Zapnick. Thank you, Blaine. Just seen that. That's sold to Blaine Zapnick, okay? All right, and then Amenities gets Duran Duran for $35. Thank you on that one. Final call on the Sonic Youth cassette for $8 to Mega Blast. And you know what? Let's go ahead and make those buy it nows. The Beatles and Georgia Satellites buy it nows, okay? And we're going to hit sale, and we're going to hit sale and sale. And those are sold for $35 if anybody wants to buy it now. Okay, if anybody wants to buy it now on the Beatles or Georgia Satellites, those are no bids for $35 and $35. Just saying, okay? Andy Wade grabs the Georgia Satellites. This great Beatles compilation. It is an Apple near mint with Obi, and that's $35, okay? David Baber has the Sonic Youth cassette for $9, and thank you, Andy Wade, on the Georgia Satellites, and that's sold to you for $35. All right, appreciate that. Yeah, we do have one Hatchet Ed crate. It is available. Will Smithson, you were third or second now on the Georgia Satellites. Next LP in here is NSYNC, and I'm pretty sure I seen a claim for this. Seth Lucas on NSYNC. Thank you, Seth. $29.99, all right? Next thing is going to be Boston. This is going to go up in slot number A. Boston is Obi-less, but it is near mint, and it is Japanese. And let's go ahead and put this up. Boston self-titled, $35 start. Foreplay, long time. It's been such a long time. $35 start. This is Boston, a $35 start. That's now up for bid. All right. The David Baber has the Sonic Youth cassette at 9. Let's also go put up another auction. John's heading out. Thank you, John. See Broughton early in the morning. Next thing over here is John Lennon collection. John Lennon is a compilation, greatest hits essentially. $35 start. $35 start. There's that, and then there's the insert, and there is the John Lennon, you know him, $35 start on that. Next thing over here is Aerosmith's greatest hits. I did sell one, and Aerosmith's greatest hits is sold to Brandon Johnson. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I'll put you on a waiting list. And then Bow Wow Wow, this is new for this Friday. Love, Peace, and Harmony, the best of Bow Wow Wow, $44.99. And I know we sold one over here to Mr. Mike Massey. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. I've got about 4 left, $44.99 on that one. Amenities has John Lennon. And then over here, I've got Hawkwind, Warrior on the Edge of Time, which is a new for this Friday. Half-Speed Master, Hawkwind, is $39.99. Dustin Riviera got one. Thank you, Dustin Riviera. That was sold to you. Appreciate that. And I think I have one left still. I do. I have one left still, $39.99. David Baber, you get the Sonic Youth cassette for $9. Thank you, Mr. Baber. Mr. Baber. Bum, 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 bum. That's sold to him. Thank you. $9. Sonic Youth has left the building. Sonic Youth has left the building. Also over here, we got Fred Jackson, A Hootin' and To It. A Hootin' and Tootin', that's a new Blue Note tone poet. And Fred Jackson is sold to Blaine Zapnick, and thank you. And if anybody else wants one of those, just let me know. Let's go ahead and make Boston a no bid. You can pick up Japanese Boston self-title for just a $35 buy it now. Amenities the only bidder right now on John Lennon at $35, and that's going once, and that's going twice, and it's going 3 times. He's had it for almost a couple minutes now, and surely somebody's going to snatch the Boston. There's that. And there's that. And then over here, we have the B-52s. And somebody actually did buy one, so I think we're down to one. The B-52s is sold to Chris Sheridan. These are $99.99. Let me show the one that's available. It's on liquid filled yellow. So $99.99. The B-52s live, liquid filled vinyl. Yes, time and a word. I had one left, and it is sold to Blaine Zapnick. Thank you, Blaine. That's sold to you, and that's sold to Blaine for $39.99. And then Van Halen, my last copy, green vinyl. Whoever's tagging, please make a note. Chad, order more of these. This one sold to Kevin Scott. That's a 2LP expanded on green vinyl. And it looks like we got new bid activity on John Lennon. So how about we keep that one rolling? And how about we keep up another Japanese pressing, okay? Let's put up Roxy Music and Boz Skaggs. So in slot number A, Boston's Near Mint Minus. Beautiful Japanese pressing, no obi. In slot number A is Roxy Music. And Roxy Music is Near Mint Minus. It's a $35 start. There's the disc. There's the insert. And then there's the cover and obi. Roxy Music, $35 start. Let's go ahead and also put up here and start C. In slot C, we're going to start C with Lido Shuffle here. That's Boz Skaggs, Silk Degrees. That's a $35 start. Near Mint Minus. There's this. And there's that. And here's this. Over here, we have this. Is it not pristine? It's Near Mint Minus and pristine, yes. Chad, you hear about Euthanasia Countdown Station. We have been overwhelmed with people asking when are we posting the Megadeth pre-order. And you won't be the last person. I'll probably be asked for about a week until they release it. Now, when stuff like that gets announced, it's up to them to finally tell me when I can post it, and when it's available for me to post it, I don't know. So as of right now, no luck. There's nothing. I even emailed my distributor. He said nothing yet. So there's essentially no information yet. So we're waiting for that to happen. As soon as it does, I promise it'll be up for pre-order. All right, here's another T-shirt. We got some sweet T-shirts here. Let's go ahead and put this up in slot number D. And this is a Motorhead Bomber T-shirt, size extra large. It's essentially new. It's beautiful. It's essentially new, extra large. Back is just black. And this is a $20 start on the Motorhead shirt. $20 start on Motorhead shirt. But yeah, we're patiently awaiting where we can post that, because we'll probably sell between the two of them, hopefully 100 or 150 of them. Motorhead extra large bomber, $20 start in slot D. Okay, $20 start on that. size extra large. Anybody else? I think I got everything in here. I'm going to go grab the next crate. I think I got Darren Wortman also wanted a Hawk Wind. All right, so there's Derek Wortman on Hawk Wind. Thank you, Darren Wortman. That's so to you. All right, and then over here, I think that's it. Let's go ahead and grab that one. All right, let's go ahead and grab that one. And Roxy Music, final chance to get a bid on that for 35. And quick look at the Tom Cam. So 47, 35, and then the Motorhead shirt 20. Chad, can you explain Vertigo? Vertigo was a UK-based label, a subsidiary of Philips Mercury, and they specialized in the day. They specialized in prog, psych, jazz fusion, which was really at the time breaking music, you know, like revolutionary. And they were a big label who worked on releasing some of the earliest, biggest albums of that genre. That stuff is very collectible. Hold on one second. It was known for being so 50 years later, it's now regarded as very important music of the genre, and they're super rare and collectible because most of them flopped back there in the day. They were produced in really expensive jackets. They didn't really get a lot of commercial appeal, and now they're super collectible. So, you know, there's artists such as Pato and Cressida and some of those we're going to have tonight. They're very important albums of the genre and highly regarded. But they're really rare because they didn't sell very well back in the day. And the jackets are just really cool. A lot of them are die cut, very expensive packaging for back in the day. And now everybody wants them. So usually years later, what's collectible? It's stuff right now that no one's really collecting or thinking about, right? Who would have thought when I was a kid there'd be Pokemon cards that I saw passed around on the playground now selling for 6 figures? Who knows? You just don't think about that stuff. So back in the day, those Vertigo records were sitting on shelves over in the UK. Nobody was buying them. And now they're worth, some of them, thousands of dollars. So, all right, John Lennon gets the, Amenities gets the John Lennon for $47. So if you like prog and psych and folk, some folk and jazz fusion, that's a very collectible label. And some people collect labels. Like I've said before, I like stuff on Atlantic. I mean, some of my favorite artists are on Atlantic. So, all right, there's that. 47 sold to Amenities, and Andy Wade gets Boz Scaggs. So it's one of those things, you got to be pretty knowledgeable about deep cut music. And if you're not pretty knowledgeable about underground deep cut music, you probably have never heard of these. But if you're into the rare scene of collecting rare records, then this is your forte tonight. Roxy Music's a no bid. It's a $35 buy it now. Roxy Music, $35 buy it now. So that's a no bid. And the Motorhead shirt, Chris Adams, it did get a new bid. So Corey Ross has that for $26. All right, we're going to sell Michael Butler, the Roxy Music, for $30. And we're going to sell Boston, the Chris Panecka, for $30. All right, we're ready to tag some more stuff. But first, we did 3 new auctions. I'll start some, what time you can start the Vertigo? We're going to put up probably some of the first Vertigo between 6:30 and 7, maybe as late as 7. We got about 30, and we're going to, of course, run one after another. Some of the Black Sabbaths and stuff, maybe closer to 8. I expect some $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 plus auctions on some of these. So we'll see what happens. And here we go. Next 2 auctions, Bad Company and Billy Joel. Let's pick up the heat a little bit more. They should get several bids. So this is Billy Joel Piano Man, a beautiful Japanese pressing of Obi, near mint minus and pristine. There's the disc. There's the insert. Beautiful jacket with Obi. $35 start on that. And then Bad Company, straight shooter. Bad Company is a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert. It has the original inner sleeve and the cover and Obi. Feel like making. Chris Adams, I'm assuming you're out on the Motorhead shirt. I even got a Vertigo book over here. I've been reading through the first part. It tells about rarity and pricings. It has blurbs of all the albums. There's Doctor Strangely Strange. We have that one over here still available. So, you know it's a pretty collectible deal when someone's committed time to literally write a book about it. So, very cool stuff to look into. And for most people, they might not ever get into collecting the music, but they might get into listening to the music and buying reissues, because some of these you can buy reissues of, but if you want the real deals, you're going to be spending a lot of money and you're going to be spending a lot of time. William, make sure if you want to bid on the Motorhead shirt, you put !D. Okay, make sure you put !D to bid on that one. Chris Adams is out. And let's go ahead and put up a third auction, and it wouldn't be a Japanese night without some Asia. It was the heat of the moment, a $35 start. Near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. This is going to go up for a $35 start. So we're using a little bit different bid system now. I see William Lee Murray's trying to bid on the Motorhead shirt. Make sure you put !D and then your bid, okay? You don't have to put Motorhead. You don't have to put a $sign. And you'll know you have the bid when you see it pop up here and your name lights up, okay? All right, so back to the claims so we can get rolling here. Make sure you've went ahead and hit the like and share button. Pink Floyd Pulse did sell to Blaine Zabnick. He finally picked one of these up. Thank you, Blaine. That sold to you $119.99. That sold to Blaine. Thank you on that one. And then the Clash, Give Us Enough Rope. This is sold to Sean Fairweather. And then we're going to have a waiting list for this, okay? The first person on the wait list is Matt Scheiker, and the second person on the wait list is Mike Massey, okay? So the first person on the wait list is Matt Scheiker, second person Mike Massey, and that's Clash, and that's a live Give Us Enough Rope, okay? All right, we have some insane stuff tonight. Yep, we have Chris Ledoux. We have, just go look at it. And if you didn't see the Vertigo post, that stuff's insane. So, all right, so we got 35, 39, no bid yet on Asia. And Corey's back in on Motorhead at 28. All right, here we go. First thing, next thing is Motley Crue. And this is Girls, Girls, Girls. Remastered, $33.99. And I think we've sold about every Motley Crue except this one. So there's that, if anybody wants that. And then over here, we have Pink Floyd, Piper at the Gates of Dawn. And Pink Floyd is, you got that right, in mono. And that is $33.99. That's in mono. And then Tom Petty, London Calling. And this is a 2 LP. It's a live Tom Petty unofficial, $39.99. And we did sell one. We sold one Tom Petty for sure, and that's to Mr. Andy Wade. Thank you, Andy. That's sold to you. All right, so new bids. Let's go to the top screen right quick while I go up front and get a bottle of water. If there's no bid on Asia pretty soon, we're about to go ahead and sell it, and you might want to get in on that ASAP. Just saying, just FYI, just letting you know. Definitely need a bottle of water. I was out at my house. I needed some this morning. I needed some when I woke up. I needed some when I drove here. And then I had a monster, so my body's like, Chad, what about some water? How about some water, buddy? Okay. Billy Joel is in slot number A. It's a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. High bid, $39. Slot number B is Bad Company Straight Shooter, near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing, $42. Asia, no bid. I'm about to make it a bite now for $35. And Motorhead Bomber T-shirt, size extra large, is at $28 of Corey Ross, and we're about to sell it. Okay. Next thing over here is this. I have Tom Petty, London Calling, $39.99. So I do have one more left. We gave one to Andy Wade. Also, we have Smashing Pumpkins. And this is a 2 LP live unofficial. It's called Pure Acoustic. And Smashing Pumpkins is $39.99. Pure Acoustic on that one. Stevie Ray Vaughan live, Don't Mess with Texas. And that is sold to Stephen Douglas. And that was my last copy. If anybody else wants on the wait list, let me know. And then over here, we got Pink Floyd, another mono, Saucer Full of Secrets remastered, $33.99. All right, so no bid on Asia, a $35 bite now. And the Motorhead shirt is sold to Corey Ross for $28. Thank you, Corey Ross. That's sold to you for $28. Let's officially get a T-shirt stack going. You okay there, Jill? Records get heavy, don't they? Let's run another Motorhead shirt. Some of these are brand new. Like, look how nice these are folded. I mean, they're like brand new shirts. Let me give you an idea here. These are like new, brand new. It's folded. It looks like it just came off a store shelf. It says long sleeve, extra large. So this might be literally the first time it was unfolded. Let's go ahead and look at it, okay? So here is Motorhead. This is pretty sweet. This is going to go in slot number D, so let me open it up. It's printed sleeves too. It's Motorhead, Orgasmatron. It is a size extra large, and it's got printed long sleeves. It's brand new, size extra large, and it's printed on the back, Orgasmatron. So Motorhead's a $25 start. That's now up for bid in slot D, okay? $25 start on that. $25 start on Motorhead. So there's that. And I'm going to put that right over here. And then Asia was a no bid. Let's go ahead and get that in a sleeve. $35 buy now on Asia. All right. So over here, let me make sure I didn't miss anything. They're at 45 and 43 on these two Japanese pressings. Next thing over here is Asia Andrew Smike. It was a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. OG, $35. And then over here, we are good to go. So let's keep rolling. We have Operation Mindcrime, a Queensryche. Queensryche is a 2LP, $44.99. Queensryche, Operation Mindcrime, $44.99. And this is actually still available, $44.99 on that. And then Buckingham Nicks is $39.99. That's Stevie Nicks and Lindsey Buckingham live at the University of Alabama, Tuscaloosa. $39.99 on that one. And then Stranger Things Season 3. Stranger Things Season 3 is $38.99. That's a 2LP, and it has the bonus 7-inch with it, okay? All right, and then let's go ahead and hit sale and sale. And Billy Joe Piano Man, Mark Weiss gets that for $45. And Amenities gets the Bad Company for $43. Those are sold and sold. Sold and sold. Billy Joel and Amenities. Smack Davis shirts. I'm thinking more like Chris Ledoux shirts. Chris Ledoux shirts might actually sell. Billy Joel is sold to Mark Weiss for $45. And Bad Company is sold to Amenities for $43. All right. All right. You okay over there, Jill? The Motorhead shirt has a bid for $25. And then next thing over here is Gary Clark Jr. Live. And Gary Clark Jr. Live is sealed for $19.99. It was sold to George Jones. Thank you, George. That's sold to you. This is the Beatles Let It Be box. It comes with a size large T-shirt. The Beatles is $24.99. I have it, and this is your chance. It is $24.99. All right, let's clear all three slots here. Here we go. And let's put up some more Japanese pressings. Culture Club. We're going to do Culture Club. We're going to go ahead and do the Beatles, of course. And then we're going to go ahead, of course, and do Men at Work. This is 3 classics, 3 standards in Japanese pressings over here. This is Culture Club Color by Numbers, Karma Chameleon. This is near mint, a $35 start. $35 start. There's this. Over here, this is the original inner sleeve. There is this, and there's the cover and obi. Next is Magical Mystery Tour, and this is a Japanese pressing with obi, near mint minus and pristine with book. This one's exceptionally nice. Holy cow. Oh my gosh. $45 start on that one. And then Men at Work Business as Usual. This is near mint minus and pristine, a $35 start. Beautiful copy of that. So 35, 45, and 35. And right now, the Motorhead shirt, size extra large new, front and back, printed with printed long sleeves. That is at 27 right now of Corey Loss. And then we got slots A, B, and D open for bidding, okay? Next thing over here. I have Let me make sure I hadn't missed any claims live. So that Beatles is still available. Psychedelic Porn Crumpets, they're sealed and just $19.99. That's levitation sessions. Levitation sessions. Psychedelic Porn Crumpets, that's $19.99. Scott Corcoran got the Beatles, Let It Be. Thank you, Scott Corcoran. That is so to you. I appreciate that. And then over here, Mark Weiss, yes, sorry, I didn't say that out loud. Mark Weiss wants on the waiting list for 5150. Green vinyl 2 LP. Thank you. I'll take care of you on that one. We have Creed, a Greatest Hits, and this is a 2 LP. Sorry, Melanie, somebody had already claimed the Beatles. I just hadn't got to it yet. Sorry, somebody had already claimed the Beatles. My bad. And then Creed's Greatest Hits. This is a 2 LP. It was originally a Walmart exclusive. It is $29.99. Creed. That is still available. So the only auction with a bid right now is the Beatles at 45. Culture Club and A is a 35. Men at Work is a 35. Corey Ross has the Motorhead shirt at 27, just FYI. Skid Row, the gang's all here. This is sold to Stephen Douglas. Thank you, Stephen Douglas. That's sold to you. And then Stone Temple Pilots is a unofficial on red vinyl, $34.99. Unofficial on red vinyl, $34.99. Power Mad, and this is a thrash metal album on silver vinyl. It's a music on vinyl pressing, silver vinyl, limited and numbered, and Power Mad is $29.99. Power Mad, $29.99 on that one. And then Queensrock Operation Mindcrime 2. This is sold $99.99 to Carla Brecky. Thank you, Carla Brecky. That's sold to you. $99.99 on that one. Also, Scorpion Savage Amusement, it's also sold to Carla Brecky, and that one was $34.99. Thank you, Carla, that's sold to you. And then over here, we have Silverchair, and this one's Freak Show. It's a limited numbered yellow, blue marble, and Silverchair is $39.99. So the first thing I'm going to do is make Culture Club a buy it now. That's color by numbers, a $35 buy it now if anybody wants that. Color by numbers, a $35 buy it now. And then Magical Mystery Tour Year, Apple would be early 70s on that one. So that's an early 70s pressing if it's on the Apple Obi. If you got any of those Capitol era Beatles albums with Apple Obis, they're going to be early 70s pressings. Apple reshoot everything through the early 70s up until basically when they dissolved, when McCartney dissolved the company. So 45 on Apple, and then that's with Matt Bushy, and then Men at Work 36, and then Tony McDaniel has the Motorhead shirt for 28. And then I see Chris Adams is trying to bid on Men at Work. Chris, you got to put exclamation mark C. So A, B, C, D. That's our lineup tonight on that one. Gregory Roberts on Power Mad. That's so to Gregory Roberts. Next over here is Slayer, Show No Mercy. And Slayer was $34.99. So to Brandon Johnson. Thank you, Brandon Johnson. That's so to you. Scorpions, Best of Rock Ballads. That was sealed, $49.99. That's so to Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Clifford Umstead. That was so to you. Panzer was just $19.99. And Panzer for $19.99 was sold to Edwin Riviera. Thank you, Edwin Riviera. Guns N' Roses Greatest Hits, 2 LP splatter vinyl, $29.99. That's sold to Brandon Johnson. And then we have Slayer Repentless, and Slayer Repentless was $29.99. That one sold to Slam and Alvin. Matt Marco over here has Silverchair. And then we have Ozzy, Patient Number 9, the 2 LP gold vinyl Walmart exclusive. The 2 LP Walmart gold vinyl is $29.99. $29.99. And Dustin Riviera said Ozzy Patient, so I'm assuming he wants one of those. That's sold to Dustin Riviera. Ozzy Patient Number 9. And then I have another one on gold vinyl if anybody wants it, $29.99. Amenities gets Men at Work for $36. Matt Bushy has the Beatles at $55, and Tony McDaniel still has the Motorhead shirt at $28. That's now in orange, so it looks like it's about time to sell that one, just FYI. Now, before I show, well, actually, let me go ahead and do this. Here's Slipknot, and that is $24.99 on yellow vinyl. Slipknot, and then Seven Dust is sold. It was only $19.99, and that was sold to Michael Wilkerson. All right, that's sold to Michael Wilkerson on that one. So let's go ahead and clear out these over here, and let's go ahead and put up another new auction. I'm going to start the advertised stuff in 4 minutes, okay? 6:30, it likes the Joe Diffie. There's people, there's a guy earlier said, Chad, I don't know if you know this, but I would shave my head if you allow me just to bid on Joe Diffie. And I was like, okay, let's just calm down. And then this is Boston Third Stage. Near mint minus. This is a next Japanese auction. Near mint minus with insert, cover, and obi. And Boston's a $35 start. Tony McDaniel gets this Motorhead shirt for $28. Thank you, Tony McDaniel. That's sold to you for $28. Appreciate that. That's done. And see you later, Motorhead. That's the second of 300 Motorhead shirts we have tonight. The second of 300 Motorhead shirts we have tonight. And then I have Ghost and Pira. And Ghost and Pira was sold over here to Scott Corcoran. Thank you, Scott. That's sold to you. Ghost is sold. And then over here, we have these. Aussie Patient number 9. Aussie Patient number 9. And these are Japanese pressings. $59.99. $59. They're new sealed Japanese pressings. Brand new and sealed. $59.99. Now, I thank Chris Messer. If you're still watching, let me know if you want one, Chris Messer. If you're still watching, Chris Messer, let me know if you want one, and I'll tag you for one. And if anybody else, I know Hiram. Hiram, I don't know if it has a comic book, though. I just don't know if it has a comic book. Chris Messer says he wants one, and now we need 2 new auctions. So let's go ahead and put up and see another Japanese pressing. The Beatles is at 60, and it looks like he's had it for a while. Let's go ahead and put up Duran Duran here. And Duran Duran is our next Japanese pressing in slot number C. Make sure you put exclamation mark C. This is near mint minus and pristine. Duran Duran, there's the LP. And this one has the video solicitation insert. There's this, and then there is the other insert and the booklet that came with it, the booklet poster. Duran Duran's a gatefold jacket with obi, and that's Arena Live doing a lot of their biggest hits. 35 on that. Thomas Baumhart gets a new sealed Japanese pressing. There's one left unless Hiram wants it. And let me make sure I got everybody's comments from this morning's video. There was a lot. That was a crate, over a crate. Matt Scheicher on the Clash Rope waiting list. And then Mike Massey on the other Clash Live waiting list. And Tony Riddle, you were second on 7 Dust. Different variant for the comic. Yeah, if you let me go grab that here in a minute. I thought about that last night. I was like, man, Hiram didn't remind me about that. I might have to run it at auction now if that's okay. But I think I've got it over here if you want me to go pull it. And then let's do another T-shirt. Like I said, this was folded brand new. Look at this. Another Sweet Slayer T-shirt. Or actually a Slayer T-shirt. We've been doing Motorheads. This is Slayer, South of Heaven. And Slayer has a printed long sleeves. This is brand new. Really nice T-shirt. Brand new size, extra large. I mean, unworn. It still has a tag, like a store tag that says long sleeve. It's brand new. It's a brand new, just mint. South of Heaven. That's a nice T-shirt. $25 start on Slayer. That's now going up for bid extra large size, extra large long sleeve. Like I said, it was perfectly folded. Looks like it was just sitting on a store shelf. Extra large. That's up for bid, a $25 start, okay? Slayer. Printed long sleeves. That's in slot number D, okay? There we have it. All right, so here is what's left in here. Motley Crue, $33.99. Pink Floyd was $33. Tom Petty, London Calling, that was $39.99. Smashing Pumpkins, $39. Pink Floyd Saucer, also in mono, $33. Queensryche was $44. Buckingham Nicks, $39. And then over here, Stranger Things, $38. Stranger Things 38. And then over here we have Psychedelic Porn Crumpets for $19. We have Creed's Greatest Hits is $29. And then Stone Temple Pilots is $34. Aussie Patient number 9, gold vinyl, Walmart exclusive, $29. Or Japanese sealed for $59. And then Slipknot is $24. Well, these shirts, I don't dictate what shirts. We bought all these in collections. So it's not like I'm ordering these or anything. We bought all these in collections. So the only way I could get larger shirts is if I go to somebody's house and when we buy a collection and say, I am forcing you to give me some larger size T-shirts. And they're going to be like, do what now? I'm sorry, this is all I have. And then I'm going to go, listen, Robert Barnett wants a larger T-shirt and I'm holding you at gunpoint until you can give me one. And he's going to be like, dude, I don't know what you're talking about, but you got to take it easy. Okay? Now, I'll try to order some, but yeah, all these came from collections. So I just have whatever I have. But this is why I don't show a lot of T-shirts live, because someone's like, Chad, I need a large, I need a small, I need a medium of all 4 of these in different colors. And I'm like, oh God, oh God, oh no. So yeah, the t-shirts are just whatever I have. These came from collections. So we go to somebody's music room and we say, okay, we go to somebody's music room and we say, listen, we're here to buy everything. We want to buy your records, all of your toys, all of your autograph stuff. And they'll be like, well, I've got a couple tubs of t-shirts too. We want those. We want your comic books, all of your, go ahead and give us your pets. You know, like we load up and we fill up the trailer with everything in their house. Furniture, whatever we can get from them. Over here, this is Magical Mystery Tour, sold to Matt Boucher for $65. Thank you, Matt. That's so to you. So William has the long sleeve Slayer shirt, new, extra large at 28. Duran Duran is a Japanese pressing, and no, it doesn't have a bid, and it's a $35. It's a $35 start on that one. Okay, $35 start. Looks like the Vertigo stuff has been delivered.
Got a couple more.
Okay, no problem. All right, there's that. Is there a Hatchet Ed? There is one Hatchet Ed crate, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Okay. There's that. And then Boston's at 41. And over here, Duran Duran, we're good to go. Okay. All right. So the next thing I have is we're going to go straight into some vintage buy it now best offer. And before I do that, actually, I'll do that. And then I need to tag some on sale new vinyl. Let's go ahead and sell Todd Rocks. Let's go ahead and sell Todd Rock Slipknot for $20, okay? All right, that means we need some new auctions. And Chad needs some water. I have a highly trained bladder. All right, so here we're going to do 41 and no bid on Duran Duran 35. Boston is sold to amenities for $41. All right, it's time to start advertised stuff right now, plus all the Japanese and more other stuff coming, okay? We got 3 empty slots for 3 more auctions, and let's get going. If you're not first, you're last tonight. That's all I've got to say. The Slayer t-shirts at $32. Williams had it for about a minute. Slayer's at $32 with William Warner, okay? Extra large printed sleeves, front and back, brand new, nice. Brand new, nice. All right, let's clear all 3 of these out. Here so far, the no bids and the Japanese stuff. Culture Club 35, Asia 35, Beatles 35, and Mick Jagger 35. Those are buy it now or best offer. All righty, so let's go ahead and grab one of the first pre-owned crates tonight. Let's see what John's got over here. I see Kiss, I see Blois de Coil, I see Check Condition, Nazareth, and Meatloaf, and Genesis. And let's go ahead and do it. Buy it now or best offer, Jill. Buy it now or best offer. Right, here we go. All right, Mega Blast says, listen, I'm here to bid on MC Shan, MC Sean, whichever, green jacket, gold jacket, who gives a... That's from Happy Gilmore. Okay. I'll be at the Masters next week. If you say something like that at the Masters, they'll ask you to leave. You won't ever get to be able to come back. Oh, gosh, they're strict there. Do you treat that place with respect, Jill? That's a good way to get banned. Okay. We have Rush Moving Pictures. This is the box set, half-speed master with that full live and YYZ 1981. Rush is in slot A, near mint, a $95 start on the Rush box. $95 start on the Rush box. Andy Wade gets Asia for $25. Thank you, Andy Wade. Asia sold to you for $25. William Warner gets the Slayer shirt for $32. Thank you, William Warner. That's sold to you. And then let's run Joe Diffie. One of the most coveted country music albums of all time. Rare 90s, Joe Diffie. People want it. People ask for it. It's very hard to get. Here's your chance. Joe Diffie. A lot of people want it. A lot of people look for it. A lot of people ask for it. We got some 90s country tonight. Hope everybody's ready. Not easy to get here. Joe Diffie's a 1992 U.S. Club Edition. This one's called Regular Joe. It is EX or better, and it's a $55 star. Joe Diffie, Regular Joe. Now, you got to think country music in the 90s, very, very little was being put up on vinyl. So we have never, ever, we've maybe had that 2 or 3 times ever. Matt Marco's already at $60, okay? You're going to need a pimento cheese. I like chicken salad. I usually eat about 20 or 30 of them. I usually eat about 20 or 30 of those chicken salad sandwiches there. Oh, they're so good. They're so good. They're very good. They're amazingly good. Okay, and then what's next? Oh, I just need more. I'm looking for my phone for claims, and we're just ready for more stuff, okay? There's Joe Diffie. Thank you, and that's now up for bid. And then let me keep rolling here. Sorry, I'm getting into the groove. I'm still getting into my morning coffee, okay? Next thing is going to be a Japanese pressing of the Beatles, nonetheless. And this is the Beatles 62 to 66. You got to have one of these. Oh, yeah, and then Hiram. I hadn't pulled that for Hiram. So this is both inner sleeves. Both discs are near mint minus and pristine. And then over here, the gatefold has some discoloration, but the vinyl's near mint, and the front and back cover looks nice. $35 start on the Beatles. That's now up for bid. And then let's go ahead and put up another T-shirt, and let's make it another Slayer. And like I said, you see how new these look? I think somebody bought these and just collected them. I mean, I've bought collections like they buy brand new T-shirts and just never wear them and just put them in a tub and wrap them up and forget they have them. Here's another long sleeve T-shirt. This is Slayer, size extra large, Rain in Blood. Another $25 start. Slayer, printed long sleeve, Rain in Blood, brand new Slayer. There's the front, and then there's the back. This is a $25 start, Rain in Blood. Slayer's now up for bid, okay? Joe Diffie's already at $100. Rush is a $95 start. Beatles is a $35 start, and Slayer's a $25 start, okay? All right, next thing is this. So Hiram wanted the Japanese and run the other one, okay? I will. I got to find all those extra Aussies. I know they're in a crate over there somewhere next to Patrick. I'll do it a little bit later if you're going to be on. And then Aussie here is sold to Hiram Ponte. That was my third and final new Japanese pressing, okay? Buy it now, best offer vintage. The Who, Happy Jack, a classic, an original Decca pressing. Happy Jack wasn't tall, but he wasn't fat. Bum 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 ba dum bum ba da dum da dum. This is Green River, Creedence Clearwater Revival, VG Plus, $17.99, and Genesis, and then there were 3. Genesis is VG, $9.99, Michael Butler on Happy Jack. Right now, we got Joe Diffie at 100, going once, going twice. I'm about to make Rush and the Beatles a buy it now, just FYI. And we have Neil Young and Crazy Horse. Russ Never Sleeps, a VG copy, $14.99 for Neil Young. And Naked Eyes, this is self-titled. Their album, VG $9.99, Naked Eyes, and it has their hit song, There's Always Something There to Remind Me. It's on there. VG, $9.99 on that one. Sorry, I had to go put away that 45 before I lose it. Condition on Rush. Rush is near mint. The box over here, Rush is near mint. The Beatles is going to go ahead and be a buy now for $35. And the Slayer T-shirt's at $27 with L. Silverhorn. L. Silverhorn on that one, okay? And let me grab, what have I done with my sleeves? Aha, here they are. Let me grab these right here. Very nice. And then Dennis Daly on MY. And I bet that was for NY for Neil Young, right? I bet it was. Rush is near mint. Box is in good shape too. Corey's back in on Joe Diffie at 110. And there's a new bid on Slayer at 30. And then Missing Person Spring Session. That's VG $12.99. Dennis Daly on Neil Young. That's sold to Dennis Daly. And Eagles, the long run. VG Plus $14.99 in the city. And I think John Bobing might be about ready to bid on Rush, so we'll give it one more second in case he's trying to figure out the exclamation mark system. If you're new and you hadn't been on in a while, make sure you place your bids up at the top, and you do that by using an exclamation mark when you're bidding. Slot number C is going to be another Japanese pressing, and this is Rod Stewart's Greatest Hits. It's near mint minus and pristine. It's a 2 LP. Awesome Rod Stewart compilation. There's the insert. And there's the cover. And this is a near mint minus and pristine. Maggie May, $35 start on that one. Will Smithson said Naked Eyes 7. Naked Eyes, I'll go ahead and sell that to Will Smithson for 7. John Bobing is in on Rush. Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell. Meatloaf is VG Plus, $24.99. Joe Diffie's at $120. Slayer's at $35 of El Silverhorn. And Peter Sellers, Ringo Starr, The Magic Christian, VG Plus, $19.99. Robin Trower Live, VG $9.99. And Three Dog Night, It Ain't Easy. Gayfo Jacket, EX, $17.99. So here's a look at our auctions. 95, 120, 35, and 35. The Slayer's in jeopardy of selling at 35. Also, Triumph Never Surrender. Triumph is EX $17.99. Uriah Heep Demons and Wizards. VG Plus $14.99. Traffic Low Spark of High Heel Boys. VG Plus $14.99. And The Doors Weird Scenes Inside the Gold Mine. VG Plus $24.99. Also, Eric Clapton 461 Ocean Boulevard. I Shot the Sheriff, but I did not shoot the deputy. We have the Cars, and that's VG $14.99. And Yes Big Generator, VG Plus $17.99 on Yes. ZZ Top Eliminator, VG Plus $24.99 on ZZ Top Eliminator. Mastered by Bob Ludwig. And OG Press $24.99. T-Dog on the Cars. And T-Dog on the Cars, that was their self-titled album. The Slayer is a size extra large. Really nice double-sided and long sleeves with printed long sleeves as well. That's about to sell for $35. I am going to go ahead and sell John Bobing the Rush for $95. I'm assuming nobody else wants in on Joe Diffie at $120. And Roxy's the only bidder on Rod Stewart. Next thing over here is ELO, a New World Record. That's VG Plus $14.99. Red Army Man on Uriah Heep. That is sold to Red Army Man, okay? Next auction's going to go up when? Next auction's going to go up right now, and that's Chris Ledoux. And Chris Ledoux is Songbook of the American West. Let's see how fast we can get this one to 100. Chris Ledoux is now up for bid, a $45 start. It is near mint minus. Lucky Man Music, Chris Ledoux, $45 start. That's now up for bid. $45 start on that one. And then over here, this Todd Rocks, you were second on the Cars, and Bill Samus on Triumph. Bill Samus on Triumph, that's sold to Bill Samus. Cody Wright, you get the Joe Diffie for 100. That's the only Joe Diffie on vinyl. This is the only Joe Diffie record you can get on vinyl, yes. There was something he recorded not too long before he died. He had to re-record everything. He never did have access to his music, and so he had to re-record everything, and nothing's ever been reissued. So, yeah, that is it. That's it for Joe Diffie. Sold to Cody Wright for $120, and John Robb gets the Rod Stewart for $35. This Chris Ledoux over here is a $45 start. Let's put Rod Stewart in a new crate. A lot of that 90s country stuff in there. It's took Alan, a guy as big as Alan Jackson, 100 times probably as big and bigger seller than Joe Diffie, and he just now was able to start reissuing some of his stuff. Slayer t-shirt sold to El Silverhorn for $35. All right, let's go put that away. Let's start introducing some new auctions here. And let's go put the Slayer shirt right there. Thank you. And we got some cool t-shirts we're knocking out. Got quite the stack. And I was told there's a note right around the corner with more. Chris Ledoux, $45. This is the first time I've ever put one of these up, and I didn't see bids like jump all the way up to 100 that fast. We have Fleetwood Mac, Tango in the Night, a VG copy for $12.99. There's Fleetwood Mac. All right, let's go ahead and put up our first Vertigo here. Let me pick one out, figure out. Let's start with something not as crazy, okay? This is a Vertigo 1970 annual, so this might be a good start for a Vertigo person, for somebody just getting into Vertigo. This is actually a compilation, a Vertigo annual 1970. So kind of like, you know how Warner Brothers do all those samplers that I sell almost every night? Well, this is a Vertigo sampler, 1970. It's got Coliseum, Black Sabbath, Nucleus, Manfred Mann, Juicy Lucy, May Blitz, some of those big albums, Affinity. We sold one of those the other night for $600. Coliseum, I think we sold that one for like $800. Of course, y'all know who Sabbath is. Dr. Strangely Strange is one of the rarest ones of all time. And this is the Vertigo Annual 1970. It's a sampler, a compilation. Disc 1 is VG Plus, Disc 2 is EX, and it comes with one OG Vertigo sleeve. Just one OG Vertigo sleeve. Now, I think y'all know These inner sleeves are highly sought after. These are $20, $30 inner sleeves. Vertigo Annual in slot B, a $75 start. One more look at Chris Ledoux. Final call for a $45 start on this one. Songbook of the American West. 45 Vertigo is a $75 start. And next thing is another Japanese pressing. We do not want David Johnson to have a conniption fit. So let's go ahead and put up Dolly Parton. And this is I've Been Working 9 to 5. Odd jobs, 9 to 5 and odd jobs. The cover has a little bit of discoloration. This is going to go up for a $35 start. This is 9 to 5 and odd jobs, a $35 start. There's the insert, and then there's the cover and obi. The back cover has a little bit of a tear and a flip flap over here, but you can see a couple spots. I don't think I've ever had that before on Japanese though. $35 start on that one. Okay. Over here we have Joe Walsh, but seriously folks, Joe Walsh is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. And Hall & Oates along the red ledge. Hall & Oates is VG Plus, $14.99. And then we have Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth. Rick Wakeman, VG Plus, $14.99. Chris Ledoux, 1976, by the way. Let's go ahead and put up another T-shirt. Like I said, this thing looks brand new. And it's another Motorhead shirt. It's perfectly folded here. Extra large. Let's open it up and look at it. Top cam, please. Extra large Motorhead. And it's another printed, double-sided long sleeve. $25 start. So nice. There's the front. 2024. There's the printed long sleeves. And then there is the back. Nice. Motorhead. A $25 start. $25 start on that, okay? Vertigo's at 80. No bid yet on Dolly. And now Motorhead is going to go up in slot C for a $25 start, okay? There we have it. And now back to the Buy It Now best offer. Nazareth Hair of the Dog, classic rock album. VG $14.99. Pat Benatar in the heat of the night. Benatar is VG Plus $9.99. Is Doors Weird 2LP start. Is Doors Weird 2LP start. The Doors is priced VG Plus $24.99. Pee Wee request. I'll put up the Pee Wee Herman picture disc pretty soon, okay? Leonard Skinner pronounced Leonard Skinner. VG copy, the first MCA label to be a simple kind of man. VG $14.99. And Jay Giles freeze frame is VG $9.99. Now, Deidre, I was just about to make Chris Ledoux a Buy It Now. It's actually a $45 start. So if you bid $45, I'll have to give it one more second because I was literally just pausing to make it a Buy It Now. And then if nobody else bids, I'll go ahead and sell it to you. Andy Wade on Hall & Oates for 10. Let's go ahead and sell that to Andy Wade for 10. Thank you, Andy. That's so to you. Now Matt Marco has Chris Ledoux for 45. So there is obviously some people about to snipe it. Not anymore. It does have a bid. Culture Club, VG Plus $17.99. David Tate gets Leonard Skinner. That's so to David Tate. And then we have Kansas, Point of No Return. VG Condition, $9.99. Nobody bid on Dolly. It's a Buy It Now for $35. VG Plus cover because of the discoloration. The vinyl's near minus. Chris Adams has the Motorhead shirt at $27. Chris Adams has the Motorhead shirt, FYI, at $27, and that's going to once. And that's going to twice. The Vertigo Annual, we'll look at that one more time. It's right now with amenities at $85. $85 with amenities, okay? Rich T. Duke gets the Nazareth Hair of the Dog, and let's look at it one more time. So this is a Vertigo sampler or compilation from 1970, gatefold jacket. The jacket's in probably VG. The bottom seam here needs to be re-glued. It's not ripped or torn or anything. A little bit of cover damage here. That's why I'm calling it VG. Gatefold has some of their rarest artists on here, and then some of the big artists too, like Black Sabbath and Rod Stewart. There's the back cover. So we've got them in new MoFi sleeves. Patrick has cleaned them. He says disc 1 is VG Plus and disc 2 ZX. And then it does include one Vertigo original inner sleeve. So you'll have to get a replacement if you want a complete set there for both of them. But we've got them in new MoFi type sleeves, and that's at $85 with amenities, and it's a final call. I'm assuming nobody else is going to bid on Chris Ledoux. It's been up for 7 minutes and somehow only had one bid. I don't understand how that's happened, but there's a final call on that one. And next thing we have is Peter Gabriel, the Melt album, VG Plus $24.99, and then David Bowie Live VG Plus $29.99 for David Bowie Live. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. And that next Japanese pressing is going to go up when, Chad? It's going to go up right now. And that's John Lennon, Rock and Roll. And that's going to go up in slot number C for a $35 start. This is near mint minus and pristine. John Lennon with Obi, of course, $35 start, near mint minus. There's the LP, there's the insert, and there's the cover and Obi. John Lennon, $35 on that one. We have Pink Floyd, and this is an OG Terre Haute press. VG $26.99, just the inner sleeve. I'll tell you one thing that's never in here, and that's the postcard. It's like one of the toughest inserts to get. $26.99 on Pink Floyd. We have Black Oak, Arkansas, 10 Night Overnight Success. 10 Night Overnight Success, VG Plus $14.99. And then Led Zeppelin is a 5-digit mid-70s specialty reissue. It is mastered, though, by George Piros. It's VG $22.99, George Piros. Dolly is sold to Wolverine for $25. Thank you. And now we got Chris Ledoux, sold for $45 to Matt Marco. Thank you. And then over here we have Vertigo, sold to Amenities for $85. Someone says Facebook isn't working. Let me go over here to Facebook and make sure before... Facebook is working. Craig just commented. It should be. Let me go over here and make sure no comments got backed up. Let me turn down my volume. Dolly, Corey Ross. Corey was trying to bid. It didn't show up on Restream, though. He was trying to bid on... He's trying to bid on the T-shirt and on this. Corey, well, try it right now on YouTube, I guess. Okay, I'm not for sure how that happened, but yeah, he was trying to bid. I don't know what happened over here. Reset column C. Okay, there we go. Sorry. All right, so I mean that's tough. I mean usually if it's hung up, I'll put it back over here, but for some reason, Corey, I think just yours was shut down. So Billy tried too. All right, so. I guess let me do this. Time out for a second. We had Chris Ledoux. What was he trying to bid on? He was trying to bid on the Motorhead shirt. Okay, and he was trying to bid on Vertigo. We'll try. We'll open up the Vertigo one more time, Core, if you want to go ahead and bid. But definitely Chris Ledoux sold to Matt Marco for $45. Okay. All right. So did I miss anything else? Did I miss anything else? I think right now, when it comes to where you can watch from, Facebook is probably the worst. Facebook's probably the worst. And then Restream or Twitch and Twitch and YouTube's probably the tied for first. Okay? Facebook is really slow. It's not us. It's just they have a trouble hosting with Restream. All these other websites are up to date and they're good. And if you want less errors and faster bidding, you might want to try out YouTube and you might want to try out Twitch. Just as long as we know who you are when you're bidding, you'll be good to go. Okay? So, Chris, Pink Floyd, and let's figure out what's going on. Okay? So, we did sell, no doubt, we did sell Chris Ledoux. Now, Corey, if you want to bid on Vertigo, I've got it open back up. You'll have to bid one more time. Amenities, I want to let you know, he was trying to bid, but there was an error. So that's got to go back up. Thomas Hujar is the only bidder on John Lennon. And then Corey Ross also now has the Motorhead shirt at $28. Sorry for the confusion. Okay? Corey Ross has this Motorhead shirt. So one more time, we're going to put a new auction in A. Vertigo, I'm waiting for Corey to bid again. John Lennon's at $35. And then there's Motorhead. It's at $28. Okay, now we're good to go. I got to make sure Amenities is done, and I got to make sure Corey's bid actually shows up this time. And then the next thing I have over here is Chris Adams gets Pink Floyd for $18. That's sold to Chris Adams. All right, next is Brewer and Shipley Tarkio. Brewer and Shipley is VG Plus. That is $14.99. And now we have Corey Ross at $90 on Vertigo. Final call on John Lennon and final call on the Motorhead shirt. So Amenities, if you're here, just so you know, you've been outbid, okay? And then we have Brewer and Shipley. That was VG Plus $14.99 and T-Dog over here on this, okay? T-Dog over here on the Zeppelin. I think my brain is good to go, okay? Okay. All right, sorry. A technical difficulty always spins me in a loop. Next auction, let's pull something from the advertised bin. Let's try another Chris Ledoux. And this is called Wild and Woolly. I don't think I've ever had this one before. 1986 sealed, Chris Ledoux, Wild and Woolly, in slot number A, a $55 start on that. $55 start on Chris Ledoux. All right, they're still bidding on the Vertigo sampler. The Vertigo sampler is now at $95. Thomas Hujar and the Motorhead shirt is sold. So Thomas Hujar gets John Lennon at $35. Thank you. And then the Motorhead shirt, Corey Ross, you get that for $28. Okay. Matt Marco already on Chris Ledoux. I don't think I've ever had that. I would have remembered that title, Wild and Woolly. Is that like Jeff Woosley? I know a guy named Jeff Woosley. Jeff Woosley? Jeff Woosley. Shout out Jeff Woosley. Okay, over here we have Chris Ledoux at 60. Amenities is at 95 on that. Corey, you've been outbid. We have not sold Clint Black yet. No, we haven't. All right, let's open these slots up, and here we go. We got Blues to Colt Tyranny and Mutation, VG $14.99 on that, and Blackfoot Strikes with their hit song Train Train, VG $14.99. All right, our next Japanese pressing is on deck, and that next Japanese pressing is the Pretenders, Learning to Crawl. Back on the chain, gang. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Near Mint Minus and Pristine, the Pretenders, that's slot number C there. There's the insert, there's the cover and Obi. $35 start on that. Matt Nichols on Blackfoot. James Hicks was second. And then Sticks, Pieces of 8. The Jig is Up, the VG Plus $14.99, and Kansas Leftoverture VG $9.99. Rob wrote his name on the cover. Carry On My Wayward Son. Let's go ahead and put up another t-shirt, and this one is Judas Priest. Let's go to the top cam to take a look at that. And this is brand new, and this is being unfolded. It looks, wow, what a cool one here. Painkiller, extra large front, and then there's the side sleeves. It's printed with Painkiller, Judas Priest. Very nice, $25 start, long sleeve shirt. And then there's the back, Judas Priest Painkiller. Very nice, long sleeve with printed long sleeves, $25 start on that, okay? So Corey's out on the Vertigo. Amenities has it for $99. There is already a bid, it looks like, on the Pretenders, and now Judas Priest is a $25 start. Next is the Best of ZZ Top. That's VG $14.99. And then the Pretender self-titled is VG $9.99. The Pretender self-titled. And then Gypsy in the Garden. And Gypsy is EX, and that is $37.99. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, VG $14.99. Dylan's Greatest Hits. And while I can see my screen right quick, Matt Marco, I'm going to go ahead and sell you the Chris Ledoux for $60. And Amenities now has the Vertigo sampler. Final call for $99. One bid on the Pretenders at $35. And now they're bidding on Judas Priest shirt. Next thing in here is Van Halen self-titled, or excuse me, Van Halen 1984, EX $37.99. I'll Wait. And then Kiss Crazy Nights, an 8749 press, VG $24.99. Kiss Crazy Nights. All righty. Let me do some stretching. Oh, that felt good. What kind of snack you got over there, Jill? Honey roasted cashews. Matt Nichols over here on Kiss, and Vertigo is sold to Amenities. That's the first one of the night. Sold to Amenities for $99. All right. Thank you on that. $99. That's the first of the advertised Vertigo stuff. $99. Thank you on that one. Let me put that away. And let me do this right over here. And, all right, done. Okay. Whew. All right, here we go. New auctions. Let's go ahead and pull something from over here. We'll alternate on the Chris Ledoux's. We got like another 15 of them. But before we do that, let's go over here and let's run. Golly, look at all these great records. Holy moly, plus all the Vertigo stuff. Good gosh. All right, let's go ahead and put up that Pee Wee Herman. This is actually pretty dang tough to get. Pee Wee Herman over here. Yes, that was my neck. This is Pee Wee Herman, Big Adventure, die cut shape picture disc. This is actually really tough. Yes, some of these have sold for as much as $200, and there's none for sale right now. It's a 1985 die cut picture disc. This is going to go up in slot number A, and this is a $150 start. $150 start on the Pee Wee picture disc. That's a $150 start. Todd Kilgore gets the Pretenders for $35, and the Judas Priest shirts at $28 right now. All right, we're moving right along. Here we go. This is it. 150 on that one over there. 150 on that over there. And then next over here is, let me make sure I didn't miss anything else in here. That was a great check condition crate. I probably need to read through that one more time. Pee Wee's 150, and then let's pick out the next Vertigo pressing. Some of these over here are pretty dang cool. Goodness gracious. Holy cow. All right, let's see what we got over here. All right, let's do one. Like I said, I'm trying to just work our way into this kind of slowly. We don't get too crazy. So let's do this one right here. This is pretty awesome. This is a 1972 UK OG. This is a UK original pressing. Jim Croce was on Vertigo. It has a Vertigo inner sleeve. You don't mess around with Jim. Awesome here. You don't mess around with Jim. Vertigo. It's in VG condition. There's the classic Vertigo swirl label. Jim Croce, VG condition. There's the gatefold jacket. Awesome. With the lyrics, operator, could you help me place this call? It has the original Vertigo inner sleeve. $45 start on Jim Croce. That's now in slot number B. Okay. New bid on the t-shirt. Steve McGee has it for $29, it looks like. And then over here in slot number C is going to be Duran Duran. And this is, the Eagles. Eagles, the long run, is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. Eagles, the long run. Near mint minus and pristine. $35 start. Okay. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. The Eagles, a $35 start. Jake said 2 minutes trying to update something. The upload speed right now is very bad and laggy for being remote. Okay. All right, there's that. And I think we're good to go. Let me make sure I didn't miss any other claims. I'm gonna knock this crate out one more time. And if you you got right now, Jake's he's commandeered my computer. So the monitor I'm looking at is now shrunk to about the size of a cell phone screen. And it's about 5 feet in front of me, 4 feet in front of me, 3 feet in front of me. So he's trying to set up something right now, okay? Did Chris Ledoux Wild and Woolly sell? You just missed it, yes. All right, so we're looking at 150, 60, and 30 on the t-shirt, okay? Eagles is a Japanese pressing 35. All right, here we go. So we have Green River VG Plus $17.99. Genesis was VG $9.99. Missing Persons was VG $12.99. VG $12.99 on that. Eagles the long run. VG Plus 14. Meatloaf Bat Out of Hell, VG Plus 24. Peter Sellers Ringo Starr Magic Christian, VG Plus 19.99. Robin Trower, VG 9.99. Three Dog Night was EX 17. Traffic was VG Plus 14. Clapton was VG 14. And then Yes Big Generator, VG Plus 17.99. 160 on Pee Wee, 165 on Pee Wee, 70 on Jim Croce. Eagles no bid, final call 35, and the Judas Priest shirt's about to sell for 30 over there, okay? Nice. A James Bond avatar. Oh, sweet. A James Bond avatar. ZZ Top Eliminator, VG Plus $24.99 on that. Yes, is sold to Stephen Parton for 12. ELO, a New World Record, VG Plus $14.99. Awesome. OG UK Jim Croce Vertigo here. And the only reason it's VG, it's got a couple scuffs on it. And I was going to show those closer in just a second. Corey Schaefer on the Eagles for $14. Was that the one that's in here? This is sold to Corey for $14. Thank you on that one. And then Fleetwood Mac Tango on the Night, VG $12.99 on Fleetwood. And then Joe Walsh, but seriously, folks, VG Plus $14.99. Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth, VG Plus $14. Pat Benatar, VG Plus $9.99. And then The Doors, Weird Scenes Inside the Gold Mine, VG Plus, $24.99. So Pee Wee 170, Jim Croce 75. Nobody bid on the Eagles, and Judas Priest is sold to Corey for 30. So the Eagles long run Japanese pressing can be picked up for a $35 buy it now. You heard that correctly, a $35 buy it now. Okay, there's that. Jim Croce's now at 80. We have Jay Giles Band Freeze Frame, VG $9.99 on that. Culture Club is VG Plus $17.99. Kansas, The Point of No Return, VG $9.99. And Peter Gabriel, VG Plus $24.99 for the Peter Gabriel Melt album. Let's go ahead and put this Judas Priest shirt right in here. There's that, and let's get that one done. Thank you on that. About time for another auction. And that next auction is going to be Joe Walsh here, Mellon and Jennings on a claim, or David Doyle, excuse me. He's going to get the Joe Walsh here. Thank you on that one. All right, let's open up C and D here, and let's go ahead and put up this Van Halen box. This is Van Halen, the Collection 2. Van Halen, the Collection 2. Collection 2 is the Sammy Hagar era stuff, 5150, OU812, Unlawful, Carnal Knowledge, Balance, and then Studio Rarities. And that one is near mint, and it's going to go up for a $175 start. $175 start for the Van Halen box. Really good mastering on those two. That's up for bid $175. Jim Croce's at 83. We have David Bowie Live. That was VG Plus $29.99. And then Black Oak was VG Plus $14. Brewer and Shipley, one toke over the line. VG Plus $14. You heading out, Jill? All right, thank you. VG $14.99 on Bill C. Sticks is VG Plus $14. Kansas was VG 9. The Best is ZZ Top, VG 14. The Pretenders was VG 9. Gypsy was EX 37. Bob Dylan is VG 14. And then Van Halen is EX 37.99. Okay? All right. Now, we have another, what do we have next over here? Give me 1 second. All right, I can toss that. And let's put up another auction over there for Slot D, a Japanese pressing. And that next Slot D Japanese pressing is this Chicago compilation. It's called Chicago. It's a compilation, near mint minus. It's a $35 start. $35 start. It's called Chicago. It's going to go over here in slot number D. There's the insert, and there's the cover and Obi. Chicago, a $35 start. John Howard got the ZZ Top. That was OG with Bob Lugwood mastering, by the way. So that is so to John Howard. And then Chris Adams in here on the Pretenders. Okay, so let's look at the Vertigo Jim Croce one more time. This is a 72 UK original. It's a gatefold jacket. The vinyl's VG, conservatively graded. Very cool. You don't mess around with Jim. $83. Final call. Now, I saw two requested. Jason Boxell, which one did you request? And then Paul Oakley just requested one. Can y'all remember? Can y'all remind me on those, and just keep reminding me, okay? I promise you're not bothering me. It's actually a help, because otherwise I'll forget. Now, that was just the first crate. That was just the first crate of pre-owned. Just let me know, okay? The Doors at 20 with Ralph Venturino. The Doors with Ralph Venturino. That was back here and sell that to Ralph. We have a request for Uriah Heep, Warhorse, and Alex Harvey. How about we run those next three, and then John Howard also wanted ZZ Top, okay? All right, so everything's in green, so new bids on everything, except there's not a bid yet on Chicago, the Japanese down there. So, all right, I'll start picking those out. I'll do one after another after Jim Croce, okay? Unless it's just time to go ahead and run more than one. But just don't forget to remind me, okay? There's that, and we're good to go. All right, so let's pick out another crate. I'll do the Hatchet Ed crate sooner than later. Of course, that's unclaimed new vinyl, unclaimed auction, or unpaid stuff, essentially. Unpaid stuff. I got some Vertigo 45, so I'll start running probably 2 45 slots, or 2 Vertigo slots when we get to that point. I have another check condition crate. Great. New stuff here from John. More check condition. Great stuff. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right. I'm starting to see some yellow. Tim Voldness has Pee Wee. And then Chris Frazier. And I see some people out. So quick look from the top cam for a final warning. Pee Wee Picture Disc 202. Croce 85. Van Halen 225. Final call on Chicago for a minimum bid of 35 before we make it a buy it now. Croce is VG. Yeah, and I think it was graded VG. Let's take a close look at the disc. The VG, let's see. I'm looking at side B right now. It's got some scuffs here and there. Definitely nothing that will affect playback majorly. It's got some hairlines and some scuffing. Yeah, VG. More than enough to call it not VG plus, but it also has the original Vertigo inner sleeve. Gatefold jacket. Okay. All right, so let's do that right there. Here we go. Buy it now, best offer. Frank Zappa, The Mother of Invention. Weasels Ripped My Flesh. VG, $24.99. Chicago, and this is Chicago 3. VG Plus, $14.99. Beautiful vinyl, though. $14.99 on Chicago. Terre Haute Pressing. Grand Funk, we're an American band. VG, $9.99. And then Billy Idol, Rebel Yell. VG Plus, $17.99 for Billy Idol. And then Robert Plant, The Principle of Moments, VG Plus, $14.99. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood. All right, here we go. Y'all ready? Watch the board across the top. 3, 2, 1. Sold. First, Pee Wee, 202, 10 voltness. 202, 10 voltness, Pee Wee. Jim Croce, $85, Chris Frazier. Sold. Van Halen, Corey Ross, $225. R.S. Streve gets Chicago for $35. The board is cleared. We're ready for new auctions. The board is cleared. We're ready for new auctions. Robert Plant is sold to Stephen Parton, then Mega Blast, then Charles Berry, and David Doyle got Grand Funk. All right, some cool stuff about to happen right now. Let's pick some out. Okay, let's find those top 3 requested ones. And then we got the Sabbath stuff tonight. Holy crap. Cool stuff there. All right, let's do these. All right, give me find some of these. All right, there's Uriah Heep. Four Horse. And then Paul Oakley said Ian Matthews, right? All right, so there's those. All right. Here we go. This is it. Uriah Heep Salisbury for Auction A, our next Vertigo pressing. First UK. Vertigo. The record is EX. Very nice. That's being conservative. Uriah Heep Salisbury. Cover VG Plus. Vertigo original inner sleeve. Uriah Heep Salisbury. Gatefold jacket. This one is a $175 start. Slot number A, $175 start. Uriah Heep. UKOG. Number 2 is Clint Black, Put Yourself in My Shoes. Near mint, a 1990 Euro OG near mint, Clint Black, never been reissued. Right over here has a little bit of a crease down here. $25 start. It does have a corner bump up there. Clint Black, $25 start. Put Yourself in My Shoes. $25 start. Next, another box set. This one is Alter Bridge. Alter Bridge is live at the O2 Arena and Rarities, which is a 4 LP box, official from Austria, Napalm Records. There's only one for sale right now, overseas for $228 plus shipping. Alter Bridge is $125 start. $125 on Alter Bridge. And then our next auction is going to be a White Zombie 45. White Zombie over here on green vinyl is Supercharger Heaven. Where the sidewalk ends, the bug parade begins. White Zombie, same collection that had the Vertigo stuff. $10 start. $10 start. Okay? Let me do one more thing in here before I get too busy. Stand by. All right. Okay, here we go. Looks like we're good to go. I didn't miss any claims in here, did I? No. Deep Purple Fireball. Deep Purple Fireball, VG, $12.99. Judas Priest, Sad Wings of Destiny. Judas Priest is a 76 Terre Haute EX, $62.99. EX, $62.99, Janus Records. I see a lot of green and a lot of bidding going on up top. We have Mountain, They Took a Sleigh Ride. VG Plus, $17.99 for Mountain, They Took a Sleigh Ride. Chris Adams gets Deep Purple. King Crimson Lizard, Presswell Press, VG, $24.99. Alex Miller on Judas Priest. Didn't expect to see that in the crate. We're at 185, 70, 125, and 22. The Beatles, 20 Greatest Hits. VG Plus, $19.99 on that. The Beatles Greatest Hits. And Jay Giles, Love Stinks, VG, $9.99. Mountain, Nantucket Sleigh Ride, VG Plus, $17.99. Bradley Smith gets King Crimson for $20. Bradley Smith gets that for $20. Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits, VG Plus, $24.99. Styx Cornerstone, VG, $9.99. And Quiet Riot Metal Health. Come on, feel the noise. Bang your head. VG, $14.99. Right now, Jason Boxell has Uriah Heep at $225. Clint Black is at $70. Keith Moyers, you just got outbid on the Alter Bridge, and the White Zombie is at $30 with Cindy Yarborough. That's who has the high bid on all these right now. $225, $70, $127, and $30, okay? Next thing is Stephen Parton said he will take Quiet Riot at full price. Rich T. Duke matched them. Shane has Uriah Heep at $250. Now Jason's at $275. We have King Crimson here, and this is VG Plus, $26.99. This is In the Wake of Poseidon. There is a little bit of a chip over here on the spine, but not bad. Classic. VG Plus, $26.99. Info on White Zombie. White Zombie, Supercharger Heaven, and where the side walk ends, the bug parade begins. Green vinyl, 7-inch, 007 Platinum has that at $35. Next thing over here I see far as a claim. We sold Judas Priest, we sold King Crimson, we sold Quiet Riot. Next thing over here I see is Chris Adams gets the Mountain, They Took a Sleigh Ride for $15. Kurt Barron, you were third on Quiet Riot. And then the Trogs, Wild Thing, VG Plus, $26.99. VG Plus, $26.99 on Wild Thing. And then ABBA's Greatest Hits, Volume 2, VG, $9.99. And Blues Image Open. This is actually a white label promo. Cool. A white label promo on Blues Image. It is a VG minus cover, and the vinyl's VG, $14.99. Ride, Captain, ride upon your mystery ship. Corey Shavers gets the Clint Black for $70. That one's not easy to get. So to Corey for $70. Thank you on that one. Yes, I will go ahead and try to find the rush. I promise I'm not ignoring people, just trying to get them in key here. But look, an OG Rush. OG Rush, any Vertigo 45s. Yes, it's probably as soon as White Zombie's done, we're going to start some of those. This is OG Rush, now up for bid in slot number B. This is real 1991 Euro Roll the Bones. Near mint too. Nice copy. $100 start on Roll the Bones. Rush, that's now for bid. How much? $100 start. That is OG too. Roll the Bones, folks. Discogs shows Roll the Bones as prog rock and pop rock. What do y'all consider a Rush? I consider it kind of progressive. Jason Boxell is at $350. Calvin's at $135 on the Alter Bridge box. Only one for sale overseas is like $250 with shipping. White Zombies at $45. Next thing over here, Thomas Hujar gets the Trogs. Wild thing. That's so to Thomas Hujar. And then over here we have Stephen Douglas gets Blues Image for 10. And then next is Chic Your Booty Zappa, VG $19.99. And Grateful Dead, Burbank label Picnickville, VG Plus $29.99. This one has some great songs on it. Truckin's on here, Friend of the Devil, Sugar Magnolia, VG Plus $29.99. Info on the Billy Idol. The Billy Idol that's in here is Rebel Yell, OG, VG Plus $17.99. VG Plus $17.99. Looks like Calvin's about to get the Alter Bridge. No bid yet on Rush. They're still bidding on Uriah Heep. I had a feeling it was going to be busy. This is Vertigo night. We got some rarities. We got some pretty serious crap over here. Just FYI, 007 Platinum has White Zombie at 50. Montrose self-titled, VG Plus 14. And Steely Dan's Greatest Hits. Back, Jack, Do It Again. This is VG Plus, $24.99. Great battle for A. Yep. Heart self-titled, Greatest Hits and Live. Excuse me. It's called Heart Greatest Hits and Live. VG $12.99. Okay. Next thing over here is MG Sanchez does take the Billy Idol. Thank you on that one. Next thing over here, we have Christopher Allen on Montrose for 12. And then next thing over here is Chris Adams on Steely Dan. But there was a couple other questions there. Rush does have a bid for 100. This is OG 1991 Euro. What is the J. Giles in the band? The J. Giles is Love Stinks, VG $9.99. And Calvin, you get Alter Bridge for $135. Thank you on that one. White Zombies at 50. I got to swap out crates because this one is now full. And so let's do that. All right. And then over here is this. And let's keep rolling, okay? All right, Shane has now hit Uriah Heep at 405. Calvin, that's going to go into the next crate. Let's open that up. And then let's go ahead and put this up right here. This is MC Sean, and this is called Down by Law. It's a VG copy. It's a $10 start in slot C. $10 start. A VG cover. Has some wear on it, and a VG disc, Cold Chillin' label, hip hop, $10 start. That's now up for bid, okay? $10 start on MC Sean. That's now up for bid, all right? Next thing over here, final call on the White Zombie for 50. Moving on, we have Prince, Purple Rain, Purple Rain. VG $9.99. Jake says, I have a new avatar that was requested by Stephen Pardon. I think we had to cut some kind of deal. And Stephen said, Chad, I will buy that or something if Jake will turn you one night into the Grinch. So here I am. I am the Grinch. Can you put up Grandmaster Flash? I will. It's Prince and OG. Prince is a Columbia Club OG pressing, yes. With the original inner sleeve, VG $19.99. All right. And now we have what's going on. Chris Paneca. Chris Paneca is the only bidder on Rush at 100. The only bidder on MC Sean is Mega Blast at 11. And then let's go ahead and sell White Zombie to 007 Platinum for 50, okay? We got some really cool Vertigo stuff coming up and just other 45s, okay? What is the Prince? VG $19.99. VG $19.99 on that one. What else is going on? So Chris Paneca is about to get Rush. Wow, OG Rush, just one bid for 100. I'm almost shocked. And then it's going to go to, no, wait a minute. Vinyl, Paul Oakley got it. Paul Oakley got it, okay. And then what's in slot A? Can you tell me the details on slot A? And then John Kaiser R. I'm not for sure what that was, Kaiser. Did my Prince come in? Yes. All right, so let me time out. Hold on, I got to drink this chocolate milkshake right quick. I'm joking. All right, let's go ahead and run this one. This is going to go up in slot D. We got some very cool 45s tonight. Look at this. Free all right now. Mouthful of Grass is the B-side. And this is a Yugoslavian free rare picture sleeve, front and back. Look at that label. Highly unusual, and it's beautiful. EX plus to near mint minus. This guy had kept it well stored too. Free, a $10 start in slot number D. $10 start on that. So, the first thing I'm going to do is show you Uriah Heep one more time. This is in slot number A. The Vertigo, the third one of the night. Gatefold jacket, Uriah Heep Salisbury. It has the original Vertigo inner sleeve. It's the first UK. EX or better on the vinyl, and VG Plus. VG Plus on the jacket. It's not bad. It's not bad whatsoever, the Uriah Heep. It's at $43. Now, I've tried every way possible for somebody else to bid on Rush, and no one bid. So it's sold to Chris Paneca for $100. OG Roll the Bones. Highly unusual, but there it is. Now, Shane has had Uriah Heep for quite some time, but that was the final introduction. There was a battle for it. They've been bidding for about 13 minutes. It's over unless somebody else jumps in at this last second. Okay? Now, MC Sean is an OG VG. OG VG. It's at $18. It just came in with Mega Blast. The free over there in the corner is at $30. Okay? Now, let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. There's a lot of activity all of a sudden. A lot of activity. And I got to make sure I don't miss any claims. I don't have to worry about calling out bids, but I've got to worry about trying to find bids in here, okay? All right, we're good to go. Let me show a few more pre-owned records. Brian Adams Cuts Like a Knife, EX 1799. The Pleasure Principle, Gary Newman, VG Plus 1999. Led Zeppelin, A Presswell Press, VG. This is House of the Holy. OG VG Bob Lugwood Mastering, $24.99. Hank Williams Jr. Major Moves, VG $12.99. Sold. Uriah Heep Salisbury, Shane Lane-Dope, $430. $430. Shane Lane-Dope, thank you. That sold you $430. Nearly an air horn. Slot A and B is open. Let's get some other fantastic stuff. The other requested was Ian Matthews, If You Saw Through My Eyes. Ian Matthews is a 1971 UK OG Vertigo. The record's EX and the cover's VG. EX or better. VG plus condition. Ian Matthews, a $75 start. I hope this is the one Paul Oakley asked for. So not bad whatsoever. There's the iconic Vertigo swirl. There's the flip side. If You Saw Through My Eyes. There it is. And this is a $75 start. There's the Vertigo inner sleeve. Slot number A, 75. Here's the gatefold jacket. As usual, these open up and make a full panel. Ian Matthews, $75 start. Back to the main cam. And now time for another auction. Sensational Alex Harvey. Oh, I messed up. Okay, well, there's that one. Sorry. I'll go ahead and try to find that one too. How about we find another one then? I knew I messed up on something. Wow, look at some of this stuff. Incredible. Am I crazy, or is there not a sensation? Do you have a sensational Alex Harvey band over there, Patrick? I don't know what that one looks like. I don't see it over here. I don't see that over here. I don't see that one over here. Yeah, I don't see that one over here, Paul. I don't think we had that one in the hot picture. All right, here's our next Chris Ledoux in slot B. Songs of Rodeo Life by Chris Ledoux. This is sealed, a $65 start. Sealed, a $65 start. Songs of Rodeo Life, $65 start, okay? Amenities has free at $55. Final call on that one, okay? All right, next, moving on, we had a couple claims in here and offers. Rick Hall on Bryan Adams for $12. That's so to Rick Hall. Stephen Parton on House of the Holy for $20. And then David Tate on Hank. That is sold to David Tate. Chris Adams was going to pay full price for Zeppelin. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. And then is ABBA still available? It is VG $9.99. VG $9.99. Billy Thorpe, Children of the Sun, VG $9.99. Man, Rhinos, and Lunatics, VG Plus $14.99. Okay, so Ian Matthews, $75 start, VG Plus, no bid yet. Chris Ledoux's at $65 with Matt Marco, and MC Sean, Mega Blast has it for $25. Let's go ahead and sell free to Amenities for $55. Okay, $55. That way we can keep some stuff rolling. Sorry, I was on a wild goose hunt for a couple things over here, and some of these I'm trying to figure out what the covers are to even really know what I've got. Final call on MC Sean for $25, and then MC Corey on Incredible, and that one was MC7. I don't think that's a claim. Maybe he's just saying Incredible. Is that right? And then Newman for $15. That is sold to Redman for $15. And then we have over here, we have MG Sanchez on ABBA. Okay, that's sold to MG Sanchez. I mentioned last night you said you get Patrick out of it. Great. It was in the original hype announcement of those Vertigos. Okay, maybe if I can find it, give me 1 second. I'll try my best. Okay. I thought that I did that, but evidently I didn't. So give me 1 second. Okay. Moving on, we got Scorpions VG Plus $19.99 for Love Drive. VG Plus $19.99 for Love Drive. And then Kiss Rock and Roll Over, a 1976 CTH press, EX $47.99. Rock and Roll Over, EX $47.99. Okay, they're still bidding on MC Sean or MC Shan, whichever. And then Ian Matthews, I'm going to go ahead and make that one then. Buy it now for $75. So here's a chance at this one: a 71 UK original EX, and then VG Plus 75 on Ian Matthews. Okay. 75 on Ian Matthews. Let's go ahead and put that one away. And if anybody decides you want it, it's available for a buy it now. So they're still bidding on Chris Ledoux, Matt Marco on Kiss, and over here, Rich T. Duke on Scorpions. All right, there's that. And let's start these new auctions. Next, 45 is going to go up for bid. And boy, take a look at this. Led Zeppelin, a German picture sleeve of Hey, Hey, What Can I Do? And, of course, the Immigrant Song. That's the A side, but I usually hype up Hey, Hey, What Can I Do more than the other. I've only ever had a couple, maybe one. I know for sure I have one. Look at the vinyl. It is mint minus. This is highly unusual. I mean, I'm not even going to say near, I'm going to say mint minus. There is Led Zeppelin, Immigrant Song, and Hey, Hey, What Can I Do? Two classics. $10 start on Zeppelin from the Vertigo collection. Same guy had these records. Amazing, right? $10 start in slot D. All right. We got the Beach Boys Little Deuce Coupe, VG Plus $12.99, and Tom Petty is VG Plus $24.99. Zeppelin's already at $100. Incredible. Incredible. Next is the requested Warhorse. Okay, this is the next Vertigo. This is a 1970 UK OG stereo gatefold. VG, it comes with the original Vertigo inner sleeve. Here we go. Here is the Warhorse self-titled. Warhorse self-titled. Here we go. There's the Vertigo there's the Vertigo inner sleeve. 1970 UK. There is a little bit of discoloration inside of the jacket. And this is a 1970 UK. VG, $150 start for Warhorse. That's now up for bid. I repeat, 1970 UK, VG, $150 start. Mega Blast gets MC Sean for 30. MC Shan, MC Sean, etc., etc. Deidre has Chris Ledoux at 95. This is sold for 30 to Mega Blast. And Led Zeppelin's at 100. And hopefully y'all are ready to bid. Michael Butler's like, who dares to challenge me? He didn't actually say that, but I'm just trying to get some hype built up here, okay? Next auction is this right here. Let's go ahead and put up a Grandmaster Flash. I think it was requested, right? Here we go. Andy, whichever one you requested. We have this now going up in slot C. Grandmaster Flash in the Fears 5 Greatest Messages sealed. It's unopened, a $40 start. Sealed, unopened, a $40 start on Grandmaster Flash. Okay? $40 start on that one. That's now for bid. Led Zeppelin's at 110. We have Chris Ledoux at 100, and that is sealed, a $40 start. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. Next thing over here is Mark Fallon. Yes, you did get Kiss. And sorry, there's a lot of bidding tonight. It makes finding claims even more difficult. I'm not even having to call out bids. The Monkeys Instant Replay, VG Plus $19.99. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, VG $14.99. Boston Self-Titled, VG Plus $24.99. OG Orange Label, very nice, $24.99. Led Zeppelin's at 130. Bob Seger Beautiful Loser, VG Plus 17. And Al Stewart, The Year of the Cat, VG Plus $9.99. So here's what we're looking at. Warhorse, one bid, 150. Chris Ledoux at 100. Bunch of horses up here. Look at all the horses. Warhorse 150. Chris Ledoux and all of his Broncos there. Andy Wade has that for 40. And Michael Butler has the rare German picture sleeve here at $130. Beautiful stuff there. Going once, going twice. Stephen Parton on Bob Seger. That's sold for $12 to Stephen Parton. This is Grandmaster Flash and the Fears 5 Greatest Messages. A sealed OG on Sugar Hill. Al Stewart sold to Chris Adams. Now Zeppelin's at 175. Boy, one of my favorites from Zeppelin. Hey, hey, what can I do? Oh, man. Pink Floyd, The Wall. VG $24.99. Does have some discoloration on the back. $24.99. And as y'all know, one of their best songs, and it never was included on any album. They never did put that song on any album. It should have been on either 3 or 4. It was recorded around that era, of course, 3 or 4. They didn't use it on physical, and they didn't even put it on Coda. I think Coda would have even been a huge seller, more than it was if they would have put it on that. But they've kind of made it an anomaly, and it's only available as that single. They later put it finally on LP on the Coda Expanded Edition. The Coda Expanded Edition. Okay? That's where you can get that one. All right. Queen News of the World is VG $14.99. And then David Allen Coe, Castles in the Sand, VG Plus $24.99. Triumph Thunder 7, VG $9.99. So there's new bids on Warhorse at 155, Chris Ledoux's at 130, Andy Wade 47, and Led Zeppelin 190. Okay, Robin Trower, Victims of the Fury, VG Plus $14.99. Queen's Greatest Hits, VG Plus $24.99. Blois de Cult, Some Enchanted Evening, VG $12.99. And Steely Dan Asia. That was Peg. VG Plus $24.99. Stephen Parton on BOC. And Chris Adams wants Trump. I think he meant Triumph. That's sold to Chris Adams. All right. And then over here, we got Corey Ross at 20 on Queen. Sold. And we still got bids coming in on Warhorse. The only thing in jeopardy is Chris Ledoux at 130. Grandmaster still getting bids. And Michael Butler's had Led Zeppelin for 190. Led Zeppelin at 190. All righty. Look, Grinch is drumming. Okay, can I get a drum set up here, Jake? Like a full Neil Peart drum set for my avatar? Okay, enough of that. Patrick's probably over here. This dude has lost his mind. Chris Ledoux is at 130 and 190 on that one. All right, let's just read the titles in here. And what was El Snapatan on Robin Trower? That was sold to El Snapatan, Robin Trower. My bad. All right, and here we go. This is it. This is it. Did y'all get the Neil C? I don't think it comes out this week. I don't think it's this week. It's up for pre-order, but I don't think it comes out this week, to my knowledge. Okay. All right, it's time. Chris Ledoux is sold for 130 to Matt Marco. That one's sold. The first couple Chris Ledoux sold way too cheap. I was like, what's going on? That's sold to Matt Marco 130. And over here, Michael Butler, it's at 2 minutes on Zeppelin. I'm about to sell it. It's to get in that dark orange. And here we go. We have Mothers of Invention, VG $24.99. Chicago VG plus $14.99. The Beatles was VG plus $19.99. Hendrix was VG plus $24.99. And Styx was VG $9.99. Okay. And let's do this. Sold to Michael Butler for $190. All right. Thank you, Michael Butler. That's sold to you for $190. Let's run another one. I still hadn't done any of the Sabbaths yet. We'll start putting some of those up pretty soon, okay? We'll start putting up some of those. Hey, there they are. Speak of the devil. How about we run one right now? We got the Sabbath albums, but if you thought that was crazy, wait till we go ahead and introduce some of these right here. Holy cow. Some of these are going to take off fast and furiously. Oh, my goodness. Let's do this one right here. French. Let's do this one right here. Here we go. All right, so this is it. This one is going to be, I'm nervous, okay? I am nervous. Check this out. A 1970 French OG picture sleeve of Black Sabbath Paranoid. Flip is rat salad. Oh, my. A Vertigo 7-inch here. This is going to be a strong VG, a $40 start. So these actually came, these French came with these little flip-flaps here. You see that thing right there? This is going to go in slot D. $40 start. This is Black Sabbath Paranoid. Black Sabbath Paranoid. And the flip on that one is Rat Salad. What a picture sleeve. Wow, look at that. Unbelievable. Look at Ozzy over there. Holy cow. Slot number D on that one. That is a $40 start, okay? 1970 French 7-inch single Black Sabbath Paranoid. $40 start. That's now up for bid, okay? Next thing is El Snapatan on MOI. Mothers of Invention sold to El Snapatan. Preston, you were second on that one. Over here, we have this right here. We have King Crimson, VG plus $26.99. We have Chic Your Booty, Frank Zappa. That's VG $19.99. Grateful Dead, VG plus $29.99. Heart was VG $12.99. And Jay Giles, Love Stinks. Hatchet Ed Crate is after this one. VG $9.99 on that. Billy Thorpe was VG $9.99. Man was VG plus $14.99. Beach Boys is VG plus $12.99. Tom Petty is VG plus $24.99. The Monkees, VG plus $19.99. So right now, Warhorse is at 202 with Rafe. Grandmaster Flash is at 63 with Tim Voldness. And the Paranoid picture sleeve is at 55 with Michael Butler. That just came in. And I'm putting up a fourth auction right now in slot B. And slot B is going to go up right now. And that is going to be this Palace pressing of Nirvana Nevermind. This is the highly sought after. I love it when it actually has the sticker, so there's no doubt. The Palace pressing of Nevermind. This will blow your socks off. This is kind of regarded as one of the better, if not best pressings you can get of this album. It will, I mean, I remember when these started getting rolled in and I finally opened one up and put it on up there through our clip speakers. I was like, good gosh, that chong-ka-chonk, ka-chonk-ka-chonk. And then it just like, man, it just blows up in your face. $25 start on Nirvana. The Palace pressing, near mint. $25 start on that one, okay? What's the Grandmaster Flash? Grandmaster Flash and the Furious 5 Greatest Message is sealed. $65 on that. Black Sabbath is at 60. Warhorse is at 210. Any more Motorhead shirts? Not right now. No, we've went through all the Motorhead shirts. We're probably going to be with vinyl for most of the night. until a little bit later. Then we'll get into some more t-shirts. What is BB condition? Beach Boys was in VG Plus condition, $12.99. Fleetwood Mac Rumors was VG $14.99. Boston was VG Plus $24.99. We had Pink Floyd, that was VG $24.99 on Pink Floyd. Queen was VG $14.99. David Allan Coe, VG Plus $24.99. And Steely Dan Aja, VG Plus $24. What year is it? Actually, the Discogs entry doesn't give it a year, but it should be around 2020 is when a lot of those were being made, 2020, 2021. Okay, the Vertigo sampler has already sold. That was one of the first ones. Yep, I see everything in green. That means everything's getting bids right now. 210, 60, 67, and 65. 210, 60, 67, and 65. All right, there's that. All right, Green Carnation. I have not seen that one, Charlie Buck, and I don't know about corrosion conformity. I'll try to find out. Did I miss any claims in here? Tim Voldness on David Allan Coe. That's sold to Tim Voldness. Okay, and I'm assuming everybody's done on Warhorse. Shane has it for 210. Queen Will Rock You is VG $14.99. Clint Black is already sold. All right, and Grandmaster's in yellow 67. Okay. All right. Heading out. Thank you. All righty. There it is. Patrick's got everything ready for us. It's been a busy day here at Collecco. Basically, we have a staff that shows up every day. If you include shippers and packers and taggers and sorters, we got about 12 people here on staff. And a lot of people don't realize this, but it takes every bit of them for us to do this every night. For us to be able to put all this on, my most important job is selling. So I usually nowadays just sell, go home, sell, go home, and I show up and they have everything ready for me. I do have to order new vinyl. I'm still doing all that till we can get a replacement. So that's my second most time-consuming thing. But as of late, we've been so busy here, I haven't had a lot of time for pre-orders, et cetera, et cetera. So Queen is sold to Thomas Hujar. It looks like everything has new bids except Warhorse. It's about to sell for 210. We got some serious stuff. Let's do the Hatchet Ed Crate. Hatchet Ed Crate is stuff that didn't get paid for, stuff that got put back. And please make sure you can, when you're buying stuff, you can pay for it. Okay. Otherwise, I don't know if y'all just saw what happened, but that busts through your door in the middle of the night, and he will collect payment, okay? So if you don't pay your invoices, that's what happens, okay? That will bust through your bedroom door in the middle of the night, and then you'll be wishing you had paid your invoices. And yes, that is a threat. Okay, let's go ahead and sell this to Shane Lando for $210. That is sold to Shane for $210. In the middle is a Nirvana Nevermind Palace pressings. And then Grandmaster Flash at 70 and Paranoid is at 88. So let's take a look at that right quick. This is a Near Mint Minus Palace pressing, 135. Grandmaster Flash at 70. And Amenities has the Paranoid picture sleeve at $88. Black Sabbath. That's amazing, okay? That is really, really cool, okay? All right, let's do that. And now let's go back over here to slot number A. And now we need another Vertigo. Let's go ahead and pull out a Grail. Before we do a Black Sabbath, this is a big one, folks. This is Cressida. This is a highly sought after one. This is a rare one. And this is a 1970 UK OG, Near Mint. Wow, Near Mint. This is a highly regarded one. Cressida. It's 1970 UK OG Vertigo, Near Mint. Comes with the original inner sleeve, and it is beautiful. This is a $700 start. $700 start on Cressida. $700 start. That's going to go in slot number A. And I'm going to be selling this book at some point tonight. I was going to use it a couple times as a reference tonight if I needed to. This is a now out-of-print book, very desirable, and there might be somebody definitely interested in buying it tonight. Just FYI, I've got some of them were bookmarked by the guy who had it before us, and I think they're sorted by catalog number. Let me see what Cressida is here. Cressida is, I think, it's pretty early, I think, in the catalog. 7 maybe. Is it that early? 6. And no, that's May Blitz. See if I can find it here. I think that was it. Whoop. Ian Matthews, Magna. Give me 1 second if I can't find it quick enough. Help us out, probably just look it up in the front. But this is a really cool book. I've read most of the blurbs about a lot of these we're going to sell tonight. And there's Warhorse we just sold. And of course, that was related to Deep Purple, the Warhorse we just sold a moment ago. But anyways, I'll let y'all know that's over here, and we'd put that up for bid in just a second, okay? All right, so there's that. And then Tim Voldness gets the Grandmaster for $70. Alex Miller has Black Sabbath for $95. Corey Ross back in at $96, okay? There's that, and let me go ahead and put up some new stuff. So Cressida is a $700 start. Cressida is a $700 start, yeah. And by the way, this book has a lot of information about the rarities of these, et cetera, and half of it's written in German, and then half of it's in English. So I'm trying my best. The first part, I was like, wait a minute, can I even read this? And I was like, oh, okay, it's in English as well. So yeah, it's really cool. It's got an index here of all the releases. Really cool. Okay, there's that. And looks like we're ready for more stuff. So Cressida is a $700 start. That's up for bid. All right, let me make sure I didn't miss any other bids over here. And we're good to go, okay? So this is Alice in Chains on yellow vinyl, $39.99. Alice in Chains, and this is $39.99, self-titled. This is Fraggle Rock, which is $59.99. Jim Henson's Fraggle Rock. There is so much in here. I don't know if I can even flip through these properly. Matt Marco got Alice in Chains. The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, $33.99. Sleater Kinney, Dig Me Out, $24.99. And then we have Bongzilla, America Jawanakin, $29.99. Amenities needs their undo D. Okay, there you have it. And also we have Big Black Songs About Blanking, $29.99. So Cressida, a $700 start. Over here, Nirvana's at $160. And then we need a new auction for slot number C here. So let's do it. They're still bidding on Black Sabbath Paranoid. Corey Ross has it for $96. Our next auction is Chris Ledoux, and this is Sounds of the Western Country, a 1980 German pressing, near mint, a $50 start. Chris Ledoux, near mint, a German press, $50 start. That's now up for bid, okay? They're still bidding on Nirvana. Everything in here is sticker price, new vinyl. AC/DC, If You Want Blood, $29.99 on AC/DC. Geddy Lee, The Lost Demos, $24.99. First time on vinyl from My Favorite Headache. And then over here, we have Megadeth Endgame. Megadeth is $38.99. Big Black is sold to Colin Butler, $29.99. Thank you, Colin. And then As I Lay Dying, Frail Words Collapse. As I Lay Dying, $39.99. Orange Smoke. Okay? So Cressida is a final chance at $700. Nirvana's at $165. Chris Ledoux, a $55 start. And Amenities is still bidding on the Black Sabbath Paranoid, $98 right now on that one. $98 on that one. Radiohead, OK Computer, OK Not OK. The 3LP Radiohead, $59.99. Also, we have Rob Zombie's newest album, The Great Satin, 28-page book, limited to 5,200. Black and White Swirl, Satan Satin, $38.99. And then we got two of those. We have two of those in stock. OK Computer sold to Blackie L. Chris Ledoux does have a bid with Matt Marco at $55. And if anybody else wants to bid on the Black Sabbath picture sleeve, amazing here. French OG Vertigo, Paranoid picture sleeve, a strong VG, it's at $98. It's at $98. Did waitlist on Megadeth? No, they haven't. No, they haven't. I don't think so. Spin Doctors, Pocket Full of Kryptonite. Spin Doctors is $39.99. Pocket Full of Kryptonite, $39. I'm going to lay those there behind me because now I have some space in the crate to actually flip through here. And we still got Pretty Reckless. That's the new 2 LP with the HD side. $46.99 on the Pretty Reckless. And in front of that is Hellstorm, their self-titled debut, $29.99. All right, Cressida was up for 7 minutes. I have a feeling if you wanted to bid on it, you would have bid $700. So Cressida is a bot now for $700 if anybody wants that. $700 if anybody wants Cressida. It's near mint, a 1970 UK OG, $700 on that one, okay? We have an offer for $500. I'll pass for right now, but thank you for the offer. And we have Nirvana at $166. I'm going to wait a little bit later before I start taking any less on these. We have Matt Marco on Chris Ledoux at $55, and Paranoid's got a new bid for $99. Final call on Chris Ledoux. And then we have Wendy O. Williams for $24.99, and Sonny Boy Williamson, the Real Folk Blues. That's a chess 75th anniversary, $39.99. $39.99. Next one is going to go up right now, and that next one is going to be this one right here. I think somebody, did I just see that pop up? I think somebody just said Beggar's Banquet. No, my bad. I thought someone said Beggar's Opera. Maybe that's what they meant. Beggar's Opera. Spiky, like I said, I'm going to keep all these pretty close to the minimum bid. And if they don't sell later tonight or by tomorrow, then I'll probably start taking a little bit less. This is a 1971 UK OG Vertigo. It is EX, and it comes with the original Vertigo inner sleeve. And this is Beggar's Opera, Waters of Change. Beggar's Opera, Waters of Change. It has the original Vertigo swirl inner sleeve. It's a gatefold jacket. EX, a $200 start. EX, a $200 start. So there's that, and now that's open officially in slot number A. Matt Marco gets the Chris Ledoux for $55. Thank you, Chris Ledoux. That's so to you. Yes, this is the Hatchet Ed crate. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. I did. El Snapatan on Sonny Boy Williamson. That's so to him. Now, here's the high bids on the other ones. Nirvana, $180. Alex Miller has Paranoid at $99. He also has Nirvana at $180. We need another auction there for slot number C. And that next auction over there for slot number C is going to be Rush Presto. Let's go ahead and open that up. Rush Presto is a 1989 USOG, and this is near mint. It does have a gold stamp promo and the double hop sticker. It is a cutout record, probably because it's a gold stamp promo. And Rush is going to go up for a $55 start. Beautiful vinyl, near mint, $55 start on Rush Presto. And there's the original inner sleeve that's now up for bid. I'm starting to see Black Sabbath near the end. Beggar's Opera is a $200 start. And then we have Ghost, and this is Meliora, Indie Store exclusive, Coke bottle clear, and that is $33.99. $33.99 for Ghost Meliora. Also, we have Spacewalk, a tribute, or excuse me, a salute to Ace Frehley. This is on red marble vinyl, $34.99. Spacewalk, a salute to Ace Frehley, $34.99, red marble vinyl. Also over here, we have Van Morrison. This is the album Moondance, and this is from the Rhino Reserve Series, $38.99. All right, so let's go ahead and sell the Black Sabbath Paranoid picture sleeve to Alex Miller for $99. Thank you on that. Rush is at $60 with C. Craig, that's Craig, and then Matt Marco gets the Van Morrison out of here. And it looks like Alex Miller is about to get Nirvana, and it looks like we have our first air horn. Rob Fordham gets the Cressida for $700. Rob Fordham gets the Cressida for $700. And we officially have our first air horn of the night. Honestly, I remember when we first got these in and I was looking at these, I expected this one to bring north of 1,000, but it sold for $700 to Rob Fordham. I'm going to put on my ear protection. I hope everybody's ready. First big Vertigo title of the night gone. A 1970 UK OG, $700. Rob Fordham. Here we go. Thank you, and done. Holy cow. Probably be like 5 more years before I see another one of those. that is sold, okay? Let's go ahead and sell this as well to Alex Miller. Nirvana is sold for 180, and that's sold to Alex Miller for 180. That is done. And then Rush is at 80 with Rock Show right now, presto. Rush is OG. It's a saw mark because it's a gold stamp promo, hop sticker, and when you play it, say it sticker, original on her sleeve, it's at $80, okay? Nobody bid on Beggar's Opera. It's a $200 buy it now. One more time on that one. It's a 1971 UKOG EX, and it comes with an original Vertigo inner sleeve, and this is $200. $200, and this is Beggar's Opera, Waters of Change. You can pick it up for a $200 buy it now, and it is sold to Michael Butler for $200. Sold to Michael Butler. A Snipe, and he gets that one for $200, okay? Now, I think we're good to go. I see a lot of clear spaces, and we're ready to go, okay? A, B, and C is clear. So, first thing we have, we're going to at least put down 2 more auctions, especially one from the Vertigo. Let's go ahead and do it. And the next one from the Vertigo, It's Time for a Sabbath. Okay, now we got several versions of this album, as y'all probably seen. Several versions. So we probably need to go ahead and chip away one. And let me see what all 4 of them were marked, because I'm probably going to start with what I think maybe is one of the better ones, and then we'll work our way down from there. So this is a Vertigo repress, but that's pretty low grade. And then we have a strong VG, a VG plus. All right, so let's do the Scandinavian. All right, let's do so we have these from different countries tonight, okay? We have these from different countries, and they're all Vertigo, and this is a 71 OG VG Plus, $125 start. I listened to Sweet Leaf on the way here. I was like, man, if we're going to be selling 4 or 5 copies of this tonight. So, and what I like about them is it's not like we have duplicates. They're all different. This is an OG Scandinavian press. This one's unique. The letters are trimmed in white. Very cool. I like that. It really stands out, because y'all have seen these a lot. Like, there's some in green. There's some both in purple. I mean, there's a lot of different cover variants. This is an OG Scandinavian press. 1971, and Patrick graded it VG Plus conservatively. And we had a German OG of this one time. Best sounding Black Sabbath Master of Reality I'd ever heard. I was blown away. I was blown away. There's such a good sounding record. $125 start. That's now up for bid. Slot number 8, Master of Reality, $125 on that one, okay? Rock Show has had Rush for quite some time for $80. Let's go ahead and put up that other Grandmaster Flash. Actually, excuse me. Let's go ahead and do this right here. Let's go ahead. We got to chip away at these. I know we got a bunch of them, but if we don't knock out a few more, we're going to have a bunch at the end. Here is in slot number B, Chris Ledoux sings Western Country, Cowboys Ain't Easy to Love. This is in slot number B, VG Plus, Chris Ledoux, a $35 start. $35 start. That's now up for bid. And let's go ahead and sell Rush Presto for $80. That's sold to Rock Show for $80. Black Sabbath Master, $145. Rock Show gets that. Thank you. And there's the next Chris Ledoux, a 78 OG VG Plus, and that's a $35 start. And now we're ready for even more activity. If y'all are ready, I'm ready. Next auction is going to go up right now. Let's knock out another Vertigo. I'll do something a little bit different here. Let's go ahead and do a Gentle Giant, okay? And this is a 1970 UK. 1970 UK. And this one is classified as a repress, a big one in the Vertigo catalog, a well-known one, a 1970 UK VG Plus, and this is going to go up for a $75 start. $75 start, 1970 UK, VG Plus. VG Plus, and this one is a repress from the notes I have over here. Very cool, $75 start. Gentle Giant, $75 start. There's that. There's the Vertigo inner sleeve. That's a $30 value. And the top cam is worthy for this one to show the jacket. Very cool. Gentle Giant, $75 start. That's now up for bid, okay? All righty. Black Sabbath 156, Chris Ledoux 35, and there's Gentle Giant. All right. Let's go right over here, and let's see what else I've got going on. And let's add a fourth auction. But let me show a few more things from the Hatchet Ed crate. Melvin's Hostile Ambient Takeover. Melvin's is $29.99. Alice in Chains, Black Gives Way to Blue. Alice in Chains, $39.99. A 2 LP, Black Gives Way to Blue. And we have Monk. This is a Analog Productions Thelonious Monk Quartet Mysterioso, $46.99. Thelonious Monk Quartet Mysterioso, and that one is new and Analog Productions, $46.99. Jeremy Lucky gets Alice in Chains. This is a Hatchet Ed crate, in case anybody doesn't know. That means if you don't pay for these, you don't pay for your records, that's what happens. And believe me, you do not want that to happen. Let's go ahead and put up another 45. And since we got a Black Sabbath album up, let's take a break on the Sabbath 45s. And let's put up this. Holy cow, look at this. Jimi Hendrix, All Along the Watchtower, the Bob Dylan song, covered by Hendrix. And then Can You See Me? Two great tracks. A German picture sleeve. Very nice. Don't think I've ever had it before. And this is going to go up for, let's see, this is about, man, it looks nice. VG Plus EX, I mean, conservatively, $10 start on Hendrix. $10 start on Hendrix. This is going to go up for bid win right now in slot number. Now, I expect this to take off like the Artemis II, okay? Just whoosh, straight into outer space. There it is. All right, let's go over the Black Sabbath one more time. Black Sabbath one more time here. And we have Black Sabbath Master of Reality, a 1971 Scandinavian OG. 1971 Scandinavian OG Vertigo. VG Plus condition. Yep. 71 OG VG Plus condition. Thomas Hujar has had it for 2 minutes at 160. It's in its final warning. It's in its final warning. Jimi Hendrix is at 10 with Chris Bachek. Okay, there's that. And now we have a few claims in here. First thing is amenities on Monk. That's sold to amenities. Alex Miller gets Melvin's. Thomas Hujar was next on Monk. All right. We got Cypress Hill live at Rock IM Park, $29.99. Cypress Hill. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou on red vinyl, $44.99. And then somebody asked me about Jeremy Merckx that just got on. Chad, do you have any more of the Tom Petty live in London? I do. Jeremy, I do. Jeremy, I do. Yes. Jeremy, I do. Vinyl Paul has Gentle Giant at 75. Okay. Gentle Giant's at 75. David Sommer on CH for Cypress Hill. This is Hatchet Ed crate. Jimi Hendrix is at 16. There's another Oh Brother, Where Art Thou. And then here is a massive seam split Harry Potter. $15 off. It's got a bad seam split up here. Deathly Hollows Part 1, $29.99. $29.99. New bid on Black Sabbath at 165. Deidre has Chris Ledoux at 50. Paul Oakley 75. And Craig Thomas has Jimi Hendrix at 16. 165, 50, 75, and 16. That's the high bids on all those right now. So we're still getting bids on Black Sabbath. This was discounted because it has a bent cover, and this was Deicide in Sister Wristed Rhythm. And Deicide was $10 off because of this bent cover, $29. Did Hocus Pocus sell yet? No, it has not. No, it has not. We need to pull a Tom Petty, though. Let me pull that out for him. Give me 1 second. We need to pull a Tom Petty out. This is a Hatchet Ed crate, a fan favorite. Everybody likes to always see what people didn't pay for. Everybody's like, what did somebody not pay for that now I'm going to purchase? That's what this stuff is. Make sure you pay for your records. Make sure your eyeballs aren't bigger than your bank account. Tom Petty over here. This is sold to Jeremy Merck. Thank you on that one. And then any other claims in here? I don't see any yet. And then over here we have, now if the Hatchet Ed stuff's always sticker price unless I've already discounted it. If I've discounted it already, then I'll honor that same discount price. Death non-analog Tijuana from Relapse is just $19.99. George Michael Faith, $29.99 for George Michael Faith, $29.99. Chris Ledoux is sold to Deidre for $50. Thank you on that. We're knocking out the Chris Ledoux's here and there. We'll try to get them all done here in the next hour or so. It's already 8:11. We're moving some big stuff. Paul Oakley's about to get their Gentle Giant for just $75. $75. There's a bid on D for 18, but it's not showing. D is at 20 with 007 Platinum. 007 Platinum has D right now at $20. Our next auction, this is a bootleg unofficial Aerosmith. It's called Big Ones. It's white vinyl. It's an unofficial. This has always been a highly desirable one because it's not in print. And honestly, I don't think it's ever been either on vinyl or reissued on vinyl. Aerosmith is a white vinyl 2LP. That's now in slot number B for $75. And over here, speaking of $75, Paul Oakley gets Gentle Giant for $75. Nice. Thank you, Paul Oakley. That is sold to you. Let's go ahead and put that away. Hendrix is at $20. I thought that was going to be another $100 one, like Sabbath, or I honestly thought it was going to be another $100. Can I bid $20? Can I go ahead and throw in $50? Is that allowed? Can I bid on it? Gary Samuels on Death for, I mean, I feel kind of sick to my stomach now. This is $19.99, so to Gary Samuels on Death. And we have Sly and the Family Stone Fresh, VG $14.99. Stephen Tuttle, you're back out on Black Sabbath, $184. If y'all are new here, just so you know, the bids are updated. If you're not watching the scoreboard, you may miss out on an auction. I can't call out every single bid. The whole reason we had all this designed is so that we could speed up auctions. So make sure you're paying attention to the scoreboard. If your name isn't in lights, if you don't see your name in bright lights popping up there, then you don't have to bid. Then you do not have the bid, and you got to make sure you're on the screen. American Woman, this was in a $9.99 discount crate. VG Plus OG label. Like I said, I'll honor that same price. Big Ones came out one time in 1994 in Europe. And yeah, Aerosmith is a white vinyl unofficial, a $75 start. Okay. Next thing is this. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And this is Hocus Pokes. Hocus Pokes. I don't know if you're ready for this or not, Thomas Ujar. I hope you've contacted your accountant. This is a 1972 UK copy. This is a 1972 UK original Hocus Pokes. Earth Harmony, $800 start. $800 start, and it's near mint minus. OG Vertigo, rare, beautiful, near mint minus, $800 start. This is now up for bid. Hocus Poke, Earth Harmony. It has a Vertigo sleeve with it. It has a die-cut jacket. Nice. VG Plus, $800 on that. The vinyl's near mint minus. Not Hocus Pocus, Hocus Pokes. $800 start on that one. Matt Shirley gets Guess Who for $9.99. Whiskey Todd was second. All right, and it looks like Black Sabbath's at $200 with Thomas Hujar, and Jimi Hendrix is at $40 with 007 Platinum. Heart Magazine, VG Plus, $17.99. Heart Magazine. Over here, Pink Floyd was in a half-off crate for $25. Pink Floyd was in a half-off crate for $25. A Jacksonville reissue, Obscured by Clouds, $25. Green Tambourine, it looks like I took an offer for $14. The Lemon Pipers, $14 on the Lemon Pipers. Clean copy. And then over here, we have Amenities getting the Pink Floyd for $25. Final Chance on Aerosmith and Hocus Pokes is an $800 start. Hendrix is at $40 right now. Urgent was a Japanese press, half off for just $10. Cast the First Stone, $10 on that one. They're still bidding on Black Sabbath. It's at $205 right now. Black Sabbath is at $205. And T-Rex Electric Warrior, 2012 180 gram, $39.99. Price on 54. Price on 54. Price on 54. 54. We have June 1st, 1974. Kevin Ayers, John Kell, Eno, and Nico, $49.99. And we have Flash, the original soundtrack. This is EX, $27 on Flash. Aha, $27. It has the original inner sleeve, $27 on that one. And then King Crimson was $40. Looks like I took an offer for $40 and somebody didn't pay for it, okay? Over here, we have first, no bid and a no bid. Errol Smith is $75 if anybody wants it. I buy it now. And Hocus Pokes is $800. Earth Harmony, $800 if anybody wants that, okay? $800. Hocus Pokes, a 72 UK near mint, $800. $800, okay? $800. $800. Let's go this right over here. I'm going to keep this right over here, all right? Black Sabbath is at $210. It is a 1971 OG Scandinavian. Very cool. The Scandinavian cover had the title trimmed in white. It's a solid VG Plus, and it's at $210. Master of Reality, $210 on that one, okay? That's now at $210. Next thing over here is Travis Woods gets Errol Smith, and Travis Woods gets Errol Smith for $75. Can I go through the no bid crate? I cannot, Edwin. If you want me to go through the whole crate, there's about 75 records over here. It would take about 45 minutes. So maybe later tonight. Can't do it right now, though. And then 007 Platinum gets the Jimi Hendrix for $40. All right, thank you, Shane. That is so to you. $40 on that. This crate is everything from the last 2 weeks that has not sold. What I recommend is, Edwin, I hope you've walked your dogs. I hope you've walked your dogs. I hope you've fed your cats. And let me ask you this, Edwin. Are you watching completely uninterrupted right now? Let me ask you, can I ask you a personal question? Are you sitting on your couch with nothing else to do for the rest of the night? And I hope you say yes. Otherwise, you're not taking this show tonight seriously. If you're not just like in a recliner or in a chair or something with nothing to do and like there's no distraction, then you're not taking this sale and you're going to miss out on some Vertigo stuff, and you're going to be like, I know you've already missed out on like 3. He's out walking his dog. I knew it. That's why you keep asking. You're like, can I see no bids? What was that? Holy crap, Chad, has this sold? If you're not sitting on your couch with headphones in, locked in right now with me, everybody, you're going to miss some of this stuff, and you're going to be like, good Lord, what have I done? I've been waiting all night. He's still on the move. I know it. I can tell you're probably driving, walking, you're missing auctions, you're wanting to see all the no bids, you're worried. You got to get home, and you got to get home, and you got to get locked in. You can't, if you're here, if you're trying to do other stuff right now, and y'all want to bid on these auctions, you are going to mess up. You're going to screw up, and your whole night and your whole weekend is going to be ruined. So I hope you're locked in with me now. This is Soda Thomas Hujar. El Snappatan, you missed the Jimmy. There's a lot of people not focused right now. This is serious crap being sold tonight. This is Vertigo night. There is serious crap happening right now. I want to make sure y'all are locked in with me. You need to tell your wife or husband and your kids, family, I've enjoyed seeing you throughout the week. It's over. Father or mother's going upstairs. I'm watching Chad. I'm buying collectibles, okay? Hope everybody's ready. Now, the last one that just didn't get a bid was Hocus Pokes, which is $800. So I'm going to leave that right there on the front. All right? Now, the board is completely cleared. We're ready for more, okay? The board is completely clear. This is a hatcheted crate. We're about to put up 4 new auctions, okay? 4 new auctions are going up right now. The next one is this. Somebody's been asking for one, okay? Beggar's Opera Pathfinder. Beggar's Opera. Here's Beggar's Opera. I hope this one's Pathfinder because it's our next one in slot number A. This is this is serious crap here. Beggar's Opera. Beggar's Opera. Beggar's Opera is a 1972. This is Pathfinder. It's an OG 1972 with this. Let's go to the top cam for this. It's a 6-part fold-out, die-cut poster jacket. Let me show y'all this. This folds out into 6 panels, the jacket does, and it makes this huge poster. Look at that. This is what made Vertigo unique. These unknown artists at the time putting out these large, expensive packaging on the sleeve. This is a 6-panel OG fold-out gatefold, double pocket, 6-fold, tri-fold, super deluxe jacket. Okay, that's every adjective I could think of. This is now up for bid. Let me see if I folded that one correctly. I don't think I did. Nope, I know it doesn't go like that. I think it has a fold. There we go. And then it folds up like this. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I've messed up big time. I think it folds like this and then like that. There we go. I think. I don't know. I think I've messed this up big time. Oh no. Patrick had it perfectly. Oh no. What have I done? I'm going to have to figure it out later. I don't want to fold it up anymore. Oh, no. Let's see. Okay, definitely like that, right? Yep. And then definitely like this. Yep. That's how it goes if it's not wanting to lay right. Okay. Anyway, there it is. All right, I got it. All right, so Beggar's Opera is $175. The vinyl is EX. The vinyl's EX, and it's $175 start. Now you know what it is, $175 start, okay? Beggar's Banquet, Earth Opera. Gigantic jacket there, obviously. That's now in slot number A. Okay? All right. Now, Shane Landote's already in. That was easy. Next is going to go up for bid right now, and this is Greta Van Fleet. This is a tough one to get. Greta Van Fleet, an official Strange Horizons 2021. This is a 2 LP on clear vinyl, 2 LP clear vinyl, and this is going to go up for a $250 start. Greta Van Fleet, live from Nashville, Strange Horizons 2021. That's in slot number B, $250 start on Greta Van Fleet. $250 start on Greta Van Fleet. Next auction is going up for what? Going up for bid when? Going up for bid where? Right now, Chris Ledoux, he rides the wild horse. Chris Ledoux is sealed. A $65 start, 1981, unopened. 1981, $65 start. That's going to go up for slot C. Okay. Next thing over here is what was the June 1974 in the crate. The June 1974 in the crate was Kevin Ayers, John Cale, Eno, and Nico. 1974, $49.99. $49.99. The high bid, Shane, is 176 on Beggar's Opera. You've been outbid. Shane's back in at 185. Edwin Blom, you've been outbid. Wasp Babylon is $29.99. And Marshall Tucker Band's Greatest Hits, a Newberry Comics exclusive, 100% analog, sealed for $49.99. Slot D is our next Black Sabbath picture sleeve. This is awesome. A 1970 German of Black Sabbath, Paranoid and the Wizard. This is going to go over here in slot number C. Take a look at that. Holy moly. A 1970 German 7-inch picture sleeve. It's even got advertisements on the back for Vertigo. We have one of those. We've sold one of those. We have one of those tonight. We sold one of those. It's got ads for other Vertigo releases on the back. How cool is that? $30 start. $30 start. Greta Van Fleet, $250, no bid yet. Chris Ledoux, $65, no bid yet. These are all sticker price. These are all 6 sticker price here. These are Hatchet Ed records, no more, no less, unless they're already discounted. Like this one, this Gold Stamp Promo Steely Dan, VG Plus was already discounted to $19.99. $19.99, okay? Black Sabbath is at $30 with amenities. The Byrds Greatest Hits, the original Columbia 2i. I took an offer on this for an $11. I will still do $11 on it. It was originally marked $19.99. And then we got amenities on Steely Dan, and let's keep that at $19.99. That was the on sale price. Nobody bid on Greta Van Fleet. Nobody's bid on Chris Ledoux. And Beggar's Opera is at $195 right now, just FYI. This is Joe Beam, as in Antonio Carlos Joe Beam, $9.99. I had it at one time, $24.99. And then we have Crosby, Stills, and Nash. This was $24 on sale or marked down, or I took an offer for $14.99. Somebody didn't pay for it. And then Roxy Music was $9.99. Roxy Music, the 5th Roxy Music album, Siren, $9.99. $9.99 for David Crosby, If I Could Only Remember My Name, and that was half off a VG copy. And that was $9.99, okay? $9.99. So some of these were already discounted, and if they have a sticker on them, that is the discounted price, okay? Just FYI. All right, so what we're first going to do is this. RM Roxy Music had no condition notes. Sold to John Durden for $9.99. Ernest Nunez gets Joe Beam for $9.99. And no bid on Greta Van Fleet, $250. Greta Van Fleet is $250. And Chris Ledoux is $65, okay? So there's that and there's that. Those are now buy it nows. All right, first thing I have over here is this. Beggar's Opera. Beggar's Opera is at $200 with Thomas Sujar. And I think I have this folded correctly. There was one flap earlier that I think I need to fold one way before I fold it the other. I know it's not like that. No. Anyways, I don't know. Maybe it's where we unfolded it and it just don't want to lay flat anymore. I'm not for sure. Before we, whenever this sells, I'm going to leave it flat and have them figure it out, okay? Because there's obviously something I'm missing here, but that's how it naturally looks. I mean, that's obviously the front and the back, but something's not right in the middle. So I got to figure that out. And I'm not good with folding posters. Some of y'all remember that. Yep, Craig remembers that. I'm not good with folding posters. Y'all should have seen some of that. I sold about 10,000 movie posters one summer, and I had to fold them, and it was my nightmare. Okay, and then over here we have Cross Stills and Nash, no condition notes. It is like a 180-gram reissue, $14.99 on that. And then we have an offer on Greta Van Fleet for $175. I will do $240 on Greta Van Fleet. And then next thing was King Crimson, US or UK. King Crimson here was a US copy. Richmond Press, 1969. And then over here, we're caught up, right? I think we are. Now we need 2 new auctions. So nobody bought the Greta Van Fleet, and nobody bought the Chris Ledoux, $65. They're still bidding on Black Sabbath at $60. Edwin Blom has Earth Opera at $225. Okay. Next is, this is $20. It was 2 summers ago. 2 summers ago. Wow. Yeah. This is an unpaid auction. $20. It was a VG minus 73 OG Alice Cooper. VG minus Alice Cooper, $20 on that. $20 on that. That was an auction. This was also an auction. Guns N' Roses, the ultra rare tracks, unofficial red vinyl, $60. Jeremy Lucky on Alice Cooper. Okay, there's that. So if y'all are relatively new to Colecco, yeah, about 2 summers ago, according to my Square account, we sold over 10,000 movie posters here. And we did that every night, late night, and it was a hoot. And I wish I had everything back to sell again. And some of them I regret selling. Let's do another Chris Ledoux. Used to Want to Be a Cowboy, sealed, a $65 start. That's going to slot B, a $65 start on Chris Ledoux. And over here, the Black Sabbath is at $70. And then our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is Kraftwerk Computer World. And Kraftwerk is a 1981 Winchester press, VG Plus condition, a $25 start. VG Plus, $25 start. And that's Kraftwerk Computer World, VG Plus. Matt Marco's in on that Chris Ledoux. It's going to sell. And 007 and amenities, y'all are bidding on the Black Sabbath, just FYI, okay? Next thing in here is Benny King, a Japanese pressing, $20 on that. A 1980 Japanese pressing, $20 on Benny King. And then Metallica, Creeping Death, $65. That's the gold vinyl UK Music for Nations. Should be Am I Evil and Blitzkrieg on the flip. Am I Evil and Blitzkrieg, yep. $65. That is available. These are unclaimed auctions here, okay? Over here, Shane Lando has had for quite some time Beggar's Opera. He's had Beggar's Opera for quite some time at $230. Quite some time would be 2 minutes. Matt Marco, Chris Ledoux, 65, and Kraftwerks at 25. Shane, you've been outbid on Black Sabbath. Amenities has it for 71. Kraftwerk is 81 USOG VG Plus. Ozzy, Diary of a Madman, and 81 USOG, $30 on Ozzy. $30 on Ozzy. Metallica was claimed quickly to Matt Marco. Thank you on that one. That sold to Matt Marco for $65. And then this is a bootleg Alice in Chains, three-legged dog, color unknown, just $25 though on Alice in Chains. And then Rob Zombie, Lunar Injection picture disc, $46. So that was a 2023 U.S. record store day, and that's $46. Stephen Parton on Rob Zombie. Matt Marco got Alice in Chains. Jeremy Lucky next on Rob Zombie, and El Snapatam next on Alice in Chains. Billy Squire, a Japanese pressing, $35 of Emotions in Motion is Aussie RTI. No Aussies, an 81 USOG Pittman. James Masters. James Masters is a note on the back. Journey Frontiers, Japanese, $35. And Metallica, bootleg, customer return. He didn't like how it sounded. $150. 1992, February 16th, $150 on the Metallica bootleg. $150 on that one, okay? Matt Marco gets the Chris Ledoux for $65. Kraftwerk Computer World is an 81 USOG Winchester. 81 USOG Winchester, and that's $28. Jeremy Lucky, you're going to get the Rob Zombie picture disc. He's going to pass that to you for $46, okay? All righty. So Beggar's Opera is still getting bids. It's at $240 with Shane Lando. We need a new auction in B. Mark Fallon has OK Computer for $28, and 007 Platinum has Black Sabbath at $80. Mark, you just got outbid on Computer World, all right? And then let's keep rolling here. So the first part of the crate is new sealed, and then we had some pre-owned stuff, either that sold or I took offers on or was half off, and then a few unpaid auctions. And this is the Hatchet Ed crate. And now I can put some stuff back in here. There was actually so much in here, I had to take some stuff out, and I am very thirsty. I am very thirsty, and I'm going to go get a Monster energy drink. And not before I put up another auction in slot B, though. We're chipping away at the Chris Ledoux's, but let's go ahead and put up some more Vertigo, because, man, we got some serious Vertigo crap here to run. Here's another well-known artist on the Vertigo label, and this is a really bizarre pressing. 1979 India. 1979 India. Look at the back jacket. Very cool here. It's actually written in the foreign language, which is not Indian. Their language is called, I don't know. It's left me. But Thin Lizzy over here is a 1979 EX condition, and this is a $60 start. They speak Indish, and this is a 1979 Indian OG EX condition. Very cool, though. A $60 start. Hindi. Yeah, thank you. Hindi. Almost said Yiddish. I knew that wasn't right, though. This is a 1979 Indian OG. Hindi, thank you. This is a $60 start on that one, okay? A 79 Vertigo Swirl from India. Unusual, rare pressing. Thomas, he has the Beggar's Opera at $240. Shane, you're outbid on Black Sabbath, and Mark, you're outbid on Kraftwerk, okay? Greta Van Fleet, $200. Steven, you're getting close. One more bump, and I'll probably go ahead and sell it to you, my friend. One more bump. Give me one more big bump. I mean a big one. I mean a big bump. Let me go over here and get a big monster right quick. Hindi. Kurdish. All right. I got to get focused. A lot going on. Running 4 auctions is a mind cluster. I still got Japanese to do. We'll do that here in just a second. I'm almost done with like the, well, you know, you get what I'm saying. Hindi, that's got to be one of the most spoken languages. What do you got? Mandarin, Hindi, English. All right, I see new bids on everything. Here we go. Awesome Hatchet Egg Crate. We still got John Mark some awesome pre-owned stuff too. Here we go. Did I miss anything else? Lots of crap. Lots of crap to sell. True. All right, Jim Henson's Fraggle Rock, green and yellow vinyl, $59.99. The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, $33.99. Sleater Kinney, $24.99. Bongzilla America Jawanakin, $29.99. AC/DC If You Want Blood, $29.99. Geddy Lee, $24.99. Megadeth Endgame, $38.99. As I Lay Dying, $39.99. Orange Smoke, Rob Zombie's newest album, $38.99. Spin Doctors Music on Vinyl, $39. Pretty Reckless, the 2 LP expanded with etching, $46. Hailstorm, $29. And Wendy O. Williams, $24. Quick look. You ready? $245 Shane, $80 Michael Butler, $38 Joe Castillo, $90 007 Platinum. That's what we're looking like. Those are all final calls. Jeremy Lucky on As I Lay Dying. That is so to Jeremy Lucky. And then over here we got Ghost Meliora. Jeremy asked about this earlier. $33.99. Ghost Meliora, $33.99. Thomas, you're out on Beggar's Opera, by the way. A tribute to Ace Frehley, $34.99. The newest Oh Brother Art Thou Anniversary, $44. A Sing Split Harry Potter, $15 off, makes it $29. And then we have a corner bend on a Deicide for $29, $10 off on that. George Michael Faith, $29. And then Sly and the Family Stone Fresh, VG, $14.99. If Jeremy passes on the Ghost, he asked earlier what it was, and I never did show it to him again. I forgot. But if he wants, it's yours. If not, JCB. All right, let's go ahead and sell Black Sabbath, 007 Platinum, $90. Thank you on that one. Mark Fallon's back in on OK Computer. Joe Castillo, you're out. Michael Butler, it looks like you get the Vertigo here, $80 on the Thin Lizzy Black Rose. Thank you on that one. A 79 Indian OG. That's sold to Michael Butler for $80. That was a cool one. We got some affordable ones tonight. Not all of them are hundreds and hundreds of dollars. And then over here, we got sold on Beggar's Opera. Now, somebody said, I'm going to try this one more time. Somebody said if you fold it in half, it may. I don't think that's going to work, though. No, that might have worked. Uh-oh. Let's see now. Then like this, and then like, oh, that worked. Thank you for whoever told me to fold it in half. Thank you. That worked. Okay. Fold in half. If you ever have a problem with something, just fold it in half. If you ever have a problem with anything, you can name anything right now. Just fold it in half and it will fix it. Okay? All right. Here we go. And over here, and Diesel just bid 85. Man, Diesel, I've already sold it. That's a big foot shooting. He might have bid that thing all the way up to 200 if you could have got that. There's no telling how big of a foot shooting that was. There's no telling how big of a foot shooting I just did. Beggar's Opera sold for $245. Hold on, I see a lot of activity rolling in. I see a lot of activity rolling in. I broke my sunglasses and then folded them in half. That sounds like something you would do, Jim B. Let's go over here and pass on Ghost. So this is so to JCB. All right, done on that. We're about to put up some serious auctions. The Pretty Reckless was the newest 2 LP Death by Rock and Roll with etching, $46.99. Stephen Parton gets Greta Van Fleet for 210. Thank you. I like that number. So does Stephen Parton for 210. That was a deal, in my opinion, just my opinion. Oh, Brother Warthal. Actually, I was doing these on sale this week. So if anybody wants these, I'll do them $10 off. I was doing these on sale, $34.99. All right, and then Harry Potter 20. I don't want to do 20. That would be more than half off. I don't think a seam split is worthy of me losing that much money. I probably paid like $36 for this wholesale, $29.99 with a seam split. And then over here, my crate is full. Hold on one second. And we're about to put up some more auctions. Shout out to Henry, Tanner, and Patrick for getting all this stuff ready, and then the rest of our staff. Let's see if I can name everybody. Zach, Jack, Jill, Hayden, Ed, Julie, Seth, Tanner, G, John, Patrick, Henry, Tanner, Tony. Who else am I forgetting? Thanks, everybody. Make these shows going every night. It's pretty amazing. I'll walk sometimes here. I'll stay really late into the mornings, and when everybody's here working, I'm like, man, how did I do all this? There'll be like 10 people in here running around doing stuff, and I'm glad I got all these people here for me. I just like showing up and selling stuff. They make my life pretty easy. Oh yeah, and Ed. Can't forget Ed. Oh my gosh, he's the backbone here. $34.99. And let's sell this to Creek Small. I got one more if anybody wants one. And then Pretty Reckless is sold, okay? Pretty Reckless is sold. All right, and then Joe Castillo has Craftwork at 40. Thomas Hujar, I'm assuming you're still out. No Steve, no Steve. All right, so let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we go. Next thing is let's do another Black Sabbath, and this time let's do a Paranoid, okay? So this is the second UK pressing of Black Sabbath Paranoid. The second UK pressing. And your mom, yes, Julie. That's Julie. 1970 UK, second press without management credits. Second press. So the same disc, it's just an updated jacket. Okay, updated jacket. And over here, this is a 1970 UK. It has a Vertigo sleeve. I mean, we're talking about Paranoid, Iron Man, 1970. Ahead of its time, in my opinion. Vertigo, very cool. So I think that's the same stampers. I think that's the same stampers as the OG. It's just an updated jacket. The jacket has management updated credits. I know the manager for Bill Ward. Personally, I was talking to him this week. Black Sabbath Paranoid. This is now up for bid, $125 start. A solid VG copy, Vertigo Swirl. Joe Castillo, $40 on the Craftwork. Thank you on that. I'm very excited to get to these other pre-owned crates tonight. Coming up soon. Next, let's put up another Vertigo right quick. And this one is a big one, I'm pretty sure it is. Here's the other Cressida. Here we go. Here's the other Cressida. Cressida Asylum is a 1971 UKOG. A 1971 UKOG VG Plus, and it comes with the original Vertigo inner sleeve. A highly sought after one here. $700 start. Cressida. We already sold the other Cressida. This one's Asylum. $700 start. Solid VG Plus. Trying to be conservative with some of these. And it does have a Vertigo inner sleeve. A $30 value. Look at that. $700 start. Auction number C. Run DMC in auction number C. An 84 USOG VG Plus, which honestly on the spectrum of grades, a little bit higher than most for these. It just has this one ugly looking scuff right there. In slot C, Run DMC, a $30 start. And I'm about to put up another 45 in slot number D. And it's another Pretty tough to get. Zeppelin single, Royal Orleans, and Candy Store Rock. Royal Orleans and Candy Store Rock. Don't get that one too often. And this is a French. Has Zeppelin advertisements on the back. Those are songs from their album Presence. $10 start on Zeppelin. $10 start on Zeppelin. Okay. Here we go. And then let's finish this up here. Heart Magazine, VG Plus, they're all priced as marked unless they're already discounted. Green Tambourine was already discounted to 14. Green Tambourine was already discounted to 14. Urgent Cast the First Stone. Urgent is $10. T-Rex, a 2012 180 gram, $39.99. Flash Gordon, 27. It was 37. June 1st, 1974, Ayers, John Cale, Eno, Nico, $49.99. When am I going to be doing the on-sale new vinyl? Probably after the next pre-owned crate. I'm going to do some on-sale new vinyl. Green Tambourine is the Lemon Pipers. An OG pressing, no condition notes. It was marked down to 14. It was sold for 14. Wasp Babylon, 29. Marshall Tucker, $49.99. Orange Marbled, 100% analog. The Byrds Greatest Hits 11 and original 2-eyed, no condition notes. Right now we're at 236, 700, 40, and 30. $9.99 for David Crosby, which was half off. Crosby, Stills and Nash, $14.99, which was $10 off. That's 180 gram. Zeppelin's at 40. Zeppelin's at 40. Or excuse me. Zeppelin's at 30. King Crimson's 40. Guns N' Roses, 60. Benny King, Japanese, 20. Billy Squier, 35. Bradley Smith gets the Crosby, Stills, and Nash. It's getting to Ozzy, just $30. An 81 Pittman OG. Journey, 35. And Metallica, 150, which was a return. Okay. A big Vertigo here. Cressida Asylum. $700. $700. Spiky. He missed out on the other Cressida. He's like, I'm going to go ahead and bid. I'm not going to miss this one. $700. He's had it for 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Final chance. 43 on Run DMC and OG VG Plus. Zeppelin's at 40 with Michael Butler. Royal Orleans and Candy Store Rock. Those, you could almost consider those deep cuts from Led Zeppelin. If you ask most casual Led Zeppelin listeners, they probably don't know those songs. That's kind of weird to see those. Rob Fordham in on Cressida. He bought the last Cressida. Now he's in at $725. And let's see what else I missed here, okay? The next thing I missed was this, condition on King Crimson. No, yeah, let me tell you about King Crimson OGs. They are tough to get quiet. I don't know what's up. I remember one of the very first kind of big records I sold on eBay. I was like 14 or something. It was returned because they said it was too noisy. And in the back of my mind, that's always haunted me with these King Crimson albums. I'd already had a copy. I was into King Crimson already at that age. But just the US of these aren't the best sounding records. A lot of people go for the UKs, and a lot of people go for the new 200 gram remasters. It's really tough to get a beautiful copy of this that's quiet. Same way with the OG Pink Floyd albums. They're just notorious for being kind of just a noisy record. It's just some are kind of cursed. And they can look beautiful. Another example is Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, and Animals. You can open up a sealed copy, and it's still going to play with some light noise. It's just the way they're made. Not the best vinyl. I think the one to look for is the Monarch, as usual. The Monarch pressing plants for Atlantic, you will see MO down there in the suffix. I think that's the one to look for on this one. They still all demand pretty good money because it's iconic. I mean, we're showing all these Vertigo jackets. Look at this jacket. Have you ever looked at the artwork expanded on this one? Look at that. So that's a tough one. I've got 5 or so in search of a quiet one. Oh yeah, this is a tough one to get. Of course, it's a quiet album. I Talk to the Wind and all those really quiet songs and all those little, it's really tough to get one that's dead quiet. A lot of people like the 200-gram remasters. And yes, John Kaiser got Aussie. I hadn't got Purged yet. So John Kaiser got Aussie for 30. All right. Run DMC is an OG VG Plus. It's at $50. OG VG Plus. Joe Castillo Aussie already sold to John Kaiser. All right. And we're about to sell Zeppelin for 40. And Tim Voldness has DMC. They're still bidding on Cressida. And Thomas Hujar has Black Sabbath at $275. Okay. Yeah, tough. There's some records out there just tough to get. Quiet copies of. What y'all got to know is some labels back in the day just made vinyl really cheaply. You know, I mean, they were just trying to crank out stuff. And so years later, people are in search of better pressings and better sounding records. And honestly, it's sometimes the default to go to a brand new one. Or you can keep trying until you find just like a perfect one. I've done that myself. There's sometimes trying to find those perfect ones are pretty tough. Okay. All right. Let's see. Silverchair Corn. Duncan Filter. Okay. I was making sure. I got some more lava lamps in. I was making sure we didn't have any waiting list, but we don't. And folks, I'm ready for another. Oh, it looks like Patrick. I was about to say my crates got restocked. Patrick marked some stuff too. He got all the auctions ready. It looks like he had some time to mark some stuff too. So let's see what Patrick's marked, and let's go through this buy it now or best offer. Here we go. Sorry for I was in a transition there. That Hatchet Ed crate took a long time, but it was worth it. And yeah, sorry, these are sold. All right, these are sold. Tim Voldness gets Run DMC for 50. We got a battle for Cressida. I expected a couple of these tonight to get close to 4 digits. Tim Voldness got that for 50, and Michael Butler got this for 40. I thought the first Cressida might get there, and I guess maybe if they would have started bidding on that one, it might have been like, uh-oh. But, yeah, that other one was a $700 buy it now, and now this one's hit $850. Kaiser has the Black Sabbath at $285. I don't know who else was bidding. But there it is. $285 on that one. All right. We put away Zeppelin. All right, we're ready for new stuff, and it looks like Patrick's marked some good stuff in here. Not surprised at all. Let's open up these 2 slots, and here we go. First thing is in slot number C, we need a non-Vertigo record. So let's go ahead. Hey, here we go. A Japanese pressing. This might be the one. This might be the one for you. Hey, look what I found. 1971. Now that's not OG, but it's a 71 Japanese, and it's been graded near mint minus and pristine. This might be the copy for you. And the jacket is textured, very well made, heavyweight, typical Japanese quality. Oh man, look at this. Let's go to the top cam. Look at that. In the Court of the Crimson. We got some awesome prog stuff up. Look at that. Wow, that's nice. 45, look at it. Please look at it, okay? Take a look at this. $45 start. That's a Japanese near mint 1971. All right, take a look at it. We got some final calls, $285 and $875. Next 45, also going over there in slot D. This is an unofficial from Ghost. And it looks like that very first single they put out, which is really rare, but it's a bootleg of some live tracks. Here Comes the Sun, 2012, Sweden, and then Hollywood. Just look at it. $25 start on Ghost. $25 start on Ghost. Make sure if you're bidding on King Crimson, you put exclamation mark C. Okay? And then Kaiser gets the Black Sabbath for $285. This is sold to Tiger Kaiser. Sabbath, $285. Thank you on that one. We're doing a buy it now best offer crate. Just a second. We got to get all these auctions introduced. Cressida is at $875, and that's going once, going twice. Next, for Black Sabbath, I have a 1970 UK repress. Are y'all ready? A 1970 UK repress, Black Sabbath, Vertigo, a strong VG, some may say VG plus, $125 start. It's got these scuffs over here right there. Man, a couple of those gone and it looks great. VG though, $125 start. It does have the Vertigo inner sleeve. We're talking about the album that started it all. Black Sabbath by Black Sabbath, and the first track is Black Sabbath. $125 start. Now up for bid. Thomas Hujar's already in. Let's show 3 records out of here. Rhinoceros EX 2499. The Rolling Stones Tattoo You, no condition notes, original inner sleeve. Bob Lugwood mastering. Why Don't You Start Me Up? $34.99. And the Cars Candy O. It's All I Can Do. EX $24.99 for the Cars. 5, 4. It's been 3.5 minutes. 2, 1, and a big one gone. Cressida, Rob Fordham, $875 sold to Rob Fordham. This is a 1970 UK repress on the Sabbath. It did come out in 1970. It is a repress. It's time to bring out the air horn and thank Rob Fordham. Let's bring out the air horn. Thank you, Rob Fordham. $875, a big one here, and it is sold. 3, 2, 1. Done. All righty. Fantastic. All right. Now, Jeremy Lucky is the only bidder on the Ghost bootleg for $25. I find that super surprising. Black Sabbath's already at $200, and we're ready for another slot B. This is a buy it now best offer crate. Yes. Buy it now best offer crate. The first thing I see is Michael Thrower got the Cars for $20, and we can show a couple more. Stevie Nicks and Shrink, Belladonna, EX24, and we have a Rhinoceros, EX, $24.99 was Rhinoceros. Pacific Gas and Electric, $14.99. So we got a Vertigo. Oh, I'm on the wrong camera. Sorry. I'm on the wrong camera. Stevie Nicks was EX, $24.99. Rhinoceros was EX24, and Pacific Gas and Electric was $14. Sorry about that. All right, next auction is Chris Ledoux, Melodies and Memories sealed. We got to knock out a couple more of these. Chris Ledoux is sealed, unopened, Melodies and Memories, a $65 start, unopened. Chris Ledoux, I don't recall having that one before. And this is a $65 start. Now up for bid, okay? Black Sabbath has hit $300. Matt Bushi has the Japanese King Crimson at $55. This is a buy it now best offer crate. Redbone, already here, Redbone, $14.99. And the Rolling Stone Some Girls, a 1986 reissue in shrink wrap, $34.99. Soul Asylum, Let Your Dim Light Shine, sealed, unopened. Soul Asylum, $49.99. The Cars already sold. Stevie Nicks, $15. I'll do Stevie Nicks for $20, Jay Beach. $20 on that one. And Marty Stewart, $49.99. Marty Stewart is Fabulous Superlatives. Marty Stewart, $49.99. Let's go ahead and sell Jeremy Lucky, the Ghost, for $25. Thank you, Jeremy. That's so do you. We need another non-Vertigo, another non-Black Sabbath Vertigo up soon. But before we do that, we got to sell one of these other two. Chris Ledoux sealed 65, King Crimson's at 55, and Kristen Barnett gets red bone for timeout. Let me take a look at it right quick. I don't see that Marty Stewart too often. What happened to it? What did I do? Did I accidentally pull the wrong record out? Boy, what happened to that Redbone record? It just disappeared. We got Marty Stewart, Stevie Nicks, Soul Solemn, Stones. There it is. And this is sold to Kristen Barnett for $10. There we go. And then Jay Beach gets Stevie Nicks for $18. Okay. Last crate, 1971 for $40. Let's go find that out of the Hatcheted crate and sell that, right? This one right here, 40. The June 1st. This is sold for $40 to Michael Butler. Okay. All right. Now we need to start a new slot number D. I got some killer 45s over here, and actually, you know what? Yeah, let's go ahead and run this one right here. This is the 13-4 elevators. And sorry, I hadn't had a lot of time to do the details on this, but this is the 13-4 elevators. Tried to hide, and you're going to miss me. International artist label. Should be the OG release for that. It's in VG minus condition. $10 start on the 13-4 elevators. $10 start on that. We got offers on Soul Asylum for $35 and $40. I like $40 a lot better, Sean Hibbler. You have dibs, though, if you want it for $40. Okay? Matt Bushy has King Crimson at $60. John Kaiser has Black Sabbath at $305. $305, this is about to be a bot now, $60. And Robert Warner has 13-4 elevators at $10. Next thing is Santana. That is sealed greatest hits on clear vinyl, $34.99. And Sticks, the same Stardust, sealed $49.99. Sealed Sticks, $49.99. 13-4 elevators has a bid for $10. And Soul Asylum again, and this is Hurry Up and Wait, and that is sealed for $39.99. $39.99, okay? No bid on Chris Ledoux. If anybody wants Melodies and Memories, it's sealed for $65, okay? We'll put Chris Ledoux right over here if anybody wants him. Chris Ledoux, Sean Hibbler will take this Soul Asylum for $40. Now, let's put up another Vertigo, and let's open up, and let me pick out another one over here. So the next one I have is another highly regarded one here, and tough to get. This is it. We got May Blitz, the 2nd of May, a 1971 UK OG First Press, UK OG First Press gatefold. It looks like somebody did do a couple denotations in here. They put a little mark next to that track and a little mark next to that track. A little bit of something there and a little bit of something there. So a VG Plus jacket, though. The front and back cover looks amazing. A 1971 UK, and of course it comes with a Vertigo sleeve. May Blitz, a $400 start. This is now open in slot number B. There's the Vertigo inner sleeve. May Blitz, the 2nd of May. 19 EX, conservatively graded, $400 start on May Blitz. That's now up for bid, okay? Next thing is John Kaiser has Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath for $330. Amenities is backing on King Crimson 65. Final call on 13-4 elevators for $10 of Robert Warner. VG minus. 13-4 elevators. Okay, next thing over here is how many sleeve covers are in an S1. Inner sleeves are packs of 50, $26.99. Outer sleeves are packs of 100. Inner sleeves are the MoFi brand, so really high quality packs of 50. So if you want a pack, a lot of people buy a pack of outer sleeves and 2 packs of inner sleeves. And then if anybody wants these supplies, yeah, you just put exclamation mark S1, exclamation mark S2, or exclamation mark S3. I know that's really tiny, but that's how you buy supplies from us now. All you got to do is hit those commands, and it will add it to your invoice. Yeah, I think if you don't put, just go ahead and comment that twice. Go ahead and put it one more time. I think Jake says if you just put 2, it will do it twice, but I'm not for sure. Okay, moving on. I got Styx, Crash of the Crown. That is sealed for $39.99. And we have Neil Young Harvest Moon, and that is $39.99. Also, we have Volunteer Jam 3 and 4, the Charlie Daniels Band, and that is a promo marked record, promo sticker, and white label promo, $24.99. So, yeah, Jeremy got 2 now. Yep. All right. 13-4, does it come with the insert? This single is just what I'm showing right here, just this disc. And Robert's had it for about 3 minutes. It's VG minus. What you see is what you get right here with this. Okay, yeah, Jake says if you just, anybody in the future, if you comment a space and then a 2, it will do that. So that's how that works, okay? All right, here we go. A lot going on, a lot of eyes on the auctions because we got some big stuff going on. Black Sabbath is at $350. May Blitz, a $400 start. King Crimson, or excuse me, May Blitz, a $400 start. King Crimson 6-7, and Robert Wander's about to get 13-4 elevators. I've never seen an insert for this single. I haven't either. I think you may be thinking of something else, but anyways, 10cc, How Dare You, EX 1999, The Greatest Hits of Eric Burdon and the Animals, EX 24.99, and then Buffalo Springfield, self-titled. That's a 2 LP, $39.99 for Buffalo Springfield. The Birds Untitled, $34.99, and Status Quo, The Frantic Four Reunion, 2013, live at the O2 Academy, Glasgow. Status Quo, $39.99. All right. Robert Wander gets the 13-4 elevators. Robert, I was about to sell that, and then I thought maybe he was going to bid on it, but I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you for $10. Thank you, Robert. That's sold to you. And then whoever else is bidding on Black Sabbath, this is your final chance. And whoever else is bidding on King Crimson, this is your final chance. Michael Schenker Group, live at Manchester Apollo, 1980, sealed for $39.99. And we have Don Henley, Building the Perfect Beast, $24.99. So you can play it on the turntable. 13-4, does it come with the insert? Oh, this here, this little piece? Yeah, that's just, I don't know. It was, these just pop. These just pop right out. But yeah, those just pop right out. Those are adapters, yeah. Those just pop right into place like that. Yeah, those just pop in and out. But yeah, somebody had just left it in there. That's what he was talking about, the adapters. He was talking about the adapter. But yeah, that can just pop out. Those just snap in there, essentially. Those just snap into place. Okay, next is Foghat, Rock and Roll. Foghat's EX 24.99. Well, they're still bidding on Black Sabbath, and it looks like they're still bidding on King Crimson. Looks like we're going to make May Blitz a no bid for $400, and it looks like we need to put up another slot B. So you can pick up May Blitz for $400. $400, May Blitz. I thought when you said insert, you were talking about like a lyric insert or something that came with a picture sleeve. They're still bidding on Black Sabbath, $355, and we need a couple new auctions. Next is Train, Drops of Jupiter. That is sealed for $39.99. Spiky gets May Blitz for the buy it now price of $400. Yeah, this is another one I thought was going to get well over an air horn. That is sold to Spiky for $400. Thank you, Spiky. That's sold to you for $400. Appreciate that. And that is done. Train is sold for $35 to Stephen Parton. And now we need 2 new auctions. In slot number B is the Cult, and this is electric. It's an 87 SRC OG EX on the Cult Electric, a $35 start. $35 start. The Cult Electric EX, a $35 start. Slot number B, now up for bid, okay? They're still bidding on Black Sabbath. Corey is still bidding. Kaiser's still bidding. King Crimson's at $73. Next is the Yardbirds Little Games, a record store day release, sealed, $39.99. And Winwood and Friends, EX $14.99 for the Winwood compilation. All right. And slot number B is going to be another 45, and this time a Black Sabbath picture sleeve again. And this is one we hadn't done yet. This one is rare. This one is rare. Over here, we have this right here, a 1972 Portugal. 1972 Portugal picture sleeve for Black Sabbath, Tomorrow's Dream and Laguna Sunrise from the album Black Sabbath Volume 4. I mean, how crude does this look? It looks like somebody, they drew the logo with like an ink pen and then did little designs. This is the Portugal release. Look at that. I mean, very cool. It is official. There's tape around the edges. Tomorrow's Dream and Laguna Sunrise. The sleeve is in VG. I think this is a replica sleeve. I think that's a replica sleeve. Don't hold me to that, though. VG condition, Black Sabbath, and this is a $50 start. $50 start on Black Sabbath. That's now going in slot number D, okay? Amenities is about to get King Crimson for $73, and they're still bidding on Black Sabbath for $370. Next is Neil Young and Crazy Horse Life, and this is sealed for $24.99. By the way, George Gale, you were second on May Blitz. Somebody beat you to it. And by the way, if you're new, just make sure if you definitely want something, I would bid on it, because there's a lot of people that wait and try to snipe, okay? They wait and try to snipe. So there it is. And then moving on, we now have Black Sabbath already at 60. And then we have another Santana sealed for $34.99. And live from the vault, Soul Asylum, Record Store Day 2018, $39.99, Austin, Texas. Now, Corey Ross has had Black Sabbath for 2 minutes, and that is $370 with Corey Ross. It looks like that's about done. Like I said, if you're not watching the scoreboard up here, I don't call out every bid, but I will give some final warnings, and then I'm going to call this stuff sold. So we're looking at $370. That's on its final lap. $45 on the Colt. That's recent. $77 on King Crimson. That's recent. And Black Sabbath is at $60. Okay? Now, I don't even look in the comments anymore to see if anybody has said out. I don't even look anymore. I'm just kind of looking at the timer, and I'm assuming you're paying attention, and that way we can get through these a lot faster. The next thing I have over here is Soul Asylum Live. There was an offer for $30 of Mark Riley. Let's go ahead and sell it. Stephen Parton was second. Okay? And that was an awesome crate. We got like 5 more of these to do. I'm just going to read these titles, and if you want a price on anything, let me know. Black Sabbath is at 60. That's the single over here. 007 Platinum has it, okay? Really cool stuff still coming up. We're about to do, probably here in a minute, I might lay down 4 Vertigos all at the same time. Marty Stewart was $49.99. Never seen it before. Never had seen that one before. Marty Stewart, $49.99. Marty Stewart and his fabulous superlatives. Rolling Stones Tattoo You, Rhinoceros, if you need a price, let me know. Pacific Gas and Electric, the Rolling Stones, Santana's Greatest Hits, Styx, The Same Stardust, Soul Asylum, Hurry Up and Wait, Styx, Crash of the Crown, Neil Young, Harvest Moon, Volunteer Jam 3 and 4, 10cc How Dare You, Eric Burden, Buffalo Springfield, The Birds Untitled. We have Status Quo, The Frantic Four Reunion, Michael Schenker Group. Somebody asked about this one. Live at Manchester Apollo, 1980. That's an official live. $39.99 on that. Don Henley Building the Perfect Beast. Foghat Rock and Roll. Yardbirds Little Game Record Store Day. Winwood Compilation. Neil Young Live. And another sealed Santana Greatest Hits. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The board is all cleared. Corey Ross gets Black Sabbath for $370. Thank you, Corey. That's sold to you for $370. 4 new auctions going up right now. 4 new auctions going up right now. Corey Ross got that. Blackie L gets the Colt Electric for $45. $45. Amenities gets King Crimson for $77. A 1971 Japanese press. And 007 Platinum gets the rare Portugal picture sleeve. Rare Portugal picture sleeve for $60. And that is done, okay? That is done. Let's put that right in there. Thank you. And let's put that right there. All right. Here we go. Here we go. That means we need 4 new auctions, all clear. First thing is price on Charlie Daniels Band. That was a promo marked 2 LP, White label promo, $24.99. Neil Young bundle, $40. So there should be 2 in here, right? These 2 Neil Youngs for $40. Is that what you're asking here? Let's do those for $50. They're marked right now at $65. $50 for both Mr. Tuttle. Okay. So auction, we need a Rod Stewart. We need a Jim Croce. That's 2 more common Vertigo types. We're going to do another Black Sabbath, Master of Reality. And then we're going to do a more obscure, probably higher priced Vertigo, okay? Or I should say one of the more desirable. Let's see what I got in here. Here's one. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. First, let's introduce the big one. Okay. Pato. Pato. A 1971 UK OG. This is on a lot of checklist of grails for Vertigo collectors. A 71 UK OG Unipack style cover with the gimmick 3-flap. I'll show you that in just a second. This comes with the original OG swirl inner sleeve, and this is going to be an instant air horn. Pato is a $500 start. I'm going to put it over here in slot 1. So this has kind of like that, if anybody, that John Lennon sleeve, whatever gets you through the night. Very cool. Look at that. What a cool package on Pato. Let's go to the top cam so you can see how it works. Has this like 3-flap type design that opens up like this. Very cool. And there's the back jacket. And the disc is a solid VG Plus. Man, looks nice. Holy cow. Pato, $500 start, and this one's called Hold Your Fire. That's in slot A, $500 start. Number 2 Vertigo. Wow. I like these. I like the Croces, the Rod Stewart ones. Rod Stewart Gasoline Alley. Vertigo original from 1970 UK. Great album too. It has the original Vertigo inner sleeve. And the vinyl is near mint. There's the iconic Vertigo swirl. $50 start on Rod Stewart Gasoline Alley. $50 start. 1970 UK. First UK repress with publishing credits on the label. So it's 1970 UK near mint, publishing credits on label. Rod Stewart, a $50 start. 1973 UK reissue, first UK reissue, spaceship labels. So Jim Croce here, very heavy. Gatefold jacket, EX, and this one is actually on the Vertigo spaceship label. Vertigo spaceship label. The Life and Times of Jim Croce. 73 UK reissue gatefold. EX, just a $25 start. Just a $25 start. Glossy cover, awesome. One less set of footsteps on your floor in the morning. At your door or on your floor. Wow! A 1971 Venezuela OG. A 1971 Venezuela OG. Black Sabbath, Master of Reality. 25 on Croce. This cover has a little bit of splitting going on down here, some crackling. Now this one's in the purple and pink. There is some writing. A VG copy, a 71 Venezuela. How unusual. A Venezuela Vertigo, $80 start on Black Sabbath. Okay. Now, I didn't finish up over here, sorry. The first thing is Stephen Tuttle got the Neil Young bundle, for $50. So let's put these in for $35 and $15. That equals 50 to Stephen Tuttle. Thank you. And then over here, Tom Moran did get the Marty Stewart for 40. And then Spiky asked the title. I've already sold it for $40, though, to Tom Moran. That was Way Out West Desert Sweet. Never got that one before, to my knowledge. That was sold to Tom Moran for $40, okay? All right, now we got bids on everything except Pato. Pato is a $500 start. Carol Puckett has Rod Stewart at 75. Crochet's at 75. It's the spaceship. So a lot of y'all have probably seen the spaceship Vertigo label before. That is more common, and you see those on a lot of the U.S. pressings. But this is the first UK reissue. Actually, specifically, the first UK reissue spaceship. Yeah, UK Jim Croce. That's still going to sound wonderful. Okay. No Black Sabbath poster, no. We do have some either tonight or the next time with posters, though. Not in any tonight that I'm aware of. All right, let's go through another crate. Buy it now, best offer. Thanks, everybody. Fun Friday night here. Now we got 4 Vertigos all up at the same time. I still got about 10 auctions in the advertised crate, and then we probably still got, what, 20 or 25 more Vertigos. That's why I went ahead and did 4, trying to take a big chunk out of them. Trying to do a big chunk. Let's go ahead and knock out this crate here, and hope everybody's paying close attention. And let's get started. Buy it now, best offer. We still got 5 vintage pre-owned. I told John, or I think Henry let John know, translated my message. We're going to have a bunch of vintage buyers on. We need a bunch of good vintage rock. We need a bunch of good vintage rock and a bunch of good vintage just titles, okay? All right, I'm going to leave those in there. Okay, I was going to pull those for auction, but I'm going to leave them in there. All right, so we're good to go. Final chance on Pato for 500. Okay. Everybody ready? And give me 1 second over here. Let me click on this. We're good to go. Y'all ready? Tom Petty, Hard Promises. An 81 UK with the alternate cover. $44.99. That's the full album. Alternate cover from the UK. $44.99. Hard Promises. Beautiful vinyl. Near mint, a VG Plus or better jacket. Tom Petty. The Cult, She Sells Sanctuary. 12-inch maxi single, $26.99 on the Cult. Alabama Shrink and Hype, $14.99. No condition notes on these. All the disc are EX Plus or better. And Greg and Dwayne Allman, $19.99. So high bids right now before I start ending some of these. No bid, final chance at 500. It's been up for a while, almost 9 minutes. 78, final call. Chris Frazier has Crochet for 35, and Rafe has Black Sabbath at 95. Stephen Tuttle, quick draw on the Tom Petty. Don't get that one too often. We have $14.99 for Portrait of Bobby. Why does the cover look different? Portrait of Bobby, $14.99. ALAB sealed. Alabama is not sealed. No, it's not. Over here, we have Michael Butler on the Allman Brothers. Thank you, Michael Butler. That's so to you. 4-wheel drive, BTO, $14.99. Travis Woods on the Colt. Those first 2 I just sold, Tom Petty and the Colt, typically auctions. We got way too much of that, though. The Best of the Beach Boys, $19.99. Bob Seger, $24.99. And Argent is $14.99. Self-titled, looks like a VG cover with the ring wear. Okay, is the Alabama cover embossed? It is an embossed cover. Yes, it is. All right, and then the Carpenters Now and Then, $9.99. So here's what we're going to do. Sold, sold, and sold. Pato's a $500 buy it now. Stephen Parton gets the Rod Stewart for $78. Gasoline Alley. I mean, it's amazing this collection had these, but, I mean, I don't think I've ever had any of that. I know I've had a Crochet that looks like that with that label, but I don't recall ever having this. A Vertigo Rod Stewart. I mean, it's just like bizarre. That they hadn't come through in any collection ever. You know, hundreds of thousands, possibly millions of records bought and sold. And some of these, like, we've just never had a single copy of it. Never had a single copy. I mean, just bizarre, right? First thing is Roxy gets the Alabama for $12, and that's sold for $12 to John Robb. Karen Robbins gets the Carpenters for $7. Pato was $500 VG Plus. $500 VG Plus. And that one's called Hold Your Fire. Hold Your Fire. Okay. $500. Melanie Jeans gets Bobby Sherman for $12. Now we need 3 new auctions. Melanie, that's sold to you for $12. So Rafe has the Black Sabbath for $98. And now we're ready for 3 new ones here. Here we go. So let's put up from the non-Vertigo crate. Still got 2 Chris Ledoux and a Rush and a Dwight Yoakam. So let's do, let's knock out a Chris Ledoux. Almost done with him. Let's pick out a non-Black Sabbath Vertigo, which we'll do, let's do kind of a medium one here. Gosh, there's still some bit. Let me flip through these right quick. Freedom. If you're waiting on one, be sure to let me know. Golly, I forgot about that. Oh my gosh. Okay. There's the other May Blitz. Juicy Lucy's. All right, let's do these right here. Let's do this one and this one to start. So this is, for slot number 1 over here, we have Coliseum. And this one is Valentine Suite, a 1969 UKOG matte. It has the matte finish on it. EX, $100 start. That's in slot number 1. Gatefold jacket, Coliseum. EX, and it does have a Vertigo inner sleeve. $100 start on that. Nice. EX is a pretty high grade. Okay, so there's that. There's this, and there's Coliseum. Valentine Suite is now up for bid. $100 start. Chris Ledoux in auction number B. Auction number B is Chris Ledoux sings of his life as a rodeo man. Boy, I tell you what, this guy, for them to be so hard to get and very underground, he cranked out a ton of albums. I mean, we've had 22 different Chris Ledoux's in the last 72 hours. $45 start. That's now up for bid. They're still bidding on Black Sabbath. It just got a new bid for $99. And then auction number 3 is going to be Rush. And here it is. Rush is Spirit of the Airwaves. And this is a 2 LP. It's Missouri 1980. Missouri 1980, a 2 LP bootleg gatefold, full show, a $45 start. $45 start. All right, back to the Buy It Now best offer. We have commercials in a plain brown wrapper, Mad Avenue Records, $29.99. I think that's literally commercials. I think that's like commercials from, you know, back in the day. Streetwalkers, Vicious But Fair, $19.99. Streetwalkers. Graham Parker and the Rumor, the Parker Gorilla, $19.99. And Cliff Richard, We Don't Talk Anymore, $9.99. Marshall Crenshaw, $9.99. And the Rolling Stone Some Girls, die cut original jacket, $64.99. Okay? Coliseum, 100, final call, Paul Oakley. Chris Ledoux, no bid, final call, 45. Dennis Daly has Rush for 45. And whoever was else bidding on what country was this? Venezuela, South America, Venezuela. Whoever, never mind. Kaiser's back in at 100. Okay, so that's the high bids, and now Coliseum has a new bid. So we're not done on those. Did you say an album of commercials? That's what it says. Commercials in a plain brown wrapper, Mad Avenue Records. I guess that's what this is. Or is this like some kind of other, like, is this like a punk record or something? It could be like a punk record where they're like really short songs. I have no idea. Does anybody really know what this is? Commercials in a plain brown wrapper, Mad Avenue Records. I have no idea what that is. Okay. And then over here, this is Foreigner, self-titled, $19.99. Feels like the very first time. $19.99. The Who, Talking About My Generation. This is a 2006 180 gram. Wow. $79. Must be a pretty desirable pressing or mix. It is a 2006 200 gram, $79.99. Interesting. Never seen that before on 200 gram, and it's in mono. It is in mono. That's how it was originally recorded. Sticks, the Grand Illusion with the poster. Posters included, $24.99. I see mostly green up here. So Coliseum's at 105. Paul Oakley's out. Weasel has Chris Ledoux for 45. Rush at 55, and Black Sabbath at 106. Roger Ramjet on sticks. Thank you on that one. Everything in this crate can be bought sticker, or you can make an offer. It's up to you. $17.99 on John Mayall, Notice to Appear. And we have REO Speedwagon, $19.99. Keep the Fire Burning. Nice. $19.99. Original inner sleeve. REO Speedwagon and Stevie Nicks Belladonna. There it is again. Just like the way you sings a song that sounds like she's singing. Ooh, ooh. And I'm going to go back to James Bond for a while. I'm going to start talking like Sean Connery, okay? So the next record we have here is Jean Vitel, Roller Coaster Weekend, $9.99. And then we got Legend, the best of Bob Marley, a 1984 SRC, $44.99. Joe Castillo, 105, 45, 65, and 115 on Sabbath. Carole King Tapestry, $24.99. Carole King Tapestry. It is a reissue, a 70s reissue. No barcode or anything. $24.99. All right, so we sold sticks. Sid said on REO for 12, keep the fire burning. Sell that to Sid said for $12 on that. Michael Butler on 14 for John Mayall. So to Michael Butler. And then over here we have the Firm, $24.99. $24.99. Dun, 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 dun. I see some red. Sold. Coliseum 105 to Joe Castillo, and Weasel gets Chris Ledoux for 45. Here we go. New auctions happening when? Right now. Hey, till tomorrow. Right now. Come on. This is sold. All right. And 2 new openings. So they're still bidding on those. Let's go ahead and put up Fairfield. This one looks good based on the starting price. I don't know much about this one, but I've seen pictures of it. People showing it off in their collection. Fairfield Parlor, okay? Fairfield Parlor. Boy, I can't say that right now. Parlor. My southern, you know, that don't want to come out right. From Home to Home, it's a textured cover, near mint, a $400 start. $400 start. From Home to Home, Fairfield Parlor, near mint. Wow, this is beautiful. $400 start. Okay? $400 start. Textured cover, and it has the original inner sleeve. $1970 UK. $400 start. Next, commercials. That was Steven, $29.99. $29.99. Well, there's already a bid on Fairfield for $400 with Michael Butler. ABBA, the album, $19.99. The Who, Patrick Lear, was 2006. 2006. Nectar. Ooh, I was listening to them last night. Remember the Future. This one's A Tab in the Ocean. Falling down from heaven. You got to go check out Nectar. $19.99. Oh, yeah, Jetstream. I forgot about Streetwalkers. Streetwalkers sold to Jetstream for $15. Sorry, easy for me to overlook bids tonight. There's a lot of activity. That sold for $15 to Jetstream. Stephen Parton gets the commercials for $22. And Patrick Lear gets the Who for $55. All right, we are rolling officially. We need something in Slot B. And Slot B is going to go up right now. Oingo Boingo. This is always desirable. It's an OG 83 Monarch EX, a $35 start. Good for your soul. Oingo Boingo. And that's an 83 US Monarch EX, a $35 start. That is now up for bid. Oingo Boingo. Good luck bidding on that one. That's now open in slot B. Looks like Rush is a final call for 85. It's in orange. That means you better start bidding. We have Decameron. Tomorrow's Phantomine. Never seen it. It's a prog album from the UK, 1976, $14.99. And Hendrix Songbook, The Rubber Band. I'm sure this is covers or something. $14.99. And we have Elvis. This was that record that sold on TV for, they sold millions of copies through TV order, $19.99. Oingo Boingo. Oingo Boingo, Dead Man's Party. Not on this one. No, that's not on this one. No, not on this one, okay? All right, so Travis gets the Rush for $85. Hoojar has Master of Reality over there for $144. Spiky back in on Fairfield Parlor at $475. Do I smell an air horn? Do I smell an air horn? Do I smell an air horn? Do I hear one? Do I smell one? Next thing, we sold the Who. And then Ernest Nunez on Hendrix for $9.99. David Doman gets Elvis. Make sure that goes in for $19.99, please. Sell that to David Doman for $19.99. Joe's in on Oingo Boingo. Next auction over here in start number C is going to be another Vertigo pressing. And this one looks interesting. I'm just curious. Here we go. This is a not, oh, here's the other Beggar's Opera. We've already sold 2 Beggar's Opera. I forgot this was Beggar's Opera. This is Beggar's Opera Act 1, going up in slot C, another Vertigo. And this is a 1970 UK original. The record's EX, and this is, of course, more prog rock. And it is, let me take a look at it here. This one is EX, $175 start. $175 start, EX on this one. It has a Vertigo inner sleeve. And here's a look at the jacket. Very bizarre. Looks like a prog album, doesn't it? Looks like a prog album. Beggar's Opera, Act 1. That's now up for bid. $175 start. Slot number C. Hoojar, we're going to go ahead and knock out another Black Sabbath with him. He gets this for $144, okay? I have not sold Manfred Mann's yet. I have not. Classic Records. Is that what that is, Patrick? I'm assuming it was. I didn't want to say that on the fly without looking, but we'll investigate now. 2005 Classic Records. Yeah, whoa, nice. That might have sold it on the fly, right? Yeah, Classic Records. I had a feeling. Thank you on that. And then nice pickup. Boom, boom, boom. And now we need a new auction for D over here. All right, okay. So let's knock out another Black Sabbath picture sleeve. Okay, and this is a 1970 Netherlands. Take a look at this. 1970 Netherlands. Paranoid and the Wizard. Oh my. And the vinyl's EX. Look at the back sleeve. That's awesome. Wow. And that's just a reproduction. Look at the spindle. So it's a full Vertigo, like classic on that side. And then there's the informational side. That's awesome. And it's super nice. EX, Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath is a $50 start. And the sleeve, for what it is, amazing it stayed in that condition. $50 start. Paranoid and the Wizard. Amazing. Okay, sorry. I got really distracted there. How much is Nectar? Nectar Todd Rocks was $19.99. Next over here is We're Good to Go. All right, we're about to sell Oingo Boingo for $40. Justin Hayward and John Lodge from the Moody Blues. That one's called Blue Jays, $9.99. Cat Scratch Fever. There's some old sticker residue. Somebody put a nasty sticker on the cover. $12.99 on Ted Nugent. And then we have Rod Stewart, Blondes Have More Fun. $14 on Rod. David Bowie, Let's Dance. Put on your red shoes. And David Bowie, $34. OG and Stevie Ray Vaughan on the guitar. We got Barefoot Jerry watching TV, $9.99, and Nectar is sold to Todd Rocks. New bid on Black Sabbath, Loverboy, $17.99, and The Joy of Cooking, $9.99. Misty morning, clouds in the sky, without warning, a wizard walks by, casting hit, dun dun dun, sold, dun dun dun, Oingo. I can't sing any Oingo Boingo. I'm not that talented. I'm not qualified nor talented. Okay, and then Earth Opera, no bid, $175. Beggar's Opera, not Earth Opera. Earth Opera is another kind of prog band, I think. Beggar's Opera, $175 if anybody wants to buy it now. All right, let's update Fairfield Parlor. He's had the bid for 1 minute and 27 seconds, but it's starting to turn a little bit darker shade. Spiky is who we're talking about. On Fairfield Parlor, it's at an air horn, $525. $525, a 1970 UK OG first press textured gatefold near mint upper echelon copy. Upper echelon. $525. Okay? Now, our next over here is Stephen Douglas on Barefoot for $7. That is sold to Stephen Douglas for $7. And we're good to go. We need to clear out these two slots, and let's roll. Next thing is Chris Ledoux. Who would have thunk it? Old Cowboy Heroes here. Chris Ledoux is a 1981 US near mint. Never seen it before. $50 start, slot number B. Spiky's now had the bid for 3 minutes. It's turning orange. Chris Ledoux, a $50 start. Auction number C. Auction number C. Yep. You asked. I got it. A 1972 German Vertigo. What? Black Sabbath, slot number C. Black Sabbath, volume 4. Holy moly. Okay. The record and sleeve are both EX. Wow. $250 start. I'm just taking it in. I'm just taking it in. Unbelievably nice. Aomi, Bill Ward, Geezer Butler, and Ozzy Osbourne. $250 start. Spiky, thank you. Fairfield Parlor's yours. Let's bring out the air horn. Thank you, Spiky. $525. Air horn moment here. Thank you, Spiky. $525. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Three or four tonight so far. Should be more. Could happen right here on Black Sabbath. The last Black Sabbath sold for $675 we had. Very similar to this. That's right. This one's at $300 right now. Lisa has Chris Ledoux at $50. Final call. Black Sabbath is at $130 over here with 007 Platinum. Final call. And what day am I going to the Masters? Wednesday. I will not be here next Tuesday. I will not be here next Wednesday. If you're tuning in to ESPN on Wednesday for the par 3 contest, you might see me at Augusta National Golf Club somewhere in the background, walking around with a sweet tea and a chicken salad sandwich. Because let me tell you something, I'm going to be eating a bunch of them. Pimento cheese, etc., etc. All right. Now, let's put up another Vertigo for slot number A. Here we go. And the next one is Oh Gravy Train. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Another Gravy Train. Oh my gosh. Here we go. A 1970 UK near mint. $350 start. 1970 UK near mint. $350 start. This one is beautiful. Gravy Train, self-titled. Every time I hear that, I think about Pink Floyd. Come in here, dear boy, have a cigar. Gravy Train, self-titled, beautiful. Holy cow. Good Lord. $350 start. I would say rare in this grade for sure. Original Vertigo inner sleeve. Textured gatefold. Awesome flip open gatefold with a shot of the band. Awesome. Lisa Marachi gets the Chris Ledoux for $50. I'll be at the Masters on Wednesday. Yep. Goodies. Actually, Jetstream, I'll let you know, we're sitting on probably 150, 200 shirts that I've never sold, that I've never listed or sold. Because we're flying, I won't be able to bring much back. We're going to have to ship it. They have a whole shipping department there at the Masters on the grounds. So we're going to try to buy a lot, but we're going to have to ship it. So I don't know how the costs are going to work. But I already have a lot I'm still sitting on, okay? And I'm going to start getting stuff on eBay. And then, of course, if you see something on eBay you want, message me and we'll take it off and I'll sell it to you at a discount. All right. But yeah, if y'all didn't know, we do, I try to go down to the Masters and buy stuff. And it's really tough just because of the logistics of it, but it's the only time of the year you can go down there and buy stuff. But we've gone down there before and literally bought like, you know, a truckload of stuff. I have a closet full of Master stuff, and I never wear it. I collect it. Like I have sealed Master shirts like I have sealed Legos. I mean, I'm addicted to it. I go down there mostly to watch golf and then buy merch. Black Sabbath, 007 Platinum, you were outbid like 2.5 minutes ago by Minties. I'm assuming you're done, but that's at 135 on that one, okay? Black Sabbath is at 400. This is an OG German press. And it's near mint, EX plus, near mint minus. It's beautiful. Okay. Sold then. Amenities 135. Okay, sorry. There's a lot going on. Some big auctions. Got sidetracked by a couple things. Let's just go right into another new crate. Instead of just recapping that one, let's go right into another new one. That one was awesome. We sold a bunch out of there. We got 2 empty slots. And just so y'all know, Gravy Train's at $350. And Gravy Train is OG near mint 1970 UK. And some of these have sold for as much as $657. I have a note. Some of them have sold for as much as $657. So I feel like that's within reason to get some more bids right now. I got Dwight Yoakam in auction number 2 slot, just looking for a hit. Never been reissued. It's an 89 OG specialty pressing, near mint and shrink wrap. Near mint and shrink wrap. Dwight Yoakam, just looking for a hit. A $35 start. A 1989 specialty pressing, direct metal mastering, near mint and shrink and hype. A $35 start. Dwight Yoakam, just looking for a hit. That's in slot B. We got Vertigo, Black Sabbath, and country albums tonight. Okay? Chris Messer is in on Gravy Train at $351. There's a new bid at $351. John Kaiser, you've been outbid. Auction number D is going to be another Black Sabbath. We had some of these similar earlier. This is in slot number D, a 1970 French OG picture sleeve of Paranoid and Rat Salad. And as y'all know, those are tracks from the album Paranoid. It's a flip back French, Vertigo label on the back, blue Vertigo label, French 70 OG VG, Black Sabbath, $35 start. That's going over here, right over here, 35 on that one. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go grab another crate. Sorry to even read through that other one. I'd rather go ahead and grab a fresh one. Let's grab a fresh one here. Da-dun-dun-dun. I see some orange. I see that Sabbath is at $450. I see that Sabbath is at $450. So let's update these. $360, Chris Messer, you're out. Josh Brown to White, $35. Michael Butler, Sabbath, $450. And Black Sabbath, a 45 is at $35. Okay? Moving on. Here we go. Here we go. Buy it now or best offer. Nice. Roger Dean artwork here. Uriah Heep, The Magician's Birthday. A nice gatefold jacket, clean. $19.99 on Uriah Heep. $19.99. Bob Dylan, Hard Rain. $24.99. Beatles, Abbey Road, a purple label, mid, or actually that's like late 70s reissue. Super nice though, $39.99. 3 minutes on the Black Sabbath. It's time to sell it. I'm going to show 2 more records. Another nice Uriah Heep. Nice jacket. Look at that. Demons and Wizards, $19.99. And then Chicago, 13. Almost said 17. $9.99. Thank you, Michael Butler. Awesome. Black Sabbath. That sold to him for $450. I'm leaving tomorrow for daybreak. Okay, 370, 37, and 44. That means we need something else for C over here. We need something else for C over here. And the next thing for C I have is going to be Rod Stewart. Let's mix in a really cool Vertigo, kind of a not as pricey one, but how cool is this? This is Rod Stewart's true debut album. He's kind of like Elton John. For such a big artist, they had a completely different album debut in the UK than here in the States. And in the UK, it was titled An Old Raincoat Won't Ever Let You Down. Rod Stewart, 1970 UK. Wait a minute. I may retract that statement. Well, did he have a self-titled? I think this was his UK debut. And then here in the States, it was just called Rod Stewart. I think that's how that goes. Oh, no, now I'm questioning my sanity. Anyways, this is a 1970 UK. 1970 UK. This was not released in the United States. I know that for sure. It was not released in the United States under this title. Does this one have Street Fighting Man? Yeah, this is it. Man of Constant Sorrow. Yeah, that's the album here in the United States that was called Rod Stewart. This was the UK. So yeah, this is the UK. 1970 UK. Near mint Vertigo. We're talking about near mint. 1970 UK. We're talking near mint. $100 start. So yeah, this was under a completely different title in the UK. Now, Rod Stewart's first album in the UK never was really released until later. But yeah, wow. So pretty cool here. Near mint Vertigo. Rod Stewart's debut. Beautiful. An old raincoat. He does an awesome cover of Man of Constant Sorrow. He does an awesome cover of the Stones' Street Fighting Man. Some good songs on there. Rod Stewart. I like Rod Stewart from about 69 to 75, maybe 74. After that, he kind of lost me. But I like everything from 69 to 70 to maybe even 72 or 73. I don't know even about 74 or 75, but I like all that early stuff. All right, Gravy Train, 370. Looks like Kaiser's had it for a while. Kevin Chapman has Dwight Yoakam at 37. And Thomas Hujar has Black Sabbath over there at 56. Dwight Yoakam is an OG near mint and shrink wrap. OG near mint and shrink wrap. Okay, back to the crate. Both Uriah Heeps for 30. Both Uriah Heeps sold to TSO Houston for 30. Thank you and thank you on that one. And over here is Cheap Trick All Shook Up. $19.99. Faces. Yeah, definitely pre-solo stuff too. Dwight Yoakam is OG just looking for a hit. Near mint minus and shrinking hop. You got and then of course the stuff of Jeff Beck too. Stuff of Jeff Beck. So anything, I guess, 66 to 73 or 4, Rod Stewart for me. After that, I'm like, I'm not really into him covering the Great American Songbook. That's not my forte. Rod Stewart singing American standards and show tunes. Eric Clapton, August, $24.99. Atomic Rooster, nice. Good to have this out on Vertigo night. Prague Essential, Death Walks Behind You with the U.S. cover, $39.99 on Atomic Rooster. And we have Chicago, $9.99 for Chicago. And Charlie Daniels Band, Fire on the Mountain, $24.99. If you're a Tennessean, you need this one. Look at this. All this stuff. Look at that. You need that if you're a Tennessean. Charlie Daniels, $24.99. And Captain Beefheart and the Magic Band, Light Reflected Off the Oceans of the Moon. Boy, don't get that one too often. 1982 UK, $34.99. All right. John Kaiser gets Gravy Train for $370. That one is sold to Tiger Kaiser for $370. And then there is a new bid on Dwight Yoakam, literally at the buzzer, and that is at $38 with Eddie Pasir. $38 of Eddie Pasir. So Dwight Yoakam does have a bid, $38. So we're going to continue that one. Thomas Hujar has Rod Stewart at 100. We're probably about to sell that one. And Hujar has the Paranoid at 63. We're probably about to sell that one. Footloose and Fancy Free. That's not for me. Not too much. Ivan R. and Captain Beefheart for 29. I feel the same way about Elton John, though. Elton John left me after about 1976. I can cut off his discography for the most part, with the exception of a couple. But Cheap Trick, one-on-one. Cheap Trick is in shrink wrap, $19.99. Cheap Trick, $19.99. And then Chicago, $19.99. There must have been another Cheap Trick in here. The other Cheap Trick, Ralph, was $19.99. And ZZ Top Afterburner, $24.99. All right, let's introduce another auction for slot number A. Oh my gosh. Let's do this one right here. Holy cow. Well-regarded one here. And this is going up for bid right now in slot number A. This is a 1970 UK EX. This is May Blitz, a 1970 UK OG EX condition. Wow, look at that. Look at the gatefold on this one. Awesome. Let's go to top cam so you can see the gatefold. What an awesome gatefold on this one. May Blitz. You need to look at the front too. The way the front expands. Look at that. Awesome. May Blitz. And first thing, let me go ahead and sell before it gets too long because this is going to take a minute. Those end auctions are sold to Hujar. I'll put them away in just a second. This is a 1970 UK EX. May Blitz self-titled. Not bad. We're talking EX. Gatefold jacket, of course. OG, $275. A highly regarded one here. May Blitz, $275. Dwight Yoakam's at 40 with Kevin Chapman. He's had it for about a minute and a half. And yes, these were sold. Rod Stewart is sold to Thomas Hujar for 100, and he got the Black Sabbath Paranoid for 63. North American record labels did not think it suitable to release that cover with an old man in a raincoat chasing children. We have a name for that in the UK. Aqualung? Paranoid. I saw a Family Guy clip. Where, like, Peter, every time he walks in the room, the Aqualung guitar lick starts playing. You know, it's one of those cutaway scenes from Family Guy. It's like every time it was whatever his wife's name is. She's like, every time he comes in the room, the Aqualung lick plays. Okay, moving on. Buy it now, best offer. Sgt. Pepper's is $19.99. And Hell Broke Loose, Georgia. Hell Broke Loose in Georgia Georgia Fiddle Bands, 72 to 34. Wow, I bet that's cool to listen to. 1999, Hell Broke Loose in Georgia. Georgia Fiddle Bands, 1999. All right, so we need a new auction here and a new auction here. And we need another Black Sabbath probably. Let's do it. This is unusual. Check this out. A 1971 Israel OG. Israel. A 1971 Israel OG Black Sabbath Master of Reality. How unusual. A VG copy. $75 start. Slot number C. Slot number C. The cover, VG minus or less. It's got a rip right there. And it's kind of frayed. It's one of those like laminate top. It's one of those laminate top sleeves. Okay. And there's the Vertigo inner sleeve. Now up for bid, a $75 start. Israel OG on Black Sabbath. Right now, May Blitz has a bid for $275, and Dwight Yoakam just got a bid with Kevin Chapman for $42. Lisa's back in at $43. Sabbath is trimmed in the white around that, around the Master of Reality part. Sgt. Pepper's condition. No condition notes on Sgt. Pepper's. EX Plus or better. Michael Butler got Georgia for $15. Supertramp Breakfast in America, $19.99. So logical, wonderful. An OG copy, $19.99. Robin Trower Bridge of Size, $24.99. Billy Thorpe Children of the Sun Revisited, $19.99. BG's sold to EM7 Corey for $15. And Thompson Twins Dr. Doctor, that's a 12-inch single, $14.99. Over here in slot number D, I have the 13-4 elevators going up for bid. A single here, the 13-4 elevators on green vinyl. This one's called Tried to Hide and You're Gonna Miss Me. On green vinyl, the 13-4 elevators, and it does come in a picture sleeve, a $10 start in slot number D. And this is International Artist 1978. UK? Yeah, UK. $10 start. All right. Okay, and I'm not sure to miss anything. We're good to go. Uriah Heep Abominog. Uriah Heep is $24.99. The Doors, Morrison Hotel. This has Indian Summer on it. Oh, man. $34.99. The Doors, $34.99. That's a reissued label. $34.99 on that. And Crow Music. Crow is $14.99. Quick update on these auctions. May Blitz is at $350. Lisa Marachi has the Dwight Yoakam for $45. This Israel OG, Master of Reality, Israel OG, no bid, a VG copy, $75 on that one. $75, and the 13-4 elevators is at $15. Supertramp info. Supertramp is $19.99. It's an OG US pressing, a Monarch pressing. A Breakfast in America classic album. May Blitz is still getting bids. The Cult Love, nice. An 85 specialty press, $59.99 for the Cult. $59.99 for the Cult. And Eric Clapton, backless, $24.99. Gatefold textured cover. Talking about the promises, man. $24.99 for Clapton. Blackie L gets the Cult. That was a quick draw. That's what I would expect for that. And Soft Machine 7, $26.99. Soft Machine 7. And Andy Summers and Robert Fripp, Bewitched, $19.99. Andy Summers and Robert Fripp. Lisa Marachi gets the Dwight Yoakam for $45. And then Sabbath is a no bid. Buy it now for $75. An OG Israel press, Master of Reality. 13 for elevators is at 17 with Robert Warner. That's who has the high bid. Wow, never thought I'd say an OG Sabbath, regardless of the country, of Vertigo, didn't get a bid. But this is the fourth copy we've had tonight, so that is the fourth copy. Hoojar grabs it. Hoojar grabs it for 75. Whoever else was bidding on May Blitz, you're out. Michael Butler still has it for 375. And Michael Butler, you were second on the Sabbath. McEwen Photo, I'm going to go ahead and tag you Supertramp for $17. Chris Messer has 13 for elevators at 20. And here I am, Dion Warwick. That is sealed Dion, $14.99. All right, we need some new auctions. Next thing we need is for bid right now is Grandmaster Flash. Now, this is a low-grade copy. It's VG minus. Pretty common for these to be low grade. And this is Grandmaster Flash and the Furious 5 on the strength. And this is VG minus, a $10 start. 1988 Grandmaster Flash and the Furious 5. It is VG minus. These albums aren't in print. $10 start. They got some cool cars there. What are those? Bentleys or something? $10 start. That's now up for bid. Rolls Royces. Rolls Royce $10 start on Grandmaster Flash. Michael Butler has May Blitz at 375. Next is the Beetle, something new, a 68 press, $49.99. $49.99 on the Beetle, something new. And Robin Trower, twice removed for yesterday, $19.99. Our next auction is going to be, oh, what? Juicy Lucy. Here it is. Juicy Lucy. Juicy Lucy is a 1969 UK OG misprint version, non-laminate jacket. Juicy Lucy's worthy of looking at the gatefold. Oh my goodness. Holy cow. Everybody take a look and then look away and make sure you're still looking when you look back. Oh my goodness. Holy cow. We're talking about Juicy Lucy. Goodness. Now listen, that's not CGI, AI. They literally paid this woman to get naked, okay? So just think, they asked her, will you take off your clothes, lay down, and let us put fruit all around and all over your body? And she said, yes, I accept. I will lay down and let you put fruit all over my body. Juicy Lucy, a 1969 UK OG misprint. B1 is shown as 4.2. That's the misprint right there. They mistyped the time on that one. Okay? If someone asked me to get naked and they could pour fruit all over me for the right price, heck, I might even do it for free, especially if I get to eat the fruit. Okay? Especially if I get to eat the fruit. There's the original inner sleeve. It comes with a Vertigo sleeve. Juicy Lucy is a $150 start. $150 start. A 1969 UK OG misprint, $150 start. Now up for bid. Robert Warner gets the 13 for elevators for $22. That's sold for $22 to Robert Warner. Michael Butler gets May Blitz for $375. Juicy Lucy, the vinyl is EX, and the jacket is VG Plus. $150 start. Tim Boldness has Grandmaster Flash at $15. Juicy Lucy is a $150 start. Over here, Let me make sure I hadn't missed anything. Samuel Kopech gets Dionne Warwick. Samuel Kopech gets Dionne Warwick for 15. Yep. Okay, next is Alabama, the closer you get. Dixieland Delight, $14.99 for Alabama. The closer you get. Cheap Trick, next position, please. That's in shrink wrap, $24.99. Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks. Tangled Up in Blue, $24.99. Did you put up the Dwight? Nick, you just missed it. It was up for like 32 minutes. It was up for like 32 minutes. That's probably the worst timing. Can I get you to commit? I lost Edwin Blom. Edwin Blom never did get locked in with me tonight. I lost him. And I still hadn't got Nick Bargeron locked in yet either. I've lost a couple people tonight. Y'all are too busy worrying about worldly pleasures instead of here buying records. How dare you? Tim Voldness over here on Grandmaster for 15. And one more look at Juicy Lucy. Sorry, that was my sweet leaf cough. A 69 UKOG misprint, EX on the vinyl, and a VG Plus sleeve. And it has one bid for 150 with Dr. Folks, that's Dr. Hiram Aponte, and he has that for 150. Okay? We're good to go. Joe Castillo is about to buy or bid or something on Juicy Lucy. Next auction. Somebody asked, Chad, what else do you have to put up? And I'm going to say this once, and then I'm going to say it twice, and then I'm going to say it again. I've got Manfred Mann to put up. And slot number A, this is a 1970 UKOG near mint, Manfred Mann, Chapter 3, Volume 2. Chapter 3, Volume 2. What a scary cover that is. Some poor naked child out in the desert with baby doll heads all around them. Boy, these Vertigo covers are tripped out. Holy moly. Talk about some acid trips. Hey, let's pay this poor child to sit naked in the desert with a bunch of baby doll heads around him. He's probably scarred for life. Manfred Mann is a 1970 UKOG. This is near mint, a $200 start. Not EX, not EX Plus, near mint. Beautiful. Holy cow, this is amazing. $200 start on Manfred Mann. $200 start. That's now going up for bid in slot A. Gatefold jacket. Manfred Mann, Chapter 3, Volume 2. $200 start on that. Okay? How much was A? I'm assuming you mean Alabama. $14.99. Michael Snare got Cheap Trick. That's sold to Michael Snare. Is your avatar James Bond? Yes. Juicy Lucy's at $165. Everybody else is out. Hiram has it. And auction number B is going to be the Cult Dreamtime. The Cult Dreamtime is a 1984 Canadian OG near mint. A 1984 Canadian OG near mint copy. A $35 start. $35 start. Beautiful copy. $35 start. That's now up for bid. The Cult Dreamtime. Manfred Mann, the Cult, and Hiram has Juicy Lucy at $165. All right. And then slot number D is another Black Sabbath. This is the 1970 UK. The 1970 UK Paranoid and the Wizard. This is the UK edition. Vertigo. Nice. The sleeve does have some fraying. And this is the last of the picture sleeves I have. If you haven't got one yet, last chance here. Look at Ozzy. We're talking short hair, Ozzy. No beard. Not that he ever had one. I don't know why I just said that. How about No, he had not ingested any bat guts at that time. $30 start on that. Hiram has had Juicy Lucy for 2.5 minutes. That's a final call. Let's go through another crate of buy it now or best offer. And we're talking about buy it now or best offer. Now, that's not the last Black Sabbath single. That's not the last Black Sabbath single. I've got more. They just don't have picture sleeves. Root doo 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 doo. Da 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 da. Can I recap everything that's up for bid? I sure can. Man for Man, Chapter 3, Volume 2 is a 1970 UK OG near mint. 1970 UK OG near mint, $200 start, no bid yet. The Cult, Dreamtime. The Cult Dreamtime is a 1984 Canadian OG near mint. It just got a bid for $35. Thomas Hujar has had Juicy Lucy for Hiram Aponte has had Juicy Lucy for 3 minutes and 54 seconds. It's a 1970 69 UKOG EX Juicy Lucy. It's a 1969 UKOG. He's had it for 4 minutes and 7 seconds at 165. And 007 Platinum has the OG 1970 UK VG picture sleeve of Paranoid and the Wiz for $50. That's where we're at on all those, and we're about to sell it. Clock is ticking on Juicy, like any second. We got Derringer second arising. Derringer's an 83 UK, and that's metal. That has nothing to do. This is, this is Dead Ringer. Dead Ringer, $29.99. Dead Ringer and Helicon, the Four Seasons, $9.99. Juicy Lucy is sold to Hiram Aponte for $165. Rob Fordham has Manfred Man for $200. Joe Castillo has the Colt for $40. And Thomas Hujar has Black Sabbath at $52. The Israel Black Sabbath sold, yes. All right. Next is Blois the Colt Extraterrestrial Live, $34.99. And Abba Super Trooper, $12.99. Going up in slot number C is Juicy Lucy, a 1970 UK, and this one's called Lie Back and Enjoy It. 1970 UK, a 6 fold-out poster cover. I'm going to attempt to open this. I'm going to attempt to open this and show it. Okay, this may be difficult. Near mint in slot number C, $175 start. Let me show you the disc first. Juicy Lucy, Lie Back and Enjoy It. Near mint, $175, and it has an original Vertigo inner sleeve. This is a 6-part gatefold jacket. Here we go. Let's try to remember this, okay? Y'all follow with me. Let's try to remember this, all right? We're going to open it this way. We're going to open it this way again. And then we're going to open it this way. So there is the fold out. That's essentially the inside of the gatefold. It's Juicy Lucy playing live. Awesome black and white shot there. And then when you fold it open, or when you flip it over, it's got a 6-shot panel of the band and then Juicy Lucy there. Okay. 6-shot 6-panel gatefold. Now, we're going to fold it in half. We're going to close this and this. And there we go. See? I'm pretty smart when I try. Rob Fordham gets Manfred Mann for just $200. Manfred Mann for just $200. So to Rob Fordham. I keep saying Fordham. Rob, I put an extra syllable in your name. They're still bidding on the Cult. It's at 48. Juicy Lucy, 175. And Black Sabbath's at 75. Did I miss anything in here? I haven't missed anything in here. I'm going to show a few records and we're going to put up another auction. UFO Mechanics, a 2001 UK sealed on colored vinyl, $49.99. UFO Hard Rock Legends Volume 1, back-to-back sealed colored vinyl UFOs. This one, no, this one's opened. $39.99. UFO. And the Who, It's Hard, a 2005 sealed, $26.99. Next auction in slot number A, starting right now. Here we go. Ra-da, da-da, ra-da, ra-da. All right now. All right, here's your chance. This is a bargain copy, okay? This is a bargain copy. This one is in G condition. Low grade copy. This got partied to death, okay? This was probably tossed on the floor. Everybody was high, stumbling around, drunk, fighting, and they kept on wanting to hear Sweet Leaf, Lord of this world, Into the Void. All right, so here's your chance to say you own a 1971 German Black Sabbath Master of Reality. No inner sleeve. The cover has tape. The cover's in VG, or we'll say G because of this. We'll call it a GG copy. A GG copy. $1 start. $1 start on Black Sabbath in slot A. Okay? Buyer beware, low grade copy. There's a chance though. Stephen Parton on the Cult for 55. And Juicy Lucy's a no bid, $175 buy it now. Juicy Lucy's a no bid, $175 buy it now. Six panel, 1970 UK. .007 Platinum gets Black Sabbath for $80. Thank you. Now, The Who was $26.99, a 2005 sealed. But the question is Mechanics a repress? Mechanics is a 2011 UK 2 LP on colored vinyl, $49.99. Thomas Ujar has Sabbath. Okay? Time for two new auctions. Manfred Mann, Chapter 3. A 69 UKOG. Another desirable Manfred Man. Chapter 3. Gatefold jacket. Gatefold jacket. EX OG. $250 start. Manfred Man, Chapter 3. Nice. EX. Thomas Hujar has Black Sabbath right now at 20. Tanner had left me a note. The last G copy that sold on Discogs was 30. Even in that grade, they still sell for $20, $30, $40, it looks like. Manfred Man, gatefold jacket, $250 start. It does have a Vertigo inner sleeve. Now, Patrick left me a note on this one. Some foxing on the run end does not on play surface. Oh, right here. There's a little bit of right here like some foxing or gassing right there, but it's just on the inner part of the run end, not on the vinyl or the actual grooves. I should say on the playing surface properly. Manfred Man, Chapter 3. Okay. Now, slot number C is going to be the Cult Love. Now, we just sold one out of the crate. Here's another 85 Canadian OG near mint gatefold jacket, a $50 start. The Cult Love. That's also going up for bid in slot C. And then I'm going to go ahead and auction the Vertigo book. I think somebody told me these demand pretty good money right now, maybe even $100 plus. I've done my share of reading through it, and somebody needs this. It's an actual Vertigo collector. I collect too much already. I don't need to get into $1,000 Vertigo records and $500 Vertigo records. So I've read pretty much this part here, and then I've read about most of the albums we've sold or had in this collection. So I'm going to pass this on to another Vertigo collector. Hardback book, like new or near mint. This is going to be in slot number D, a $45 start, okay? The guy we bought this from, that's his tabs. I think that's some stuff he was looking for and stuff he had. There's Pato. We had that one earlier tonight. Great emotional. It has blurbs. It tells you the production, the co-design, the cover. Roger Dean did the Pato cover over here. Cover art by Roger Dean. Has the track listings. It has the matrices. The matrices. It tells you how rare it is and how expensive it is. There's Ian Matthews. We had that one tonight. There's Linda Hoyle. That's one of the rarest of the rare there. Caterpillar. We had that one earlier this week. We sold it. So that's in slot D. The Vertigo Swirl label. $45 start. That's up for bid in slot D. Okay? And if you don't want to bid it, that's okay, because I'll keep it. Sold on Black Sabbath for 20, Thomas Hujar. All right, let's knock out some more here. I could just keep putting up auctions and keep putting up auctions. Let's first do some buy it now best offering, okay? We got David and David Boomtown, $14.99. Pink Floyd Umaguma. This is a U.S. edition, $39.99. A Jacksonville press. I knew that because as soon as I opened it, it had a parentheses in the dead wax. Neil Diamond Classics, the early years. Great one here, $14.99. Shallow, when I was young. I used to... We have, what is this? Essential Elvis. This is French, isn't it? $29.99. This is UK or something, overseas. $29.99. Elvis, Essential Elvis, the first movies. Holy cow, that was a heck of a sneeze. Elvis is $29. Status Quo on the level. Speaking of Vertigo, $19.99. Molson on Elvis. All right. So when I come back, my crate's full over here. I'm going to put up a new auction in A. If no one has bid on Manfred Man, I'm going to make it a buy it now for $250. I'm going to sell Stephen Parton, the Cult, for $55. And I'm going to sell Denise. I'm going to sell Denise, the Vertigo book for $45, okay? All right. There's that. And here we go. And that's crate number 4 for tonight. Let's keep rolling. We still got a handful of stuff, and then I'll go through some of the no bids in just a second, okay? As soon as I touch my toes. Oh, gosh. Okay. Well, guess what? I'm back, and I'm going to do exactly what I said I'm going to do. I'm going to make this a no bid for $250. I'm going to sell this to Stephen Parton for $55. And I'm going to sell the book to Denise for $45. Okay? So the cult is sold to Stephen Parton for $55. Thank you. Sold to Stephen Parton for $55. The book here is sold to Denise for $45. And we're going to clear off the board. And here we go. Man for Man is a $250 buy it now. Shiloh, when I was young, I used to call your name. Four new auctions need to go up. Okay, let's do it then. Jade Warrior, Last Autumn's Dream. Jade Warrior, Last Autumn's Dream. A 1972 UK OG first press. Awesome. Highly regarded. Look at the artwork. Wow. Look at that. Amazing. Near mint. Patrick even left us a note. Track A2, Tough as Nails. That would be Snake. Track Snake. Near mint. Jade Warrior. Wow, this is an unbelievable nice copy. Holy crap. Some of these I'm getting to look at for the first time. I wish I had about 5 years to listen to them all and take time to, like, while I'm listening to it, just look at the intricacies of this artwork and everything that's going on here. Just amazing. There's the whatever guy, trucking or whoever, mixed in there of all this weird, Far East looking artwork that's mixed in here. Jade Warrior, Last Autumn's Dream. Near mint Sentu OG, $400 start. That's up for bid now in slot A. Okay. Slot B is Uriah Heep. Very heavy. Uriah Heep is a 1970 UK OG. It's a misprint. It's a misprint gatefold, laminate jacket, and it does have a Vertigo original inner sleeve. VG, 125 on Uriah Heep. Here's your chance at a Vertigo Uriah Heep. Wow. VG, $125 start. Looks pretty nice for a VG copy. Jade Warrior already has a bid for $400. And there's the Vertigo inner sleeve. That's a wild cover there. There's the gatefold. Awesome psychedelic stage setup there for Uriah Heep. Very heavy, very humble. Very heavy, very humble. Just missing the H's. Ken Hensley. That's now up for bid. Slot number 3 is the Ramones End of the Century. A 1980 US VG Plus condition. A $20 start. This is a 1980 US End of the Century. Has the original inner sleeve. The spine does have a little bit of a chip there, but the Ramones just a $20 start. All right. Now, I'm going to show a few records. I'm going to put up another Black Sabbath record. Three-Man Army, a third of a lifetime, a 71 Sonic press, $49.99. This guy collected some awesome. Most of the records in the bin tonight came from this same guy's collection. He had some, you can tell he was really into some of these amazing, some of these jackets that have amazing artwork. And this one is really cool. It even has like die cut punch bullet holes. $49.99, a 71 Sonic press. The two H's cancel each other out. Uriah Heep. Very heavy, very humble. We have a quad pressing of Aerosmith, Toys in the Attic. It does have some cover damage down here. And this is a quad press, though. In quad, the vinyl's nice. $49.99. Steelers wheel and shrink wrap with the hype sticker stuck in the middle with you. That's supposed to be on the front. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. Beautiful copy and shrink. $19.99. All right, and then auction number D is going to go up right now. Here we go. Let's see what I got here. Oh, I got another Zeppelin to run. I forgot about this one. This is Over the Hills and Far Away. Hey, lady, you got the love I need. Maybe more than enough. This is a promo copy, mono and stereo. And it's, that side's really nice. This is VG Plus EX. A promo, Led Zeppelin, Over the Hills and Far Away. Mono stereo, definitely a radio station copy from somewhere. It's in really good shape, and that is going to be a $10 start, okay? That's going to go up in slot number D. So quick look, because I'm about to knock, those took so long to introduce. These jackets are so complex to show and all the details. Kaiser's already about to get Jade Warrior. He's had it for almost 4 minutes. Hiram's about to get Uriah Heep. He's already had it for 3 minutes. Diesel's already had the Ramones for almost 2 minutes. And then Jay Beach is in on slot number D. Okay? Here we go. And the first thing we have is this. Michael Butler gets Steelers wheel for $15. Cool Zeppelin promo there. Let's show a few more records. Cream off the top in shrink with this insert. This is like an insert page underneath the shrink wrap. Promo sticker and a white label promo Scranton press. $39.99. Marvin Gaye, Let's Get It On. Nice. No condition notes. $39.99. That is on the Motown label, so that's a reissue. And Jay Ferguson, $12.99. All Alone in the End Zone. These two are sold. John Kaiser gets Jade Warrior for $400, and Uriah Heep goes to Hiram Aponte for $125. Thank you, John. Thank you, Hiram. Let's put these away. Nice. Sold and sold. And Diesel's about to get the Ramones. Wow, I don't know if I've ever sold an OG Ramones for just one bid, $20 before, but it's about to happen to Diesel. He's here to scoop up the deal, and the Zeppelin is at 15 with Jay Beach. Many have fallen, many times been bitten. Okay. Elvis sings songs of inspiration, $9.99. Cream Songbook, The Rubber Band. We had that same thing earlier for Hendrix, $14.99. Backstreet Crawler, The Band Plays On, $14.99. And Abbey Road, $34.99. What are we looking at here? A Rainbow Capital reissue, $34.99. The Ramones is sold for $20 to Diesel. An OG copy of End of the Century. That is sold for $20. And now I'm about to sell Zeppelin for $15. As soon as I knock out a couple things. Oh, yeah, I forgot Michael Thrower. You made an offer on Mechanics. Sell this to Michael Thrower for $40. And Mike Johnston, The Who, for $20. I'm assuming you're talking about It's Hard, right? The sealed copy. Mike Johnston, that's sold to you for $20. All right. And now, 1, 2, 3. 3 slots are open. And we have, let me figure out which one I want to do. Let's do this. Let's do this Freedom. Let's do Still Life. That's a big one. That's an expensive one. And let's go ahead and put up Joe Satriani. Okay. All right. And Zeppelin is sold to Jay Beach for $15. Hey, lady, you got the love I need. Take a walk with me. Oh, you got so much. The second Cream, I think it's a cover, like a cover band or something. The Rubber Band Cream Songbook, $14.99. Ooh. And then Elvis is sold for $7 to Tom Moran. Okay. So here we go. Slot number 1. 1 second, please. Slot number 1 is Freedom Through the Years. $200 start. Freedom is a 1971 UK original. Near mint. Freedom Through the Years. Near mint, a $200 start. This is 71 UK. Near mint. $200 start. There's the original inner sleeve. Gatefold jacket. Freedom. Vertigo. UK original. Slot A. Near mint. $200 start. Next. A 71 UK. EX or better. EX or better. Still Life. And this is going to go up for a $700 start. The last near mint copy recently sold or did sell, whenever it did sell, $862 is the note I have. This is a $700 start. Still Life, self-titled. It's EX or better. Has a Vertigo inner sleeve. And let's take a look at this cover. Look at this design. Top cam on that one. Still Life. $700 start. Slot B. Slot C is Joe Satriani, Flying in a Blue Dream. A 1989 UK VG Plus, a $15 start. 200, 700, and only 15 for Joe Satriani. Jay Nutri is in. And now we have in slot number D, going up for bid right now, we have Black Sabbath, Paranoid, and The Wizard. A strong VG, Vertigo, and this one is a UK? Yeah. $10 start. Back to the buy it now best offer. This is sold to Michael Butler. This is sold to Michael Butler. Okay? Also, REO Speedwagon in high fidelity. Shrink wrap and hop sticker, $19.99. So Freedom has a bid for $200. Still Life 7, Satriani 18, and Black Sabbath at 15. Van Halen Fair Warning, $44.99. Van Halen Fair Warning, $44.99. Fleetwood Mac Tusk, $34.99 for Fleetwood Mac Tusk. Pavlo's Dog, At the Sound of the Bell. Pavlo's Dog, $14.99. And the Doors Greatest Hits, $29.99. The Doors Greatest Hits, $29.99. No condition notes on that. Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits Volume 2, $24.99. And Aerosmith Rocks, I'm back in the saddle again. Aerosmith, $26.99. So Freedom has a bid for $200. Final chance on that and final chance on Still Life. It's been up for almost 3 minutes without a bid. Satriani's at 20 and Black Sabbath's at 15. Just FYI. We have Bill Withers' Just As I Am, a 1971 ARP pressing, $49.99. Wow, that's nice. That's an original Bill Withers, Just As I Am. OG, really nice copy. Sweet Wyoming, ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Beautiful. We have Lover Boy, $16.99. Which one is Still Life? This one right here. Still Life self-titled, $700 start, no bid yet. We got Spike Jones in stereo, a 1970 seal. That's a spectacular and screaming sound, and that is sealed, $29.99. $29.99. Over here is Stevie Nicks' Rock a Little, $19.99. And Jim Croce, Time in a Bottle, Jim Croce's Greatest Love Songs, $14.99. John Kaiser gets Freedom for $200. Nobody bid on Still Life. It's a $700 buy it now. It's EX or better. The last near mint copy sold for $862. Right now we got Freedom going to him. Thank you. And then Jay Beach, you get the Black Sabbath for $15. Thank you, Jim Beach. Thank you, Jim Beach. Who's Jim Beach? How about Jay Beach? Jim B, Jay Beach. How about Jay Beach? Thank you on that one. That's going away. And you get a $5 top loader to boot. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything over here. We have the following. Chris Riddings. I'm scrolling. Stephen Parton got Spike Jones for $22. David Goss on Jim Croce. David Goss got Jim Croce. Jay Beach. I will sell you Stevie Nicks for $15. Mike Johnston, I'm going to sell you REO Speedwagon for $15. They're still bidding on Satriani, and we have a $500 offer on Still Life. I don't know. That doesn't feel like enough. A VG Plus copy sold for $740 as well. Spiky, I think I'm going to have to pull a Cressida and say I'm going to stick at that one pretty dang close to 700. I think that's pretty fair. Jay Beach on Stevie Nicks for $15. And next thing in here is the Flock, $24.99. And Mitch Ryder and the Detroit Wheels from the dreaded Dick Connery collection, $9.99. All right. And let's go ahead and put up another couple auctions. In slot A and B, it's going to be a couple more Vertigos. And here's another Freedom. We just sold one Freedom. And here is... let's do this one here. Let's do these two. All right, so I've got Freedom in slot A, a 1972 UK OG first press with the die-cut cover, of course. Very cool. Freedom. A strong VG, original Vertigo swirl inner sleeve. A 20, excuse me. What did I just read off there? Strong VG, sent it to you, yeah, first UK, a $200 start on Freedom. Same price as the other one. And this one's called Freedom is More Than a Word. Looks pretty dang nice to me. Has a little bit of a scuff right there, probably why Patrick called it a VG. But man, it's amazing. All these I've never had before. Like first time offering any of these. Doing live streams every night, 8 hours a night, traveling the country, buying hundreds of thousands of LPs, and all these the last couple Fridays, this Friday and last Friday. First time offering some of these for sale. There is a little bit of writing right there inside of the gatefold, but overall it's super nice. $200 start on Freedom. Going next to it is Jimmy Campbell. Jimmy Campbell is a 1970 UKOG first press near mint. Jimmy Campbell, 1970 UK first press gatefold, has the original Vertigo inner sleeve, a $250 start. $250 start on Jimmy Campbell. Half baked. $250 start. Okay. Lisa Marachi has had Joe Satriani for a while at 31. We're about to sell it. Stray Dog, while you're down there, $14.99 on Stray Dog. And the Rolling Stones, Exile on Main Street, a specialty press, no postcards, $49.99 on the Rolling Stones. $5.50 top offer. I will contemplate it. I'll contemplate it. Just bear in mind, though, if somebody buys it later, just keep that in mind. I think you know that, though. You already seen that happen with Cressida, Buck. All right. Now, there is how many more pre-owned new arrival crates to go through? 2 more. One's pretty short, though. 2 more new arrival pre-owned crates. We got a world of other stuff we could auction and show. I'm about to go through all the no bids here in just a second. Let's sell Satriani for 31. Got a couple more things to put up for auction. Cynthia Herdron has Freedom at 200. We need to go through all the other no bids. Let me go ahead and put up another auction in slot C. This is a 2 LP 30th anniversary pressing of the Cult Sonic Temple. This is near mint for a $35 start. It's a gatefold 2 LP. The Cult Sonic Temple. $35 start. That's going to go up in slot number C. Okay? And then I'm about to put up another 45. See, what other 45s do I have in here other than Black Sabbath? There's so many different versions of Paranoid over here. They really only had on Vertigo Paranoid and the Wizard. They're just all different versions. I need to look this up and see what it sells for. Sore Throat. And then here's a Doors. Let me see what's going on with this. And by the way, if anybody's interested in silver, later tonight, we got some silver coins that melt we've bought if anybody's interested. I think there's a label before this for the Doors, but he had it in a top loader. He liked it. It's a VG Plus copy of the Doors Touch Me and Wild Child. I'm going to put that up for a $10 start. Okay. All righty. So let's grab another new crate. That's the Doors Touch Me and Wild Child VG Plus $10. And we're talking about, come on now. Touch me, babe. Can't you see? Da-da-da-da. What was that promise that you made? Ba-da. Why don't you tell me what she said? All right, let's go through this crate. Buy it now or best offer, all right? Stephen has the Cult. No one's bid on Jimmy Campbell yet. $250 on that one. And let me do this. Let me go ahead and show some of the no bids, okay? This is a coveted moment here every night. The no bids. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's a lot. We got 12 no bids. Let's show them. No bid number 1 is Chris Ledoux. He rides the wild horses. That is sealed, $65. Hocus Poke Earth Harmony, $800. Hocus Poke Earth Harmony, near mint minus, $800. 3 Japanese pressings here. The Beatles, $35, a collection of Beatles oldies. Mick Jagger, She's the Boss, near mint, $35. And Culture Club, Color by Numbers, $35. Chris Ledoux sold to Lisa Marachi for $50. Right now, the high bids on these auctions are $225, final chance at $250, $39 just got a bid on the Colt, and David Gass is the only bidder on the doors. Ian Matthews, If You Saw Through My Eyes, VG Plus, $75, and that was a 71 UK Vertigo. $75 on Ian Matthews, so that's the second of the Vertigos. Chris Ledoux, Memories and Melodies. Melodies and Memories, sealed, the second and final Chris Ledoux, $65 on Chris Ledoux. Pato, a 71 UK OG, VG Plus, $500. $500. Cynthia Herdron gets the Beatles for $35. Lisa Marachi gets the other Chris Ledoux for $50. Beggar's Opera, Act 1. Oh no, I lost my tag. Let me think on that one. Dang it. I lost my tag on that one. We'll wait on that one. Juicy Lucy, near mint, a 1970 UK OG, $175. Juicy Lucy. Manfred Mann, Chapter 3, a 69 UK OG, $250. Steel Life, $700. Steel Life, $700. Freedom is sold for $225. That's a cheap price for Freedom. $225 for Cynthia Herdron. Nobody bid on the Jimmy Campbell. So now it's going in here for $250. Joe Castillo has the Colt at $42. And Rob Fordham has made an offer on Pato for $425. Oh boy. I like this cover because it's Roger Dean. $475, Rob. $475. Man, that's a cool one. And then David Goss got the doors for $10. Was the Beggar's Opera. Yeah, it was a no bid. I was trying to remember what I priced it at. I'm pretty sure it was $175, but don't hold me to that right now. Is this it? Nope, that's not it. Dang it. This might be it right here. Is this one called Act 1? Yeah. Yeah, this is $175. It's EX, a VG Plus copy. A VG Plus copy had sold for $184. Yeah, let's do it for $160. $160 on that one. Rob, we got a deal. Pato sold for $450 to Rob Fordham. Okay. The Colt is a final call to Joe Castillo. And Beggar's Opera is sold to Paul Oakley for $160. All right. These are tonight's no bids. That's it. Okay. So the two Japanese pressings, Culture Club and Mick Jagger, 35.35, and then the rest are Vertigos. And one more time, Ian Matthews, $75. Hocus Poke was $800. Juicy Lucy, $175. Manfred Mann, $250. Still Life, $700. Jimmy Campbell, $250. That's all sold, or that's all still available. And then the Colt is sold to Joe Castillo for $45. Is there funk? Yes, it could pop up at any moment in some of the crates that we're about to go through. You just have to wait for it to happen. It may or may not happen. Okay, and then for those that are Vertigo buyers, let me show you the one. We still got some to put up, but while we're at a crossroads here, I still got the ones from last week. And here's the only ones left from last week. Gravy Train, still available for $1,000. A 1971 UKOG, $1,000 on that one. The John Dummer Band, a 72 UK, $250. Dr. Strangely Strange, a 1970 UK, $500. Dr. Z, $2,500. And Bob Downs, Open Music, $200. So that's the ones from last week, a week ago tonight that didn't sell. Make sure that's it. Yeah. So now you've seen everything so far. You're caught up officially, except for the stuff you missed. JL 155. Juicy Lucy. Sell this to George Scherer for $155. Thank you, George Scherer. All right. We're good to go. Okay. Board's cleared. And now auction number A. Coliseum. Coliseum, the note from Fred, rare, large swirl, first UK pressing. That's the guy we bought them from. He had little notes like that. This is a 1970 UK big swirl, near mint, $100 start. Daughter of Time, Coliseum. A 1970 UK near mint, $100 start. It has the original Vertigo inner sleeve. That's in slot number A. Daughter of Time, Coliseum, $100 start. The last Vertigo was Bob Downs' Open Music. The last one of the no bids I just showed. There's now about 8 over here that didn't sold. $200 on Bob Downs. Near mint, 1970 UK. I think that's like a jazz fusion album. And yes, there are some Motorheads over here in the no bid. Just a second. This crate's always popular because this is stuff that didn't get a minimum bid, and it was supposed to get a minimum bid and go up. And now it's going to be the minimum bid, and I'll take offers and go down. So that's why this stuff is always popular. And there's some straight price stuff over here that got mixed in. We'll go through that one in just a second. Coliseum, $100 start. I'll do 25 on Culture Club. 25 on Culture Club. Let me introduce another Vertigo right quick. And the next one here is Nucleus. And this is a 1971 US. Nucleus. We'll talk about it later. The cover has a crease pretty much going right up through the middle. It looks like it got folded over accidentally somehow. It's a 71 VG Plus, mostly because it has a mark on side A, non-feelable. Okay? And this is a $175 start. It does have the Vertigo inner sleeve. And this is now open in slot number B. $175 start. I mean, overall, like, that mark right there is what we're talking about. This side here is beautiful. 175 on Nucleus. Country. Good question. Good question. Yes. Sorry, I got everything but the country for you. London. No, it might be UK. No, this should be a UK. I'm assuming UK. It's got a UK jacket. Sorry. Yeah. All right, I got some other stuff going over here. That's UK. Next over here is Bob Down, sold for $185 to Cynthia. J Beach gets Culture Club. J Beach gets Culture Club for $25. And then over here, we have Mike Campbell, $180. Mike Campbell, $180. Let me find Mike Campbell in here. Jimmy Campbell? Do you mean Jimmy Campbell? Jimmy Campbell was $250. Is that what you meant? So $150 there. Let's go ahead and get started over here. All right. Next thing is this. ELO2. This is a buy it now best offer crate. Never been shown before. $19.99. Sorry, it takes me a lot longer than normal to introduce these auctions. It's just a lot of moving parts with these. You got to show the jacket and this and that. Jimmy Campbell. I'll do that one for $225, Michael Butler. $225 on that one. Bob Seger, Like a Rock. Bob Seger, $24.99. Nucleus. I never did say Mike Campbell. You didn't? What did you say? Oh, you just said Campbell. My bad. I don't know. What am I talking about? Sorry, I'm going to get some caffeine or something. This has the Vertigo swirl logo up here. $225 on that one. Okay. Next is Asia self-titled. Asia is $14.99. And April Wine, The Nature of the Beast. April Wine, $19.99. Led Zeppelin 3. This is a 2014. Why is this so heavy? German. Weird. Boy, it's unusual. $34.99. The Who, It's Hard. $19.99. The Who, It's Hard. Columbia Club copy. $19.99. Exile, All That There Is. Exile is sealed. $14.99. The back cover of Nucleus. Here's the back cover of Nucleus. 6360027 VO price code. Bachman Turnover Drive Freeways, $14.99. Billy Joel the Stranger, $14.99. And the Beatles Revolver, Orange Capital label, $39.99. Okay, sorry, let me swing through these comments here and see what's going on. The last thing that happened, okay, was Michael Butler made an offer on Campbell. I countered. It was $250. He said $180. I said $225. Motorheads. Give me 1 second. Y'all must have not been watching last night for Metal Night. Manfred Man sale. The green Manfred Man is still available. DJN Noodle, are you a first-time buyer? If you are, just say yes, first-time buyer. Jen Alonzo gets April wine. This is sold to Jen Alonzo. These two auctions did not get bids. Coliseum's 100 and Nucleus is 175. Coliseum's 100, Nucleus is 175. These are now buy it nows. Two people have asked about the Motorheads. Yes, Jay Nutria and then somebody else just did on YouTube. Let's go ahead and show those right now. First thing I have, there's 3 Motorheads in here from last night that didn't sell. Motorhead, The World Is Ours, Volume 2. This is a Blu-ray, CD, DVD box set, $100. Motorhead, We Are Motorhead is a 2000 German OG. A 2000 German OG EX, $200. And Motorhead, The Best of Motorhead, a 3LP 2000 UK compilation, numbered 550 with the 7-inch, $120. That was 3 Motorheads that didn't sell last night. DJ N Noodle says they're not a first-time buyer. They've bought from us before. Okay, so the Led Zeppelin, so do you. 39. That means we've already got your information and we've already sent records to you before. Both of those no bids just sold. Coliseum is sold to Vinyl Paul for $100, and Spiky McVeigh gets Nucleus for $175. Okay? We have The Best of the Beach Boys Volume 2, $19.99. And Vern Gotson, if you're going to do me wrong, do it right, in shrink wrap, $14.99. Auction A is about to go up for bid right now, and that is this album right here, the Fifth Avenue Bus, Jackson Heights. This is a 1972 UK EX Near Mint Minus, gatefold jacket, Vertigo, $125 start. 1972, and the doors on the bus are die cut and open up. Look at this. And there's a picture of the band in there. Now, what a cool album design. I don't want to mess with those too much, but the doors of the bus open up. How cool is that? Wow. Very cool. And that is $125 start. The Fifth Avenue Bus, Jackson Heights. The wheels do not go round and round, though. $125 on that. And Jay Nutria, if you want these Motorheads, I'm up for offers. Now, if you're a serious Motorhead collector, if you're serious about collecting Motorhead, how can you live your life without these 3 records? How could you live your life without these 3 items? That's all I'm asking you right now. How can you wake up tomorrow and say, I'm a serious Motorhead record collector without those 3? I'm asking you that right now. Next over here is Thomas F. Brown, Wednesday's Child. Thomas F. Brown is a 1971 UKOG misprint near mint with the original Vertigo inner sleeve. Thomas F. Brown, Wednesday's Child, a $300 start. Thomas F. Brown, Wednesday's Child, a $300 start. That's now up for bid. Auction number C and D. 2 more Japanese pressings. Jay Giles and Louis Armstrong. First, Jay Giles band is freeze frame. This is near mint minus and pristine with Obi. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine with Obi. A $35 start. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. Louis Armstrong is called Excellent 20. I bet David Johnson's already went to bed. He has no idea what's happening right now. $35 start. This one's a VG Plus copy. This one's a VG Plus copy. It's a gatefold with Obi. Has a booklet attached in the centerfold. $35 start. Okay? All right, there's auctions 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now we can show some buy now best offer. Berlin Pleasure Victim. Berlin is $19.99. Jackson Brown running on empty, $14.99 Jackson Brown. Kansas for the 2 for the show. It's a double LP live album, $34.99. Led Zeppelin 4, a specialty press. Let's see exactly what's going on here. 5 digits, $44.99. Beautiful vinyl. It's a George Piros. Yep, George Piros on this one. It's a mid-70s reissue of that one. $44.99 on that. Black Oak, and this one's called I'd Rather Be Sailing. Black Oak is $14.99. Bachman Turner Overdrive, Head On, BTO $14.99. Chicago 16, a Japanese pressing, $34.99. Nude Camel, $19.99. And this is Camel, Nude by Camel, $19.99. And Elton John, Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Player. Also, I have Bobby Sherman, a 1971 promo only. Wow, never seen this before. $19.99. Bobby Sherman, Metro Special Products. Bobby Sherman, promo only, $19.99. Small Faces, Hodgkin's Nut Gone Flake, a 1972 Canadian, $39.99. All 4 auctions are buy it now, no bids. We'll start with Jackson Heights, the 5th Avenue bus, $125 buy it now. Jackson Heights, the 5th Avenue bus, $125 buy it now. Next is Thomas F. Brown, Wednesday's Child. And Thomas F. Brown was $300. A 71 UK OG, misprint on the label, $300. J. Giles is a Japanese press freeze frame, $35. How much? $35. I'm going to put it in a new sleeve. And then Louis Armstrong with VG Plus, also $35. Okay. Jackson Heights, sold to Michael Butler for $100. Maybe we can do a deal on the other one too. And Louis Armstrong is going in a new sleeve. Let me do that right now. Sitting on the park bench. And Diesel 65-TL3CV gets J. Giles for $30. Have you bought from us before? I know you bought something earlier. J. Giles was sold to you for $30. I already put it in the sold crate. I got a bad habit about doing that. And then Nick Bargeron on Bobby Sherman for $12. I think you meant Bobby Sherman for $15, right? Especially for a promo only I've never seen before. Louis Armstrong is sold to Jen. And Michael Butler said he'd do $215 on Campbell. Let's look at that one more time. All right, sell this to Michael Butler for $215. Crazy Eights, Law and Order, a 1984 ska record. Crazy Eights, $24.99. Looks like Ronald Reagan there on the cover with nuclear bombs in his holsters. The Crazy Eights, $24.99. All right, now we need some new auctions. I see more Vertigo. Hello, hello, Allah. Little thing called Vertigo, cha-cha-cha. Mike Absalom. Absalom? I'm assuming that's how you say that. Absalom. And this is a 71 UK. A strong, nice VG copy. A strong, nice VG copy. $150 start. 71 UK. It has a Vertigo inner sleeve. And I'm sure it's some kind of fold-out gatefold. It is. It's got another 6-panel fold-out gatefold jacket. Hold on a minute. Let me try to remember. We're going to have to remember how to do this. Let's go to the top cam. Okay. And we're going to fold it open. No, we're going to fold it like this, then like this, and like this. So this is another 6-panel fold-out jacket. 6-panel fold-out jacket. Very interesting. That's in slot number A. Slot number B is Magna Carta in concert. Vertigo 1972 UK EX Plus. These aren't all that expensive on the Magna Cartas. Magna Carta in concert, Amsterdam 1971. This one is a $40 start. $40 start, Magna Carta. Vertigo 1972 UK, $40 start on that one. And actually, give me a second. I got to open these up where you can bid on them. There you go. Okay. Sorry, those covers are crazy. It takes, I want to show everybody how they fold open, and it takes 10 minutes to do that. So we got 2 offers on small faces, 28 and 32. So Sid said it's yours, but it will be $32 if you pass. It's sold to Matt Bushy. Next is Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. Nice, a promo copy of Don't Come Around Here No More, $19.99. Sid said takes the small faces for $32. That's so to Sid said. Allman Brothers at the Fillmore, $44.99. Tan Capricorn labels. I knew that just based on the price, because if John had marked the pink ones for $44, that was going to be a theft of a price. Jen Alonso on Tom Petty. Nice pickup there. Don't Come Around Here No More. And then here comes Bobby. Another Bobby Sherman. This one has a flip open cover too. Kind of like all these cool Vertigo pressings. This one folds open 2 or 3 times. Yep. Bobby Sherman. $14.99 on that. And we need another auction over here. And we have Drums A Go-Go, Sandy Nelson, $9.99. Time for another Japanese pressing. And that next Japanese pressing is going to be this. That is going to be Michael Schenker Group. And this one is going to be called Rock Will Never Die. And Michael Schenker is a near mint Japanese pressing. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. The Michael Schenker Group, Rock Will Never Die, $35 start. Also later tonight, actually probably, you know, when because I know we got some Vertigo collectors on, when we get through the newest arrivals, which there's this crate, another half crate. I can't believe it's already 11:30. We're probably going to mark like we did last night, because that was very productive time-wise. Mark some of these Vertigo reissues. I'm going to bring the tub I have over here, and we're going to mark some of those live, just FYI, okay? Next thing I have is, ooh, that's a tough one to get. Phil Collins, but seriously, Phil Collins is an 89 specialty press, $49.99 for Phil Collins. And then over here we have The Who, The Greatest Rock Sensation, $29.99 on The Who. And Genesis, A Trick of the Tail. Genesis is $19.99. It has the original inner sleeve, A Trick of the Tail, $19.99 on that. Elvis Golden Records Volume 1, $19.99. The J. Giles Band Blow Your Face Out, 2LP, $29. And Alabama Roll On, $14.99. There's the original inner sleeve, Alabama Roll On. So first thing I have is an offer on Phil Collins. I'll do Phil Collins for $45. This was marked 49. I haven't seen this in a while. 89 specialty, has Another Day in Paradise. It's near mint shrink with inner sleeve. 45 on that one. Jen Alonzo gets the Genesis. So Jen gets Jen. And then TSO Houston on Jay Giles for 25. Thank you. All right. And let's make some buy it nows here all across the board. We got Mike Absalom, which I believe was $150, right? Mike Absalom was, yeah, $150 on that. Magna Carta was $45, and Michael Schenker $35. Those are all no bids, just FYI, just happened across the board. Okay. And JCB, there is a claim on Phil Collins at 45, and he says he's going to pass. No problem. We'll go ahead and tag it for Terry Gearhart. Michael Schenker Group, we'll go ahead and sell that to Mike Strauss for 30. Let me get that new sleeve. And then Magna Carta. Magna Carta is a $45 buy it now. Oh, I got to tag new vinyl on sale too. I got to do that from this video because 2 people's already been checking the comments to see what they got, and they've already asked me, and I hadn't hit any thumbs up yet. I forgot to do that. Oh, I forgot about a Black Sabbath box set over here too. I've been using it for like a prop to keep some sleeves on, and I need to go ahead and put this up. This is Black Sabbath, and this is that album 13. I didn't know they even did a box set for this, but they did. This is Black Sabbath 13. The lid has a couple tears. Right, well, yeah, right there, just a little. It's where it's really not a lid, it's a hinge. So it's just a little bit of wear and tear. But this is the Super Deluxe or Deluxe. It is a 2 LP, 2 CD, DVD Black Sabbath box set. And the CD's a lenticular. It's got a DVD. It's got a book. And this, of course, is on Vertigo. Very cool. Black Sabbath is $100. $100 on Black Sabbath box. I almost forgot about that. We'll put that over here in slot number A. Okay? $100 start on Black Sabbath. Clamshell type box, double album CD, and DVD with extras. The Gamecocks play for the National Championship in women's basketball Sunday. I have a feeling you're going to be watching that, Mr. Gamecock. Cynthia has Black Sabbath at 100. Excellent. All right, I feel like everybody's falling asleep on me. Is that true? Is everybody tired on this Friday night? We need a lot more activity going on in the chats. But before we do that, I'm going to go ahead and clean up some of my messes over here. I mean, I feel like I started on time tonight. I can't believe it's already 11:30. I feel like I started on time tonight. It's just kind of flown by. It's already pretty late, and we have plenty more stuff to go through for sure. So let me go ahead and try to knock out some of this. I think I need to go up front and get a snack at some point, but I need to make sure everybody's still paying attention. We need new metal. Well, we had our fair share of that last night, but who knows whatever else I bring back here. I'm gonna go through this last little short crate that Patrick marked. I feel like I need a piece of bread and peanut butter. I need a piece of bread and peanut butter and like another something, a Diet Coke or something. Martin Stark says he's not sleepy. Where's everybody watching from right now? That would be very helpful to find out. Maybe that'll get everybody woke up and engaged in the chat. Where's everybody watching from right now? I feel like I need like a pick-me-up for these last 2 hours. There's about 2 hours left in the show, and honestly, we can sell just as much as we did in the first 6 hours as we can these last 2 hours. Let's put up some more Japanese pressings. This is an awesome Japanese compilation here and a Simon and Garfunkel. So let's put up, you gave more Vertigo. Yeah, I'm going to do that after. So here's kind of the lineup tonight. Simon and Garfunkel, though, first, a 35. Deep Purple, a $35 start. And the next fourth one over here is the Rolling Stones, $35 start. So we'll make sure everybody's awake and with us before I do anything else. There's our 3 current auctions. I know this crate looks empty, but honestly, there's a handful of records here that has not been shown. I'm going to get everybody woke up while I grab a pick-me-up, which, like I said, I think a piece of bread and a big slab of peanut butter on there do well. I still got a couple Vertigos I hadn't ran, and we're not done on that one. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. But, yeah, it's always cool to see everybody's locations. So be sure you share that with me. And here's the lineup. So we're going to go through this crate. I got to tag some new vinyl from this morning's video, which there's a lot of it still available. And then we'll probably start pricing some stuff live. We'll get back into those crates like we were going through last night when the show ended. We'll try to find stuff like that and other auctions. But right now, here's the 3 auctions. Cynthia, I'm going to go ahead and sell Black Sabbath to you for 100, so we can close that. And then we got those 3 Japanese pressings. Make sure you put B, C, and D. And I'm going to go ahead and add a 4th one. That way, all 3 are live. And the 4th one is going to go in number A. And that's a soundtrack to the Tommy movie, which is a Japanese press, 35. The Stones in stereo, yes. That's the 4 Japanese pressings right now. Let me clear out A again. Actually, let me do this. Let me close out all 4 of them. That way I know the timer's on them. Okay, now they're officially up. Yeah, share your location, and that's pretty fun to see where everybody's watching from. You might find out you've got somebody like just a few skips over from you watching. You didn't even realize it. Thanks, everybody, for choosing to watch this every night. It's 11:30, and Chad needs something to notch on. I've been eating very little here lately, trying to take care of myself, and every once in a while I don't eat enough. When I got here earlier, I was so hungry. I was waiting for my DoorDash Subway to show up, and I was so hungry. It finally showed up. I was like, oh, I thought I could faint at any. And I wasn't being dramatic. Even though I have people tell me on a daily basis I'm dramatic. I'm like, yeah, have you seen what I do for a living? I have to be dramatic. Do you see what I do for a living? So yeah, we're about to sell a lot more records tonight. A lot, honestly. Nothing like a piece of fresh bread and some peanut butter, though. Still got some Sabbath 45s. I'll probably run some of these reissues. I need to check this Sex Pistols. I think it could be really expensive, but I don't know which version we have. All right. My mic's going to be muted for about 30 seconds. I'm going to be chewing, and you don't want to hear this. I'm going to be chewing, and you don't want to hear this, and I'm going to read through these comments and get caught up, okay? This is a good time to change out the mic. Good thinking. I just did that. All right, thanks everybody. So these auctions have been up for 6 minutes. That was a 6-minute timeout for me. I rarely do that, but man, I feel so much better. Whew. That was 6 hours of nonstop vertigoing, okay? So, tie my bow tie. Bond. James Bond. All right. So, Roxy, I did see your messages. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make these buy it nows, except the stones. John Robb's got dibs on the stones. Those other three are no bids, $35. Big hits, high tide and green grass. It's a gatefold jacket. There's no book. It comes with this Japanese insert, which is a 2-page with lyrics in English and then in Japanese. There's the Rolling Stones golfing. There's Mick Jagger. And this is a $35. So all three of those are buy it nows for $35. The Who, the Tommy soundtrack with other guest artists, of course. Elton John's on there. Eric Clapton. Jack Nicholson. Excuse me. Simon and Garfunkel, Wednesday morning, 3 a.m., $35. And then this awesome Deep Purple compilation, $35. Woman from Tokyo Fireball, Strange Kind of Woman, Never Before Black Night, Speed King, Smoke on the Water, and Child in Time. And the Stones is one of the best comps they put out other than Hot Rocks, $35. Stephen Parton gets Tommy for $28, all right? Anybody else want any of those or want to make an offer? Thank you. We are at the 2-hour warning for tonight's show. Thanks, everybody, for spending time with us. We're either at 2 hours or when Chad gets sleepy, because now, usually when I eat like that again, I'll get really sleepy. It'll make me feel better, but I get really, really sleepy. All right, we got like 2 more Vertigos that have not officially went up. I don't think they're too crazy far as pricing. And then there's Wednesday morning. And this is a new arrivals crate. Let me get these Japanese and new sleeves. And we got offers for 26 and 27. I like Steven's prices better. What about we do 28 and 28, Nick Bergeron and Stephen Douglas? I don't usually bump by $1. I usually bump $2, but Stephen and Nick, they'll make it an easy. We'll do 28, 28, 28, and then Simon and Garfunkel's a no bid. That's the cover you normally see in the United States on the back. This could be the last time. This could be the last time. Maybe the last time. I don't mind. Oh, no. All right. So, Stephen Douglas sold and Nick Bergeron sold. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. All right. Now, there's, like I said, 2 Vertigos that officially have not been put up. I don't think they're too crazy. Well, yeah, one is. My bad. Should have done this one a lot sooner. This one is Legend Moonshine. I'm assuming the band is called Legend, right? Yeah, because we had a Legend the other night. Yeah. Moonshine's the name of the album. This is a 71 UK. 71 UK. VG Plus, a $300 start. So, what's going on? That's what Marvin Gaye said. This is a Vertigo Swirl, of course. 71 UK, VG Plus. A $300 start, Legend. We sold the other Legend we had last week. It was the one with the red looking leather boot. Wow, I didn't notice that till right now. This wolf and that, or whatever that is, a werewolf or something. This has a Cervizio import sticker on the front. Okay, so there's Legend, 71 UK, and then Magna Carta Seasons. Now, we see this quite often in the United States, so this might be one of the most affordable Vertigos we have. It's a 1970 UK gatefold first UK reissue, small swirl on the front label or the informational side, and it does come with a Vertigo inner sleeve. $40 start on Magna Carta. Man, I can't help but put that R on the end. Magna Carta. I want to say Carter all the time. Gatefold. Very cool. And you get a Vertigo inner sleeve, a $30 value. $40 start on that. And this crate is buy it now or best offer. We have the Who's Next. It's an MCA reissue, but classic album alert. VG Plus, $14.99. Out here in the fields, I fight for my meals, $24.99. Quicksilver Anthology, a VG copy, $14.99. Randy Newman, Good Old Boys, a nice VG, $9.99. Montrose Self-Titled, VG Plus, $24.99. Wilson Pickett's Great Hits, a strong VG, $19.99. VG, $19.99. Also, Musicians Union, The Best of Jethro Tull, VG Plus, $19.99. And White Witch, a VG Plus copy, $24.99. Legend is, of course, called Moonshine. It is a 1971 UK VG Plus. It has the original inner sleeve. And Legend is a $300 start. A 71 UK, nice VG, $300 start on that. I didn't open up the slot for B. There we go. Magna Carta 40, David Gass on the Who. And that's so to David Gass. Thank you on that one. And then Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards, a 70s German press. VG $14.99. Uriah Heep, a 70s German press. Jen Alonso getting the Jethro Tull for $15. Walking and I. We have Santo and Johnny, a VG copy for $19.99. Looks like we need Another Japanese pressing up for one of those other empty slots there. Let's see what else I have in here. I have Toto, of course. It wouldn't be a Jap. We've already had Japanese Asia. We got to have Japanese Toto. Yeah, let's do it. All right, so here is Toto Isolation. This sometimes comes with a sticker sheet. I don't know if this one is going to have one or not. Toto Isolation is near mint, a $35 start. Near mint minus and pristine, I should say. There's the insert, and yes, it does have the sticker sheet, even though some of them have been used. But you still got nice little cutouts here. I mean, look at that. You can put Steve Lukather's name on the back of your Toyota Tacoma. You can have a Steve Lukather sticker on the back of your, you know, your Toyota Tacoma. We got Santo and Johnny, sold to Gabe Baez for $14. Thank you. That's sold to Gabe Baez. Elton John's greatest hits. We're talking about Blue Jean Baby. We're talking about LA Lady. We're talking about the seamstress for the band. VG $14.99 on Elton John's greatest hits. Ice cold Diet Coke there. Delicious. Retrospective, the best of Buffalo Springfield. A strong VG Buffalo Springfield, $14.99. Quicksilver Messenger Service, a VG copy, $9.99. Quicksilver Messenger Service. And Foghat Live, Slow Ride, VG Plus $14.99. Badfinger ASS, a strong VG $19.99. Redbone Potlatch, VG $9.99. Isn't it weird? The toughest Redbone album to get has their biggest hit on it. The one with Come and Get Your Love. That one's so hard to get. The Green Tambourine album. We had a copy of this earlier. VG Plus $24.99. Play my green tambourine. We have Rhinoceros Satin Chickens. VG Plus $24.99. All righty. So over here, we have Legend sold for $300 to John Kaiser. Thank you. Sold to John Kaiser for $300. And then Magna Carta is a buy it now for $40. And Toto's a buy it now for $35. Those are closed. Okay. Come and get your love. Sitting on the park bench. All right, Jen Alonzo wants the Redbone, and she grabs the Toto No Bid for $35. Thank you. And come and get your love. All right, so what did I promise next? I promise next more greatness here at Collectco. Yeah, we will go through the Hatchet Ed crate again, whoever asked about that. We will go through the Hatchet Ed crate, and I guess, again, we'll read through this whole no-bid crate at some point tonight. And honestly, there's even more over here somewhere else. And I guess I finally need to do a video in the morning of the complete no-bid crate, because the last time I did that, we sold a ton out of there. I promised to pull Uriah Heep for $10. This one right here, Demons and Wizards, sold to Stephen Parton for $10. Boy, you just like Jedi mind tricked me somehow. David Goss got Elton John. We're talking about I'm a rocket man. Rocket man, burning down this fuse half as long. Man, I think it's gonna be a long, long time. Touchdown brings me when I get too far. I'm not the man that think I am, man. Oh no. 'Cause I'm going to the moon. Send me to the moon. I can't wait to apply for NASA. Do you think they'd hire me? I'd be a major asset for that organization. All right, another night of Vertigo complete. Those were the last 2 advertised ones. We got several no bids, and we're going to be pricing some reissues here pretty soon. Let's go ahead and do that right now, because I'm a rocket man. Rocket man, burning down the season half as long. I think it's gonna be a long, long time. Touchdown brings me round. I get too far. Nothing. Mars ain't the kind of place to raise your kids. In fact, it's cold as hell. And there's no one there to raise me. If you did. Who I got for the Masters? Scotty Scheffler. Scotty Scheffler. Not Tiger, unfortunately. All right. Bryson. That's a good one. That's good. Jim Croce. All the Jim Croce Vertigos have sold, yeah. Okay. Roy, that's possible. Back to back. Not many people's done that. All right, I'm looking for White Snake, Corn, Wasp, Ace, U2, Sublime, Misfits, Superchunk, Yardbirds, Little Walter, Paranoid, Forge, Superchunk, Zeppelin, Phil Collins, Oh Brother, White Snake, Harry Styles, Jocko, and U2. Wasp. Wasp is $29.99. And Wasp at $29.99 is still available. This is a 40th anniversary half-speed master on colored vinyl, $29.99 on Wasp. I have Judas Priest stained glass. The on-sale price, Judas Priest is $24.99. Judas Priest, $24.99. Also, Talk Talk Spirit of Eden, $24.99 for Talk Talk. That's a half-speed master. And Elvis back in Memphis, a limited edition 1500 on green colored vinyl. Elvis is $29.99. Now, what possibly could I put up for auction now? What do I have that thou could put up for thou this? Why am I speaking like old English? What thoueth shall Chad thereforeth put up for the owl, thareth, the ereth, thoueth. What am I doing? What am I even trying to say? Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. I'm looking. What's here? What's there? I don't know. I'm lost for words. Patrick Smith on Wasp for $29.99. How much was Judas Priest? $24. White Snake Greatest Hits, so did David Polkey. Make sure that goes in for $29. Wasp was sold to Sean. Patrick, I got bad news. I knew I read that off earlier. Sean Drake beat you on Wasp. He beat you by 16 hours, okay? Sean Drake gets Wasp for 29. I'm so sorry. I knew I read that off. I was having trouble finding it. Wasp is sold to Sean Drake. He only beat you by 16 hours. White Snake is sold to David Polkey for 29. Elvis is back in Memphis, $10 off, limited edition 1500 on green vinyl. These are already discounted, by the way. No more, no less. Soundgarden, $24.99, Louder Than Love. Soundgarden, Louder Than Love, $24.99. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou, red vinyl on sale. I've got 2 more of these in the Hatchet Ed crate if anybody wants one. This is $34.99. $34.99. $34.99. And this one is sold to, golly, I've read it 2 or 3 times. I keep losing it. Josh Tanner. That's sold to Josh Tanner. But I have more if anybody else wants one. Over here, Jen Alonzo gets Soundgarden for 24. And Jay Nutria, it is your lucky day. There was 2 Oh Brother, Where Art Thou's in the Hatchet Ed crate. And I told everybody I would also do those on sale. So now we sold 1 and now there's 0 left. So this is sold to Jay Nutria for $34.99. All right, moving on. We have NWA. This is Straight Outta Compton. $29.99 for Straight Outta Compton. And then we have Neil Young Freedom. This was already on sale and then on sale again. That's what we call a double sale. And that's what we call Chad's lost his mind and he needs to be put in a straitjacket and chained to a wall and people yell at him. This is $24.99. And this is Neil Young Freedom. How much? $24.99. Scott Apple wants to know, do I have any knives? No, I don't. Is this some kind of, are you trying to accuse me of having weapons here? NWA, this is sold to Jeremy Lucky for $29.99. Jen, that was my only copy, unfortunately. Regina gets Elvis, and that is $29.99. And now we're going to start filling up another crate. Boy, new vinyl really, it starts expediting sales, eh? Holy crap. Oh, my gosh. Good Lord. Okay, here we go. This is it. This is the moment a lot of people have been dreaming of. You know what? Chad's going to take a drink of Diet Coke. Freedom, sold to Tim Vagari. Nice. Tim Vagari on Neil Young for $24.99. All right. Ace Frehley, $24.99, sold to Scott Corcoran. U2 sold to Scott Corcoran for $24.99. Phil Collins, $10 off, $29.99, sold to Brian Studdard. Megadeth's newest album, $10 off, red organza colored vinyl, $34.99 for Megadeth. $34.99 for Megadeth. Jeremy Lucky says, pass the NWA to Jen Alonzo. Change the NWA from Lucky Tattooing to Jen Alonzo, okay? Also in here is Misfits Evil Live. This was $24.99, sold to Glenn Kesey. Next thing in here is Black Sabbath Paranoid. This was $39.99. $39.99 for Black Sabbath. And Korn is $39.99, and that's sold to John LaBeatty. Now, you may ask yourself, where's Chad getting all these other comments from? Make sure you're in our private group, Whole Lot of Records. If you're not, you're falling behind. You're behind the curve. You're behind the 8 ball, and you are in trouble because you're not in our private group on Facebook, Whole Lot of Records. And people were buying these 16 hours ago while you were still asleep. You might want to start waking up in the morning, setting alarms and buzzers and beepers and saying, hey, man, I need to start watching these videos before everybody else. Judas Priest is still available for $24. Talk still available for $24. Neil Young still available for $24. Megadeth still available for $34. And Black Sabbath is still available for $39. Okay? All right. Over here, let's do this. We have a list of every band ever conceived, and we will be making a light box for them. Any band you can name, I'll be making a light box for them. You name a band, we're going to be doing it. Time is to be determined. I got to go up here and get this other crate. Let's go up here and get this other crate, okay? Other crate, other crate, other crate, other crate, other crate, other crate. Now, I got good news. I've got 2 more crates of new vinyl, and if you want a chance at it before everybody else in the morning, we can go through those. It's the final recap that has not been posted in Whole Lot of Records, and if y'all want to see those before anybody else, we can do that, okay? We can do that. There's 2 crates. It'll be a final recap. Jen Alonzo on TW. TW for Jen Alonzo was something. What was TW? Talk? Talking Windows, talking the W. Jaco Pastorius, $24.99, sold to Jerry Stone. That's sold to Jerry Stone. We have the Donna Spend the Night. The Donna's is $10 off, $29.99. Harry Styles, $10 off, $29.99. And this is sold to Christina Curtis. Little Walter is $10 off, $29.99. Little Walter is sold to George Jones. Little Walter is sold to Sean Fairweather. Sean Fairweather got that one. The Donnas is sold to Patrick Smith. Jen Alonzo, you were second. Led Zeppelin is $24.99. And Led Zeppelin is sold to Stanley Richmond for $24.99. Chat Paul, Hayden Pettigo, $20 off. That's a crazy price. $24.99. Foxtrot, Dreamers in Exile. It was a new release. We ordered 4. I didn't sell any of them. We've marked them down almost half price, and I still hadn't sold any. $19.99. Must not have any Foxtrot fans here. Kishi Bashi Sonderlost, $14 off. That's $24.99. Disclosure Energy Zoetrope Picture Disc, $29.99. And then the Doobie Brothers, Taking It to the Streets. That is on sea blue colored vinyl, $19.99. Mickey Dolenz Puts You to Sleep, colored vinyl, $24.99. The Strokes, Is This It? Red vinyl with the original cover. The Strokes is $29.99. And Mitski, this is on yellow vinyl, $19.99. Jen Alonzo on the Doobie Brothers for $19. And Jen, I was going to make sure I didn't miss your claim for TW. You had put TW. I was going to make sure I didn't miss that. Also, we have Beck. Everybody's got to learn sometime. That's his newest release on red vinyl. Beck was $24.99. Severance Season 2 soundtrack, $24.99. Portugal the Man on Denali blue colored vinyl. Portugal the Man is $24.99. We have the BPM Sudan Archives red vinyl, $24.99. Sonny Boy Williamson and the Yardbirds, this is $19.99. Sonny Boy Williamson and the Yardbirds, that's marked down to $19. Also, Juliana Hatfield, Lightning Might Strike, that's $19.99. C418 Minecraft Volume Beta, that was $19.99. This Psych Comp was $24, and this Psych Comp was $24.99. So did Gen Cast. That's sold to Gen Cast. The Sonny Boy Williamson was sold for $19.99. And that was sold for $19.99. And that was sold for $19.99. That was sold for $19.99 to George Jones. George Jones gets that for $19.99. Next is Chris Messer. You were second on the Psych Comp. Cynthia Herdren got Portugal the Man for $24. DJN Noodle on the Severance soundtrack for $24. Jen Alonzo, you were next on Sonny Boy Williamson. Matty Diaz, Fatal Optimist, $19.99 on that. Super Chunk was only $19. Super Chunk, one sold to Sean Fairweather, Sean Lee Hooker, Master Moss 666. The other Super Chunk was sold to Darren Johnson. And then Dry Cleaning was $19.99. Dry Cleaning. Sublime was $29, and Sublime was sold already to Seth Lucas, $29 to Seth Lucas. Coldplay Viva La Vida, $24.99 on Coldplay, last copy. And then over here we have A Tribe Called Quest, Beats, Rhymes, and Life, $24.99. Okay? And that means George Jones didn't get Little Walter, Kevin Richards didn't get Paranoid, and we have Sean Hibbler did not get Whitesnake, and Bill Walton didn't get U2. All right. So anybody else on anything in there? Those 2 crates have turned into 1. Tribe Called Quest. Let's tilt this down so y'all can see it a little bit better. Tribe Called Quest 24. Soda Jen Alonzo. Coldplay for 24. Dry Cleaning 19. Matty Diaz 19. Minecraft Volume Beta 19. Giovanna Hatfield 19. BPM Sudan Archives 24. Beck 24. Mitski 19. Strokes 29. Mickey Dolan's 24. Disclosure 29. Kishi Basher 24. Voxtrot 19. And Chat Pile 24.99 on that. And then left over from that first crate, sitting on the park bench, left over from the first crate was Judas Priest for 24, Talk for 24, Neil Young for 24, Megadeth for 34, and Black Sabbath for 39. Sitting on the park bench. All right. Who's ready for more? It looks like y'all are fired up and ready to buy some records right now, okay? Is that true? Yeah, Trat, it is true, okay? It is. We're fired up and ready to buy some records, man. What the heck? I mean, come on. Give us what we want. Power to the people. Feed the man. Stick it to the man. Feed the animal. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Shoo-ba-doo-ba-da-da. How does King Diamond get a lot before MSG or UFO? Well, I had somebody who asked me about it every single day. He would message me, message Collecco, and comment here 3 to 5 times every night until we finally had one made. And that's not an exaggeration. I mean, he had reminders over and over and over and over and over, and he would ask randomly throughout the sale messages, and we finally said, hey, we better make this lot or this guy may have to go commit himself, okay? He was starting to lose it. Here we go. Duke Ellington, MoFi, $29.99. Miles Davis, Roundabout Midnight, $39.99. Miles Davis, Sketches of Spain, $39.99. Foghat, Full for the City, $39.99. The Cars Candy-O, $39.99. Hall & Oates Rock and Soul Part 1, $39.99. And Heart Dreamboat Annie, $10 off, $49.99. That's what's left in our MoFi department that's on sale. Either $5 or $10 off on Heart. The rest of them are $5 off. Okay? And those are on sale MoFi. Now, I told y'all these lights are serious business. I told y'all about Kiss Army. We had a couple guys, like one guy literally, now when I was talking about the King Diamond request, that one got pretty dang serious, but let me tell you about the Kiss lights. There was a couple people who almost lost it over the Kiss lights. Because let me tell you something about Kiss collectors. I know them well. I've been dealing with Kiss collectors since I've been dealing in collectibles. I remember the very first Kiss collection I bought. I was a junior in high school. I bought it from a local guy who run a flea market out of a old grocery store or a gas station, kind of both. And let me tell you something. They are insane in a good way, okay? I can't talk bad about them. These are positive comments, okay? They don't mess around. We had some threatening messages come in because people thought I had these Kiss lights and we were withholding them from them. And they were getting violently upset to the point where we had some nasty messages come in. 2 people specifically. I'm talking foul language and everything. And they were having panic attacks until they could get one of these. Couple guys almost just had to block, but I literally in one of my messages said, you need to calm down big time, okay? You're taking this a little bit too serious. I mean, and then another thing about a light box, a different pattern. Ed sent me a message one time. He said, hey, listen, there's a guy that's used some very foul language over this box. I'm going to let you handle it. He's being very disrespectful. And I was like, okay, maybe we should kick back. Maybe we should pull back on these light boxes, okay? Because there's a couple people, I'm like, whoa. They're just USB-powered light boxes. You will get one. But we had some people, I mean, I feel sorry for the people that was around them during this time in their life. I was like, man, if they're acting like this, holy cow. Okay, so let's go back to the top. Patrick, is that a claim on the Cars Heartbeat City? The Cars Heartbeat City, if that's true, let me know, okay? If you wanted that for $39. Here we go. We got Jeff Buckley, and I did this one a straight 20% off live at Shanae, which made it $79.99. Live from Shanae, $79.99. And I told one guy in a message, I said, hey, before long, we're going to have these literally sitting on a shelf where anybody can get one at any time. I mean, this isn't some kind of rare, unique one-of-one item. And sure enough, I've got 3 sitting over here on a shelf, and everybody's calmed down. I think one guy may not ever be back. Another person over the other light box, I think I lost his business. And we're talking about some longtime customers. And I was like, whoa, let's just remain calm, okay? I'm a optimist. I'm a diplomat. I work out stuff with people, but I'm like, y'all have got to remain calm, okay? Let's remain calm, okay? Jeff Buckley is sold to Chris Messer for $79.99, and Heartbeat City is sold to Patrick Lear for $39, okay? There's that and there's that. Next thing over here is Peaches, No Lube, So Rude, blue vinyl. That is $19.99. We have Jane Remover, Revenge Seeker, $15 off. Jane Remover is $24.99. Sly and the Family Stone's Greatest Hits, $19.99. With that being said, does anybody want to buy a light box? With all that being said, does anybody want to buy a Pink Floyd, Ozzy, Pearl Jam, Led Zeppelin, King Diamond, Kiss, Iron Maiden, Alice in Chains, Rolling Stones, or Metallica light box? $59.99. Who wants one? Look at them. Pink Floyd, Ozzy, Pearl Jam, they light up, they change colors. How could you say no? If you say no right now, you're going to be putting yourself in a bad position. You don't want to be me selling out, and then all of a sudden you're over here like yelling at people at the grocery store because you didn't get your light box. I mean, I was like, man, I bet these people, I bet they're in grocery stores, screaming at people. There's that. There's that. Pantera, Randy Rhoads. Awesome. Pantera back there. All right, here we go. Next thing over here. We got that. We got that. We make a Gamecock light box. Maybe after I get all these other ones done. Maybe I get all these other ones. Patrick Smith on Heart. Patrick Smith on Heart. That's $10 off, $49.99. And Nirvana, Green Day, Misfits are all up for pre-order. Yes. Yes is up. Yes, yes is up. And the most recent has been, what was the other one? Misfits, yes. Over here we have Cynthia said she'll take a Kiss. Excellent. Cynthia was like, well, I better get a yes then before, like, you know, something bad happens. I got one more left. We've sold a bunch. About time for me to put in another big order. But yeah, I'm going to make some novelty ones. This is a year's project, okay? We're going to be, we got a heck of a list. We do about 2 every week, new designs. And we got a long ways to go. We got some big bands we still got to make, okay? We've got some big bands we still got to make. So, but, you know, there's stuff we're going to do, like even Seinfeld and, you know, everything else. There's Metallica. Metallica's pretty cool. All right, so what do we have here? Sorry, let me get back onto the on-sale new vinyl. So Miles Davis is a MoFi pressing. I've got 2 of them. They're $5 off, $39 and $39. Sketches of Spain is $39, and Roundabout Midnight is in mono. And these are numbered, sealed, and sold, and available if you want them. Okay, moving on. Swamp Dog, Right On, just $19.99 on that. Cynthia, I got you down for a Kiss Light. Thank you. You got to get a USB power adapter, but after that, you'll be good to go. I think that's all of them that I have in stock. I think that's one. Oh, well, Cannibal Corpse. Right? Cannibal Corpse, yeah. I got a couple of those left. Cannibal Corpse. Now, that's all of them. Jen Alonzo on MDR. And that one was Miles Davis. What is MDR? But I also have Halloween, The Time of the Oath, 2 LP, expanded color. And we did these for just $34.99. That was $12 off. $34 on that one. And $34. I just went ahead and made both of these $34.99 each. Halloween and Halloween. Teaser is called Demos and Live. It's on white and red splatter. $19.99. Cynthia on Halloween. Let me know which one. Jen, I'm assuming that's for Miles Davis Round Midnight. It is. Somebody else asked on YouTube if they pass. I'll go ahead and sell it to you. I'm going to make sure they pass, though, first. MC5, just $19.99. That was on clear and yellow splatter. $19.99. Cynthia gets both Halloweens. So tag those for $34 and $34. Here's a great jazz album. Alice Coltrane, Journey into Sachimandanda, featuring Pharoah Sanders. It features a harp. It's incredible music. I mean, it's not your typical jazz, in my opinion. That one track I love on here was the opening. Yeah, Journey into Sachimandanda. I mean, it's like a beautiful harp sound. It's really, I don't know. You know, you think about some jazz like, not like that. At least that first track that I really like is it. I listen to it a lot because I have it here in the store, in-store play mix. $19.99. Robert Warner, thank you on that one. These come just loose like this. They just wrap them in bubble wrap. Hey, I think there was a Hatchet Ed light. Oh yeah, I had a few Hatchet Ed miscellaneous items. Yep, I got a few Hatchet Ed miscellaneous items. Here we go. Ooh, nice. So we got a Kiss lot in the Hatchet Ed stuff, and I got a couple 45s. Todd, I don't really want to discount the. I don't want to discount that any further. The Black Sabbath. I saw your offer a moment ago. Sorry I didn't answer you. But yeah, I don't think I want to discount that any further. The reason being, I only did 5 on that. It really don't need to be discounted. Let me show these 45s in just a second. Okay. Moving on, and how much out? It's $24.99. Is Teaser the female band? I don't think so. No. And then let's go ahead and sell Jen the Miles Davis for $39. Thank you, Jen Alonzo. That's so to you. There's the other MC5 back in the USA. That one's on clear vinyl, their 1970 album. And this jazz subgenre is modal jazz and spiritual. That's what, there it is. The type you're performing in the beautifully is bop or hard bop. Yeah. Bop is, I think when most people hear jazz in their head, they're thinking about bop or hard bop, which is probably some of the most popular jazz. You know, that's Davis, Coltrane. The Alice Coltrane there is a little bit different, different style. So I guess if I'm going to listen to jazz, sign me up for more of the spiritual jazz. Thank you. That's $24.99. So to Chad Smith. The Breakfast Club soundtrack, $24.99. Jawbox was just $19.99. That was for novelty. Jawbox novelty, $19. NXS X, that's on red vinyl, $24.99 for NXS. Paul Stanley solo album, $24.99 for Paul Stanley. And this was Marty Supreme, the original soundtrack by Daniel Lopatin. $15 off makes that $24.99. Jen Alonso on Breakfast Club for $24. And then we had any of these Kinks albums. I made it simple the other night and just said $19.99 each. The original retail sticker price was $35, $30, $37, and $25. So $19.99 on Kinda Kinks, $19.99 on Face to Face, and that's on purple vinyl. And then Percy was a picture disc. And we had a well-respected man, Kinks Kingdom. Any of those Kinks albums, $19.99. And somebody already made an offer the last time for less. I declined. All the new vinyl when it's discounted at final prices. The only time I'll ever discount it again is if it's here for 60 more days, okay? Most of these have been here 30 days. The Kinks today has been here exactly 30 days. Actually, now after midnight, so it's been here exactly 30 days. That's why I started Monday putting this stuff on sale. Even if it was early March sticker, I figured by Friday and Saturday it would be officially 30 days and it's time to discount it. So quick recap here. And then I'm just going to add more because this next crate has about a handful and I'm just going to bring it over here and add it. So the Kinks are 19. The Marty Supreme soundtrack, 24. Paul Stanley, 24. NXS, 24. Jawbox, 19. MC5, 19. Teaser, 19. The other MC5, 19. Swamp Dog, 19. Duke Ellington, 29. Miles Davis, 39. Sly, 19. Jane Remover, 24. Peaches, 19. Hall & Oates, 39. And the last one was the Foghat Mo-Fi, that classic album, Full for the City, 39 with a slow ride on it. Take it easy. Anybody interested in this Tori Amos bundle of all those new albums? Oh yeah, let's show the 45s right quick. But first, I got George Harrison, the half-speed master of electronic sound, $24.99. We ordered 3, never did sell any of them. John Prine, $9 off, $29.99 for Sweet Revenge. John Prine. And then Glory, Teen Jesus and the Gene Teasers. I marked that one down all the way to 19. Joyce Manor was $19.99. I used to go to this bar. Country Music, a film by Ken Burns, the soundtrack. That's a 2 LP for $24. And then Danny Brown was $24. That was $14. Whoops. $14 off. That's on white vinyl. And then Manchester Orchestra was $10 off, $24.99. Tori Amos, 1 Discogs, 2 your collection, 3 split them up. Yeah, that's an option. Either put them on disc. Is there a Discogs entry where they're all being sold together? All right, let's go through some of the Hatchet small items here. The first one was Eco Talks. And this was $11. Eco Talks was $11. Looks like metal. They look very metal. Is this a split? This might be split. Hold on a minute. Yeah, Decay and Eco Talks. It's split. And it's on silver vinyl. $11. I'll say on these, $11 or best offer. Okay. Ozzy Shot in the Dark, $50. Ozzy Shot in the Dark, $50. Testament Native Blood, green vinyl, $12. Bon Jovi Dead or Alive, $18. No price on that. No price on that. Madonna, $6.99. I'll say $6.99 on Madonna. La Lisa Bonita. Jerry Stiller, we'll say $6.99 on that. And how about a quick auction on Testament? Or I mean Slayer. Let's run a quick auction on Slayer. There's no price. Slayer, when the stillness comes on green vinyl, a $10 start. Slayer, when the stillness comes, green vinyl, $10 start. We'll put that right back there for an auction, okay? Slayer, a $10 start because there's no price. Rafe got Decay for $8. Hiram got Testament for $12. Okay, so make sure this is Decay. It's split, Ecotox Decay. That's sold to Rafe for $8. Testament is sold to Hiram for $12. Ozzy 50 OBO. Jerry Stiller $6.99. Madonna sold to David Gass. And then Bon Jovi $18. Wanted. I'll take all three of the Kinks, not the picture disc. Okay, I still got more to add in here. So no Percy, but the other two sold. And those are sold and sold. And then over here, we have Tori. I'm about to show the Tori. I didn't pull country music, Ken Burns. Or did I? I did not. Country music, Ken Burns is sold for $24.99. $24.99 to Christina Curtis, okay? $6.99 send to Massey. If we're sending this to Massey, I'll definitely do that, okay? I probably could re-auction it tomorrow for $22, but if we're going to be sending this to Mike Massey for $6.99, I'll take it. Wanted, Dead or Alive, and Craig's going to pay for this, and we're going to send it to Mike Massey. He was in a Bon Jovi tribute band called Slippery When Wet. Holy cow. Okay, and then over here, we got Barry Stramatos on Slayer. Wow, you even put a bid up here on the screen. I forgot about that. Barry Stramatos on Slayer for $10. Let's make a note from your best friend, Craig Thomas, okay? Let's put a note, whoever's tagging, write a sticky note and say, from your best friend, Craig Thomas. And then what happened to Ozzy? Ozzy is sold for $35 to Stanley Richmond, okay? Surely somebody needs Jerry Stiller. I mean, we're talking about Frank Costanza. Serenity Now! Serenity Now! The tracks on Slayer is When the Stillness Comes and Black Magic live at WAC in 2014. All right, let's add a few more to here. I'm not done showing LPs on sale right here. Wow, we've almost sold a whole crate of on-sale vinyl. Great. I may not have to make another video in the morning. More Loving on the flip side. This is Sweet, Funky, and Beat Heavy Ballad, 68 to 75. That is $24.99. Ron Bingham was $29.99. I mean, I'm still selling these. $29.99 on the Ron Bingham, $5 off. Sonny Clark was $24.99, Leapin' and Lopin'. Ron Bingham, $5 off. Mescalito, $29. We marked down Margot Price, Live at the Ryman, all the way down to $19.99. And this newest Ludacris reissue, $29.99. Ludacris, $29.99. And then Blur Leisure for $24. There's some more on sale. So that was More Loving on the flip side, comp $24. Ron Bingham $29. Sonny Clark $24. Ron Bingham $29. Margot Price $19. Ludacris $29. And Blur $24. And Spin Cycle gets Ann Mirror and Jerry Stiller. That's sold to Spin Cycle for $6.99. There is a new bid on Slayer. They're bidding on this right now. Slayer is at $12. Rafe gets a Blur for $24.99. And also, we have Teaser. It's $19.99 Pam. $19.99 Pam Murray on Teaser. Demos and Live, $84.85. Now, the Tori Amos is a unique deal. I honestly wouldn't have ordered this, but it showed up, and I'm trying to sell it. It is called Strange Little Girls, Tori Amos, and they all have different covers. And for some reason, I get like Taylor Swift vibes from all of them. I don't know why. They have 12 different covers. This isn't the same person, right? Am I like insane or something? Tori Amos, Strange Little Girls. And as you see, they all have different covers. So there's a total of 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 of them. And 12 of them over here at $44.99. So here's what they originally were priced. And earlier this week, when I put them on sale, I said I would do 20% off. So I'm trying to sell them as the set for $431. $431 as a set. All 12 jackets. You can buy them at once. Tori Amos. It's the same person. Wow, it is. This is the same person. And all these photos. Yeah, I guess you can see it in the eyes. Yeah, I can see it now in the nose. Boy, that's crazy. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Are you sure about this? No, there's no way. I don't know if there's no way this is the same person. Is it? Golly. I'm tripping out here. Man, yeah. I guess that's all Tori Amos. Man, she can make herself, that's wild. Her nose and a couple of those look different. There had to be some touch-up on some of that. There had to be. Either some really good makeup work or some touch-up, one of the two. That's wild. That is really crazy. Yeah, I got to be careful when I go out in public socializing. Somebody could fool me in a hurry, couldn't they? Oh my gosh, I could get tricked like a... All right, and then over here we got 3 CDs. Human Touch, Bruce Springsteen Sealed, $6.99. And these 2 Slayer Japanese CDs were $24.99. Slayer Japanese CDs, $24.99. Over here, I'll take it. Pam Murray got Teaser for $19.99. $19.99. Sold to Pam Murray. And Barry Stramatos got Slayer for $12. All right. I'm going to try my absolute best to keep those as a set. I wonder what my cost is on them. Let me see if they're still available to order. I might even price them. Well, they might already be below my cost or below it at that kind of discount. Let me log in very quickly and see. Oh, great neck adjustment. And I think what we found out, what was crazy, is there's virtually nothing else in stock from Tori Amos. None of her discography. Some of these are out of stock, yeah. It's weird. Like some of these are out of stock and some of them's not. All right, do y'all want to know my absolute best price? I'll tell you my absolute best price on the bundle. Okay, here it is. Actually, Little Earthquakes is back in stock and under the, okay, she's got some stuff back in stock. Under the Pink is back in stock and Little Earthquakes. Maybe we were thinking about somebody else. No, we were talking about Fiona Apple that night. Fiona Apple was out of stock. My absolute best price on all of them is $375. Okay? $375 buys them all. That's my absolute best price. $375. What was the Slayer CD's bonus tracks? South of Heaven, $24.99. No bonus tracks. Rain and Blood, $24.99. No bonus tracks to my knowledge. I don't see anything listed as bonus tracks. Okay, what to do next? We'll take a poll, and then I'll decide what to do myself. I'm going to take all these. That's all the 45. What was the first 45 we sold? White Zombie. We had that up about 7 hours ago. That's all the 45s we sold tonight. Home by the sea. Home by the sea. All right. Maybe the no bid crate over here. Any Japanese Kiss? Not to my knowledge. I think we're expecting one more box tomorrow, though. Maybe the no bid crate, and then price some stuff on. And this has everything in it. This has scene splits and straight priced and stuff like that. Whew, I'm sleepy. I'm not supposed to say that out loud, but I am. I'm sleepy. I'll officially say it. Okay. Who else just yawned? That's contagious. Thanks everybody who bought some out of there. That, except for the Tori Amos, condensed that down into one crate. That was good work. All right, let's try to thin out this crate because this is a catch-all and no bid crate. Okay, and oh yeah, you know what I need to do? I need to go get the Vertigo crate and find some of those reissues so we can mark them. Okay, so let me go find those. They should be right around here. I did promise that. No one's really said anything, but you know. Aha, Vertigo. Juicy Lucy, Coliseum, Nucleus, Ian Matthews, Black Sabbath, Black Sabbath, Black Sabbath, Black Sabbath, Man for Man, Clear Blue Sky. I think that's a reissue. It is. Juicy Lucy, Coliseum, Ancient Greece. That's a reissue. Black Sabbath, Bob Downs, Nucleus, Jimmy Campbell, Black Sabbath, 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 Gravy Train. I'm trying to find the sealed ones. Asagi Zimbabwe, Paul Jones. There's Linda. That was the one somebody was talking about. Some of these aren't sealed, but we'll take them anyways. Jade Warrior. That's Frumpy. That's a cool one. Not all these are Vertigo. Rod Stewart. You know what? Some of these we might mix in tomorrow. We probably have a night for one more big Vertigo Friday. It looks like. There's not as many in here as I thought, reissues. There's a ton of Black Sabbaths. And then we might just need to go through some of these. And, you know, we've took a big chunk out of the Vertigo. We end up having, I think I said I could do it 3 or 4 times. Well, I found out probably the 4th batch added up to reissues. And, so we'll probably have one more night, or if we need auctions for tomorrow, we might go ahead and just continue it for tomorrow. So, he did. We've kind of mixed stuff in and there. I mean, as soon as we got this collection back, they started marking some of that stuff immediately. So some stuff's already slipped through some of the crates and sold for the most part. Gravy reissue title. I am about to show it. Give me 1 second. Let's see what's all in here, starting with probably tonight's stuff. I've got Thomas F. Brown. Facebook hung up again. Okay. Thomas F. Brown, Wednesday's Child, a 71 UK OG near mint, $300 on that. We Are Motorhead, a 2000 German OG EX, $200 on Motorhead. Motorhead, the best of, a 2000 UK comp, 3 LP and 7-inch, $120. The Motorhead CD, Blu-ray, Volume 2, etc., etc., etc. That's $100 on that Motorhead. Japanese Simon & Garfunkel, Wednesday morning, 3 a.m. That one is $35, Simon & Garfunkel. Seasons, Magna Carta, 1970 UK, $40 on Magna Carta. Mike Absalom, and that one was, I may have lost my note here. Have I? I hope not. Maybe it's on this side. There it is. A nice, the note says strong, nice VG. 150 on that one. A 71 UK. 71 UK. Let's put that one back here. And then we had some of the ones from the week before. Gravy Train, $1,000. John Dummer, $250. Dr. Strangely Strange, $500. Dr. Z, $2,500. Still Life was from tonight. Still Life was $700. We do have an offer for $550. I'm still at $700 though. Manfred Mann Chapter 3, $250. Manfred Mann Chapter 3, $250. Hocus Poke, Earth Harmony, $800 on that one. Ian Matthews, VG Plus, $75. More Japanese, Mick Jagger, $35. And then Black Sabbath Live, this is official. Hammersmith Odeon, a triple LP, $250 on Black Sabbath Live. This Motorhead was $6.99. I still got that from last night. It was supposed to be 20, then 15, then 10. Somebody offered 5, and I said I probably wouldn't take any less than $6.99. And this is I'm Your Hoochie Coochie Man. I Don't Need Religion. And, of course, Shine is the A-side. $6.99 on Motorhead. That's probably the cheapest thing in there. This needs to be tagged to Alan Montgomery. Alan Montgomery needs this Guns N' Roses. That needs to be added to his invoice. I finally found that. That's sold to Alan Montgomery. I told y'all this was a catch-all crate. David Baber gets Motorhead for $6.99. I'm assuming that's the one you wanted. Taylor Swift, Life of a Showgirl, $38.99 for Taylor. $38.99, Taylor Swift, Life of a Showgirl. This was a Beatles laser disc. $35. It's a laser disc. $35. I guess it's live. 1960. Does it say where at? I mean, I know most of the good footage of the Beatles that exists from this era. It doesn't really show exactly where. You make me want to shout. I know where that is. That was the Top of the Pops. Yeah, that's it. That's where there's this like there's people standing behind them like another band, and then there's kids sitting on like the floor in front of them. I think that's where that's from. So that should be pretty good footage. Laserdisc 35. I think it's called Top of the Pops. Kiss, Rock and Roll Over, a 1976 US CTH Terre Haute, a variant of the OG release. No assistant engineer credit on back. Comes with original OG inner sleeve, no extras. I didn't know about all that. So this one has no assistant engineer credit on back. $40 VG Plus on Kiss. One of the many variants of that one. Gypsy Anesthesis. This was sealed, unopened. It was a $15 start the other night. No bid. Gypsy is $15. And then we have John Lennon. This was a bootleg. And the other night I put it up really late for a $25 start. It was tagged for a $45 start, and it didn't get a bid. So John Lennon, just $25. And this one was called Yin Yang, $25 on that. Lincoln Park Hybrid 3. Now here's some straight price stuff that got mixed in from the other night. Lincoln Park Hybrid Theory, $24.99. That's new and sealed black vinyl. Frank Marino Mahogany Rush. I got Volume 1 and Volume 2. They're $29.99 each. Volume 1 and Volume 2. And those are official releases. $29.99 on that. We have what? This was the Liquid Sound Company inside the Acid Temple. $59.99 on that. $59.99 on that. And then Gandalf Repress, the psychedelic album off from Capitol. That was from the other night. $34 on Gandalf. That's a kind of a pricey record. And if you want to make an offer on any of these, be my guest. Let me lay those behind me, actually. And the last one was the Small Faces, which was new and sealed Their Art Before Small Faces. And that one has Ichiku Park on it. That was a pretty big radio hit for them. Okay, and then think Ready, Steady, Go. Now you got me curious, Adam Minardi. Shout, the Beatles. I have it on. Well, let me go to YouTube. It's from this right here. Does it say where? Okay, here's some seam split stuff. These are seam split Hank Williams, new and sealed. It's called Classic Hits. And we had a wait list there. Actually, one nice one showed up. And this was the 2 seam split copies. So 24, I can take these off now where you can probably see the seam splits better. Right there, yeah. $24.99. It says from the TV show Around the Beatles. Yeah, that's it. That's probably the track from the Laserdisc. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. We can't use sound, but I can show it to you. That's it. And there's like a... Okay, Beatles time's over. Okay, next thing over here is a seam split Tom Tom Club. That was $29.99. Seam split Tom Tom Club. That one was $29.99. And I got 2 of those. I'm going to send these back for money back unless y'all want to buy them. Oh, and then here's some more Vertigo stuff. Ben, a 1972 Italian OG. Ben was VG250. And I know somebody asked about reel-to-reels. If you give me a second, I'll read off the ones I have, okay? I think Chris Messer asked. Matt DeMarco, 2 demos. Matt DeMarco was sealed, $55. Yeah, that's the stage. That's what was in the back of my mind. That stage, you'll see it in 1 second. Yeah, people kind of standing behind them and stuff. They might have done that for French TV. Or I'm not for sure. That might have been UK. Wow, McCartney. I see stuff like that. When I watch this kind of footage, I'm like, man, this guy is still alive and performing. How grateful are we to know that that guy is still alive and performing there. And Ringo. I think that's just insane. I look at that footage, it feels like it's really, really like a time capsule from, it feels like I'm watching something 200 years old, not 60 years old. David Baber said he'd do 25 on Kiss. Sold to David Baber for $25. Skip James was sealed, a $30 start. Skip James today, all analog, Matthew Luthen's pressed at QRP, $30 on that. This was a pricey record. Erie, 2016, 2020. It was near mint, $200 on Erie. A 2021 Japanese limited edition. J.J. Johnson. This was the eminent J.J. Johnson. 1978 Japanese. $75. $75. The Beatles on Live for Once on Top of the Pop. paperback writer. That's it. That's what they mentioned during anthology. Yeah, they stopped touring, or they stopped going to those TV shows, but they would send in clips. They started doing those. They were really the first band to do music videos. They did one for Rain and We Can Work It Out and Paperback Writer, and yeah, they were kind of the first music video. Skip 25. Sell this to Adam Bernardi for $25. This one was Flight to Jordan, Duke Jordan, a 2028 Japanese limited edition, 125 on that one. And this was called Erie, GMB, IRI 2016-2020, near mint minus $200. The cheapest listed is over $300 in Japan, and the only US copy is $352. The Clash, $125. The Clash, $125. Give them enough rope. Devo is an 84 Japanese, near mint 55. Still got the Clash, Paul Oakley. I still got the Clash, Paul Oakley. And we got Rocky Erickson and the Aliens, I Think of Demons. $75. Rocky Erickson and the Aliens, the Evil One, $150. Ozzy, signed, JSA letter on the way, $1,500. Ozzy signed, JSA letter, $1,500. Barry Stramato said he would do 20 on the Hybrid Theory. Sold. $20 on Hybrid Theory. Sold to Barry Stramatos. The Beatles, Twickenham Jams, a 77 Brazil unofficial, VG minus 30. Armageddon is a white label promo 50 EX VG jacket. And Air, original motion picture score for the Virgin Suicides. Air is $100. You make me wanna shout. Get your hands up and shout. Shout. In a hand, shout. Shout. Isley Brothers, right? The original, well, I don't know who penned it, but as made famous by the Isley Brothers, correct? Hey, there's the video. My phone's still over here playing Beatles stuff. There's the video to, well, yeah, that's Ticket to Ride. Clash. I got it. All right. Let's sell some more records. Once there was a way. Get back homeward. Once there was a way to get back home. You make me wanna shout. Get your hand. $29.99. Caterpillar changes. Jazz-infused prog act Caterpillar began in London in 1970. A contract with Vertigo Coning via Black Sabbath's manager Patrick Meehan, and this is $29.99. You know you make me wanna shout. Caterpillar. This came straight out of the Vertigo box a moment ago. Thank you. Yeah, my inner McCartney starts coming out after midnight. Once there was a way to get back home. Once there was a way to get back home. Favorite Beatles song, go. And you can't say I don't like the Beatles or I'll block you. David Baber just got blocked. I want you. Boom, 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 boom. I want you so bad, babe. I want you. I want you so bad. Driving. I want you. Rain. Oh, gosh. I read the news. Day in the life, yeah. Ancient Greece, women and children first. $29.99. Ancient Greece, women and children first. $29.99. Hey, Bungalow Bill, what did you kill? When I wake up early in the morning, float upstream, please don't wake me, no, I'm only sleeping. Oh, somebody does a big yawn right in the middle of it. I guess it's John Lennon doing that. People say to think I'm lazy, they don't mind. They think I'm crazy. Run. I love the music on that one, the reverse sitar or whatever that is, the tape loop, and I'm only sleeping. It's like a reverse tape loop or something. Wow, this is not a cheap reissue. This isn't a cheap reissue. I don't know if it's on colored vinyl, so almost need to open this one. Yeah, let's open this one. Well, it's sealed. Dang it. Okay, well, if it's white vinyl, you're going to be getting a deal. $59.99, Clear Blue Sky. It's a 2003 Italian. Clear Blue Sky, $59.99, 2003 Italian. If I needed someone. Half of what I say is meaningless. I haven't seen any Sundays, no. It looks like he's got some pretty good Karma stuff right here in this pocket. Any more crates? I am officially making the crates live right now. Ancient Greece is $29. I am officially making the crates live now. People try to say I'm lazy. I don't mind. Soda J Nutria, Ancient Greece. Did we have a Cressida reissue last night? Was you watching last night? I don't think we did. Oh, Edwin, you just missed it, man. Golly. You just missed it. I went through the whole crate in details. Boy, you've had some bad timing. You're cursed tonight, Edwin. Everybody tell them I just went through the whole no-bid crate, didn't I? Boy, you've got some bad timing tonight. Jake wants to know, has everything ran smooth with the stream? Any updates? We haven't had any problems with the stream. It's ran smooth as hot butter. But Edwin, if you want me to show you the Vertigo stuff, I will. Since we're kind of pricing stuff right now, I need to get it all together. I will show you all the Vertigo stuff. So don't go anywhere. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what version of this reissue I have. This is confusing. I hate it when it doesn't have a barcode. All right, let's go to the Matrix. 636. Gosh. The Matrix narrowed it down to 15 versions. That doesn't help. Golly. Yeah, I don't have time. I'm not even sure. He says a reissue from Poland. I'm not even sure if this is a modern reissue. That's the thing. Like, I don't know if I'm holding a $45 record or a $250 record. So I might have to leave this one for someone with more time than I have right now. I mean, the Matrix narrowed it down to all, I mean, they're all showing 71, 72, but there's no way. This feels like it's new. Anyways, yeah, these are the ones that frustrate me. It's like, oh gosh. Let me just wait on that one. Okay, I think we can figure out Linda. So give me wait on that one. I'm gonna go ahead and put this in a sleeve. Let me process one more and then I'll show the Vertigo no bids. Edwin Blom's been busy. Man, you've been busy for 7 hours and 19 minutes. Golly, Edwin, you must have had a heck of a night. What do you do, hitting up the slot machines? Goodness gracious. You must have a lot of dogs and a lot of wives. How many wives do you have? Holy cow, how many kids do you have? That's the only gravy train I'm familiar that I have, yeah. Holy cow. Yes, I have. No slot machines, one wife. Golly. I'd like to spend a day in the life with you and just see what happens. $29.99, Linda Hoyle, Pieces of Me. Now, somebody saw this in the flip video, and they thought we had an original, which I think this is one of the rarest of the Vertigo records you can get. This is an Karma 180-gram reissue, $29.99 on Linda Hoyle. So it went from a grail to a reissue quickly. $29.99 on that one. Holy moly. How many Aston Martins does he have? Good question. DB5s. How about an Aston Martin Vanquish? V12. That was the sound of an Aston Martin Vanquish V12 you just heard. Or a DBS. When they start up, they sound like this. I've literally got on YouTube and searched Aston Martin DBS cold start. It's almost Bond movies when he'll start his Aston Martin. He'll be in a hurry somewhere. I think Casino Royale. He turns it on. My golly, can I get one of those? I'd get the Colectible fast every day. All right. Tonight's Vertigo stuff. Ian Matthews, If You Saw Through My Eyes. VG Plus, 1971, $75. Hocus Poke, Near Mint, $800. Manfred Mann, Chapter 3, EX, $250. Still Life, EX, $700. Mike Absalom, 71 UK VG, $150. Magna Carta, Near Mint, $40. Thomas F. Brown, Wednesday's Child, Near Mint, $300. And then Vertigo from previous nights. Big ones. Dr. Z, 2,500. Dr. Strangely Strange, 500. The John Dummer Band, 250. Gravy Train, 1,000. Ben, 250. And that's all of the Vertigo stuff. Everything else sold, or sold last Friday. Then I think in the crate over there, we have enough for one more Vertigo night, Friday night, 1 week from tonight. All right, let me try to price some more stuff. So that's all the no bids. I don't have a price on Gravy Train yet, the reissue. Ben, Gravy Train, these are the originals. So one more time, the no bids for tonight. Thomas Brown, 300. Magna Carta, 40. Mike Absalom, 150. Still Life, 700. I have an offer for 550 on it. Manfred Mann, 250. Hocus Poke, 800. Ian Matthews, 75. And then I just priced a couple Vertigo reissues right there. Those are ones I marked tonight. All right, what's in this crate right here? Oh, you make me wanna get your hands up. All right. Let me research those. You go right ahead. I just hope you're having a nice, relaxing Friday night now. That was stressing me out how busy you were. I was like, man, this dude is busy for a Friday night. I was like, man, we need to call whoever's running him around and be like, hey, man, Edwin's trying to buy some records, okay? Can we chill and let him relax on a Friday night and just let him buy some records? Y'all are stressing me out. Y'all are making him so busy. $39.99, Seven Dust, Blood and Stone. Seven Dust, $39.99, Blood and Stone. Give me a name, Edwin. Who is causing so much, who's giving you so much trouble? Who's causing you to run around on a Friday night nonstop, keeping you from buying records at Colectible? We want a name. You know, I've asked before, worst people watching from, favorite song. I've always been curious what some of y'all do for a living. I know what some of y'all do for a living. Some of y'all, I may not want to know what y'all do for a living. Some of y'all may not do anything for a living. Some of y'all, I'm like, I'm really curious what this guy does for a living. Of course, that's a pretty private question. So I don't ask that. But some people I know, and I find out, I'm like, man, I wonder what this guy, because it's like he's really hard to reach. And some people, like, they disappear for weeks at a time. Like, they'll message Ed and be like, hey, I'm going to be out of touch for 3 months with my job. And I'm like, there's only a handful of jobs where you go off the grid for a few months. Job number 1, you're a CIA asset placed in Afghanistan to assassinate somebody. Number 2, you're an FBI asset investigating somebody. I don't know. There's, it's some kind of government black ops. You're about to go kill Osama bin Laden or something. You've been called in, or jail. Yeah, jail. Sorry, Ed. I'm going to be in jail for a few weeks. Seven Dust. Somebody bought it. Who bought it? Barris Dramatos. That's sold to Barris Dramatos for $39.99. Thank you. Barris Dramatos got Seven Dust. He would never guess what I do. Probably not. Some of y'all don't know. Yeah, I'm going to be off the grid, Chad, for 4 months. I'm like, okay. So you definitely work for the CIA. And on the news, if we see that, it's like somebody's been assassinated over there, I know what you've done. I know who it was. I knew Stephen was a geologist. So what can you tell me about gold? AU. What can you tell me about gold, Stephen? AU. You got any? You should be into gold and silver, right, as a geologist? Come on. I need to show you some minerals. I'll show you some very collectible minerals I've thought about bidding. I have a wide variety of collectibles. One of them is minerals. Here's another Seven Dust for $39.99. Time Travelers and Bonfires. $39.99, Seven Dust. And this is on the colored vinyl. There's only one for sale right now for $46.75 on Discogs. Now, if you would have bought this back 11, 12 years ago, it was only $22. So this thing has doubled in value. $39.99 on Seven Dust. Oh, okay. Geologist and gemologist. Okay. Do you have any friends that are archaeologists? Uh-oh, oil and gas. Okay. Well, we're finding out more. In kindergarten, I wrote on my, in kindergarten, you write like, what do you want to be when you grow up? I wrote a Secret Service agent and archaeologist. So I'm kind of, 25 years later, here I am. I wrote Secret Service agent and archaeologist because I wanted to go dig up dinosaur bones, which is kind of what I do on a daily basis. $29.99. Seven Dust Chapter 7. Seven Dust Chapter 7. This is blue. Vinyl archaeology. That's right. I thought about that name, but the Degum American Pickers already took it with antique archaeology, so I didn't want to piggyback off that. You know, the American Pickers, that's, you know, they have a store. They had a store. They closed it now. They had a store in Nashville, but vinyl archaeology. So I guess I can revive that if I wanted to. And as you can tell, I wrote down as a kindergartner, I was fascinated by spies and, you know, like, so never know. I might actually work for the government. Who knows? Some people say I do. These strange hours. Even though I'm basically on camera for half of my life here lately. Is this OG? Wow. Is this when this album came out? Yeah. This should be OG. 49. Yeah. Five Finger Death Punch, 2009, $49.99. War is the Answer. Bad company. Barrister Motto's on 7 Dust. He wants the blue one for 29. He gets another one. Yeah, this one's kind of weird. I mean, the last sold prices, I mean, there's a couple in February for in the 50 range. So, I mean, this one's literally all over the place. It is the 2009 US, which I think is the OG for that. It should be. War is the Answer. Get your hands up. I missed the question. Who was, Chad, was the first vinyl you ever bought with your own money? Sorry, I missed that. First vinyl. Well, well, I don't know how that worked. I guess it's not like I went to the store and bought one new, because that was, I think the first one I had was Hendrix Smash Hits. I bought it at a garage sale. I think that was the first thing I actually had. I didn't have a, this is back before it became cool like it is now. And I remember my mom taking me to places like, we was trying to find one of those like just even like a Crosley. You know, I was wanting I was just trying to find anything to play music on, and it was pretty difficult because they weren't really being made. This would have been like, gosh, 2009, 10, maybe 2009 or 10. You just couldn't find them. I was like, we was going around somewhere like that just trying to find one. I remember because my cousins had a lot of cassettes, CDs. There for a while, I remember, like I had a lot of, you know, before I started buying a lot of it to resell, I was buying a lot of sealed CDs. I'd go to Walmart and buy, I was trying to buy all the Zeppelin stuff on CD. And I remember paying for Song Remains the Same, that 3 LP, or it was 3 CDs. It was like $42.88 or something, right? It's pretty expensive. I remember buying that. Where is that? It should be at my house, my mom's house. This is $34.99. Metallica hardwire. It's on the red marbled. It does have a little cover wear. I don't know if that'll come off. I don't think so. 30 red marbled though, hardwired. All of it's kind of a blur because I've always bought and sold stuff, you know, made money for myself since I was a kid, essentially. So it's all kind of a blur when all this started. And then it's just grown so rapidly in the last 6 years. I have no idea what I have anymore, but all kind of a blur, honestly. I remember buying a bunch of 78s one time at a garage sale. Yeah, it's just discovering all that is like trying to figure out what everything was, what kind of music it was. My knowledge back then was very little. I mean, I wouldn't have known hardly anything, honestly. $49.99 Seven Dust Cold Day Memory. $49.99 Cold Day Memory. None for sale right now on Discogs. Zero. Zero for sale right now. $49.99. There's a bunch over there. There's a lot of Seven Dust in here. I'm trying to pick and choose around in this crate, but it's so much. There's a lot of stuff in here. Now, I know we just put one of these new on sale, black vinyl for $29. So I feel like the red vinyl opened near mint should be $29. And that's Whitesnake's Greatest Hits, remastered, remixed. It's the original recordings, $29.99. I actually watched that music video early this morning because I watched the episode of Seinfeld where the model from that music video, she, you know, I still can't remember her name, but I was like, I'm going to go watch that music video again because when somebody told me that as a Seinfeld fan, I was like, what? That's the same person, the woman that's like twirling over the roof of that car in the music video, Here I Go Again. Or was it this afternoon? Was it before I went to bed or after I woke up? It was... When was it? No, it was after I woke up. It would have been like at 4 o'clock this afternoon, I guess. I don't know. My days are split up into halves. I don't see any more psych in here. I think I had those 6 I pulled out of the Vertigo crate, but Hiram, I think that's it. I think the rest, let me go look one more time. And then here's that Aussie. I know you already bought the Japanese, but here's that Aussie I know you've been asking for or asking to see. And let's go ahead and try to knock it out. Yeah, she's in the, what's the name of the episode though? Golly. Jerry's brain and his, Jerry's brain and his wee-wee are playing chess. The nose job. That's it. The nose job. Good job. I know I'm sleepy when I can't think of Seinfeld episode names. Rock Show on Whitesnake. And so yeah, this is 2 LP clear vinyl with comic book. And I can do it for $49.99. So this is Ozzy, patient number 9. This is the box set, the 2 LP clear vinyl with the comic book. $49.99. Yeah, Jerry meets her in the elevator and he's like, yeah, I'm the one responsible for those crop circles. She goes, what crop circles? Oh, boy. Let me look through the Vertigo stuff over here. I was trying to get the sealed ones, but is that a reissue? Some of these I can't tell. I'm only going to grab the ones I know are obvious. But I think the rest in here is pretty much real stuff. We still got about 9 copies of Master of Reality. Yeah, I think that's about it. There's not as many in here as I thought. There's another John Dummer. A couple things in here aren't on Vertigo. They're on Philips or whatever. Like, what label's that on? Lucifer's Friend. Yeah, there's some stuff in here that's not. There is another Vertigo annual for whoever missed those. And, of course, there's some Spaceship. Yeah, we probably got enough there for a pretty solid night next Friday. Or, like I said, if we decide, because it's not going to be it's going to be a whole week. But, I mean, you know. Wow, we only got 10 minutes. I'm showing 16. I'm showing 16. Okay, let's keep going here. Here's a very demented looking metal album. Does it have a barcode? Nope. I think this is something modern, though. Yeah, because it has a website on it. My OBS shows 7 hours, 45 minutes on the dot. Yeah, I always recap this crate before we sign off. Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm still adding stuff to it. We're in the point of the night where we're just talking, and I'm casually pricing stuff. Okay, what does this say? Where's my metal translator? Hiram? I know Hiram's good at it. Hiram, can you help me out here? Pernersion? I can't find it on the catalog number either. And I think Storm of Evil picks up a lot. Perversion? Okay, thank you. It's amazing how hard it is to find some records. All right. $19.99 on perversion. And Oso said he'd do 40 on Aussie. Sell that to Oso for $40. Thank you. Home by the sea. At the 5-minute mark, I'll do a recap. So 7 minutes. I'll try to price 3, 4, 5, 10 more. And then I'll read everything that's in here. Seven Dust next. White vinyl, $29.99. Seven Dust next. White vinyl, $29.99. There's been a stack over here next to me. Tomorrow, we need to maybe end the week with this. They've come up with about 3 or 4 boxes of CDs and cassettes. I have not seen Animosity, nor do I see it behind me. Y'all are waiting, okay? That tells me I need to pull it out and auction it tomorrow. Evil laugh. No, I'm joking. I don't think I've seen that one over here. People ask for that one quite often. I don't see it, honestly. Honest to goodness, okay? I'm not being evil, okay? These are new 59, 69. They're not cheap. This is Metallica Garage Inc. Triple LP. It's a reissue. This is a reissue. It's $39.99. I don't even need to scan it. I know what they cost new, and this one's nice and near mint. It's a triple LP. I don't know if I've ever seen the Gayfo too much inside of this. $39.99. Am I evil? Mother was a witch. She's burned alive. Lucifer's Friend. There is a Lucifer's Friend still over there behind this wall in the Vertigo tub for next Friday. It was on a white label. I thought it was a reissue at first, but it looks like something original. But it's not on Vertigo. It was on something else. So there's about 5 over there. That's maybe 7 that's not actually on Vertigo. And whenever we do we'll do them all on the same night, though, because they're probably pretty similar type music. Huh. $29.99. Seven Dust. All I See Is War. All I See Is War. $29.99. Red and Black. red and black. Metallica 30. Metallica 35. Whew. My eyes. They're bloodshot, aren't they? Look at them. That's actually my eyes. Okay. I'm pointing at my eyes. Lack of sleep. Sold to Chris Messer for $35. All right. And let's price one more and then we'll recap. Now, this album used to be really pricey, but they reissued it. And they reissued it standard Atlantic. This used to be the only way you could get it. I bet it's still pricey. It is. This is still pricey, and it's recently sold kind of pricey back in November. They start at 160. Yeah, one time, March a year ago, one had sold for 300. Not a cheap record. $149.99. Dream Theater, and it's the numbered limited edition colored vinyl, images and words. So limited edition numbered colored vinyl, $34.99. Excuse me, $149.99. $149.99. All right, now let me read what's left in here, and we're going to call it a good old Friday night wrap up. $149.99. They start at 160. A reasonable offer won't be denied. So here's what we got. Frank Marino Mahogany Rush, Real Live, Volumes 1 and 2, $29.99. We got Volumes 1 and 2, double LPs. This was the Liquid Sound Company, Inside the Acid Temple, $59.99. Gandalf, which is a psych album, a repress, reissue, $34. There Are But Four Small Faces by the Small Faces, $29. Caterpillar Changes, $29.99. Clear Blue Sky, $59.99. That's an Akarma reissue from Italy. Linda Hoyle, Pieces of Me, another Akarma reissue, $29.99. Seven Dust, Time Travelers and Bonfires, $39.99 for Seven Dust. Five Finger Death Punch, $49.99. That's a 2009 OG. Metallica Hardwired, Red Marble, $34.99. Seven Dust, $49.99. Cold Day Memory. Perversion, $19.99. Storms of Evil. Seven Dust Next, White Vinyl, $29. Seven Dust All I See Is War, $29. That's on red and black. And Dream Theater, $149. Still interested in the Gravy reissue. If it's in line with the others you've had, may not be on tomorrow. Yeah, I don't know why this is so difficult. I don't know why I can't find this. Haven't taken you. No, I had it in my hand, Stephen, but it needs to be really cleaned from what I saw. So I was going to wait and have them do that tomorrow. So I put it back. Most of these are okay. They may just have some light dust, but that one needed a cleaning. So I did put it back. Chris, let me see if I can figure this out. You're not seeing things. All right, this album has got 20 different variants on LP. Now, I know it's not 70 or 71 or 79, so it could be 90, 91, 93, 03, 05, or 2021 or 2023. So let's narrow it down to those. All right, and for those, it's not on Repertoire. It's not red. I don't think it's a 93 South Korea. It's not a Karma. It could be this bootleg. I bet it's this bootleg 2021 Vertigo. Yeah, it's a little, kind of a little blurry on the label. Yep, it's a 2021 unofficial. And they're actually for sale on here. And one sold in January and one sold in December. I'll do this for $39. They start at $59 right now, but more in line with sold. Chris Messer, $39.99. $39.99. It's a 2021 unofficial, but they're actually available. It's a Vertigo unofficial. So this is the Discogs entry for it. And then Adam asked about Vertigo, and Adam, I was going to give you a rundown on that. But yeah, it's an unofficial. And then the Caterpillar, it was a, what label was this? Trading Places. $29.99. Super esoteric and ultra rare. Caterpillar changes. $29. $75 for the last 3 Seven Dust. Well, you bought all the other ones, didn't you? All right, sell these. Way 50, 60, 90. Okay. Sell these to Barry Stramatos for $75. Sold. Barry Stramatos, $75. Adam, do you want any silver at melt? Any dimes or halves? Also, while I'm thinking about it. Vertigo, a label out of the UK. So, as you see here, we got some really rare records still from them. They specialized, they were a subsidiary essentially of Philips and Mercury, which I think was kind of the same thing. But for the era in which these guys were making music, it was that late 60s, early 70s, really anything kind of goes. Prog was being invented. Psych. Jazz fusion. And this was a label that had some really, really good artists, but for the most part, they didn't sell too well. Not many things on this label went mainstream other than Uriah Heep, Rod Stewart, Jim Croce, Black Sabbath, of course. So a lot of these, some of them, there's less than 500 made. I think a couple of them, like 300 made. The true OG pressings, like this one. I think 500 Dr. Strangely Strangers were made. So really, and now, of course, you know, here in 2026, Psych and Prog is very popular. And the jackets are just well over the top. The jackets and the designs, like I love this one. It's so weird. It's almost frustrating. It like opens up like this. I mean, just think about it. They did all this design work for, you know, pretty much an unknown artist. Kind of opens up like this. And so they were really not big sellers back then. And, you know, 50, 60 years later, they're now highly collectible. I think a lot of it has to do with Black Sabbath was on this label too. The fact it's, you know, highly regarded prog and psych. And, you know, a lot of stuff becomes collectible. Like I said earlier, a lot of stuff is collectible when nobody thought about collecting it, right? So if you think about a guy like Elvis, what's his most valuable records? The ones nobody really thought to collect, his original Sun singles. Or what's the most valuable with the Beatles? Their original singles before they were popular. Nobody was really collecting them. So that's like, I'll think of somebody that's the most mass-produced. What's the most valuable Kiss stuff? Well, it's usually like the first album, Without Kissing Time, a promo copy. So even stuff that became really collectible, if you really zoom in on it, the most valuable stuff is the ones people didn't think to collect or didn't take care of. Dr. Z here is arguably the most valuable and sought after of all the Vertigo pressings. This one's $2,500. Dr. Z is, this is a grail, a major grail. That's my best description of Vertigo. And the era all this was being put out, I mean, there was so much talent. It was really an enlightenment period for, music. I hate to say it, but I'm pretty sure we're in a dark age right now. As far as new material. And that Gravy Train we just had a reissue of, here's the real one. I'll do 25 on the Caterpillar, by the way, if you want that one. Dr. Strangely, Spiky, we had that one at Near Mint. Near Mint. OG misprint version, A5 misspelled. I will lift up mine eyes. A5. No, A5 misspelled. Sigh on my mind. And then Caterpillar reissue here. Sold to Adam for 25. All right, thank you. I'll lay that right over here. I'm going to go borrow Denise's. I had a book on this. I'm going to go borrow Denise's book right quick. Here's Denise's book. Thank you, Denise. There's Gravy Train. So Gravy Train. On their second LP, the Train Try to Connect. Slightly more commercial sound. Hughes flute. Who's Hughes? J.D. Hughes. Norman Barry Davenport, J.D. Hughes, Les Williams. The title track, Fine, Diverse Prog Rock. Mellotron is used to good effect. This all adds up to make for an overall notable record in which, due to poor promotion, did not leave any trace back in 1971. Nowadays, it's one of the main collectibles on Vertigo. And only one can hope that the surviving band members still have a box full of these LPs somewhere in their attic. Well, if they do, then that will drive down the value. But yeah, I think very few of these exist. This one right here. That's the reissue. Where's the one I just had? Yeah. They've got the UK at a 5-star rarity. So yeah, Vertigo essentially, you know, this was a label. They didn't spend a lot of money probably promoting these artists. You know, even though the music might have been pretty solid, it was so much competition. So much, I mean, think about, just go look at the albums released in 1971. Do you realize what came out in 1971? In all genres, jazz, rock, pop, soul, especially in the rock genre. Think about the albums and not everything you had to compete with on the that was getting promoted. Led Zeppelin 4 was out that year. Think about that. Janis Joplin, Pearl, Hooker and Heat, B.B. King, Lucifer's Friend, Booker T, Mountain, Freddie Hubbard, Jerry Lee Lewis, ZZ Top's debuted that year, Chick Corea, Harry Nilsson. Carole King put out Tapestry that year. Uriah Heep, Yes debuted the Yes album. David Crosby, Miles Davis did the Jack Johnson album. James Taylor, Faces put out Long Player. Waylon Jennings, Partridge Family, Jimi Hendrix, The Cry of Love. That was after, of course, he had died. Nick Drake, Elton John, The Rolling Stones, Alice Cooper. Jethro Tull put out Aqualung. Mott the Hoople, Elvis, Al Green, Tangerine Dream, John Mayall. Bread, Mungo Jerry, Boz Scaggs, Herbie Hancock. Flamin' Groovies, John Denver, Cross, Stills and Nash, Jackson 5, Stevie Wonder, Grand Funk. The Doors put out L.A. Woman. The Stones put out Sticky Fingers. Thin Lizzy debuted. Elton John's live album. Best of Guess Who. Procol Harum. Pearls Before Swine. Nina Simone. James Brown. James Gang. Jerry Reed. The Rascals. Pink Floyd. Paul McCartney put out Ram. Marvin Gaye put out What's Going On. Graham Nash's solo album. Bo Diddley. George Benson. We're just in May. Think about all that through May. What has been put out this year through May? Holy crap. Bill Withers put out Just As I Am. Wow. That's incredible. We're still in May. Johnny Cash put out Man in Black. John Entwistle. Gordon Lightfoot put out Summer Side of Life. This was all happening spring and early summer of 1971. Now we're in June. Steve Winwood, Pharoah Sanders putting out jazz albums. Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Staple Singers, Three Dog Night. More Elvis. Joni Mitchell put out Blue. 1971. The Byrds, Todd Rundgren, Supertramp, Stephen Stills, Harry Nilsson, Fairport Convention, Hot Tuna, The Grateful Dead, Rare Earth, Chuck Berry, The Supremes, Elvis again. Elvis cranking out something every month. MC5, Funkadelic, Maggot Brain came out that year. So I'm reading all these off to show you how rare some of these albums are. A band like Gravy Train just, you know, flew underneath the radar. We're still halfway through the year. The Moody Blues, Howlin' Wolf, Budgie debuted. The Shylights, Jack Bruce putting out solo albums. Donovan, the Youngbloods, Isaac Hayes, The Association, Bob Marley, The Who. Black Sabbath dropped Master of Reality that year on Vertigo. So you probably can guess who they were promoting on Vertigo that year. Sabbath. Dr. John, The Beach Boys, Waylon, Hendrix, From the Grave, still putting out albums. Big Brother and the Holding Company. Golden Earring, Can, Gene Clark, Willie Nelson, Fleetwood Mac, Poco, Aretha Franklin, John Lennon, all putting out albums this year. 1971, Traffic, The Band, Judy Seal, that's a highly regarded album. This is amazing. Jackson 5, Grateful Dead, T-Rex, Three Dog Night, April Wine, Jefferson Airplane, Charlie Daniels with his debut album that year. Whoops, I clicked on his name accidentally. Charlie Daniels with his debut that year. Free, Cher, The Yardbirds, Steve Miller Band, Santana, Grant Green, Frank Zappa, Dolly. I could just keep naming these. Hawkwind, Uriah Heep, Van Morrison, Elvis, Chicago, and a lot of stuff. We're in November now. Should I continue? Holy cow, look at all this stuff. Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin 4. Yes, Fragile, Genesis. I skipped over 2 months there. I'm just jumping ahead here. Dylan, Miles Davis, Faces, The Kinks, The Youngbloods, Nectar, The Who, Mamas and Papas, Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Now we're in December. ELO debuted that year. Jackson 5, David Bowie with Hunky Dory. Wow. Straight Up, Badfinger. Incredible stuff here. This is all in 1 year. Boz Scaggs, Wilson Pickett, Townes Van Zandt, Redbone, Rare Earth. Now that's a lot of the mainstream stuff. Think about all the underground stuff that came out that year, like this, that didn't get recognized. I mean, that's not going to be on a, or all the rare garage stuff that never did get talked about, and all the rare soul stuff and all the other jazz stuff from that year. That's a lot of incredible music for 1 year. And you can read those off like that if you look at 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, all those years right there. Boy, it had to have been mind-blowing for y'all that lived through that. That had to have been insane to see all that. I mean, every week, all that stuff coming out. So Spiky, the jacket, are crisp. But yeah, these are very crisp, honestly. Here, I'll show you up close. You got to be careful of this thing, because as soon as you take it out of a sleeve, it wants to pop open. I don't know how, Spiky, this has remained so clean. But yeah, everything is jagged and crisp. I think there's one crease back here on this one. This one right here has a crease. It's very light, and it doesn't really affect the overall stability of the jacket. As I displayed earlier. I mean, everything is pretty clean around the edges. No crease. You know how this stuff would normally get creased? And I think in the Vertigo book, Denise bought, they have Dr. Strangely Strange as the number 2, 4, 6, the number 7 rarest of the Vertigo. So they've ranked the rarest Dr. Z, which we have, Caterpillar, which we've sold, then Tudor Lodge and Linda Hoyle. We didn't have those. We still have Ben. We still got Gravy Train. We still got Dr. Strangely Strange. We sold Cressida tonight. We sold Gordon Waller last week, and we sold Aphrodite's Child last week. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We had 8 of their top 10. I do have Tudor Lodge. Okay, then it's still over there. Okay. I might not know what that one is then. What does it look like? So the only one he didn't have is Linda Hoyle. And one of our customers seen it, and he's been asking for it, but it was that reissue that's in here. Let me lay this over here before something happens to it. He saw this in the video. Yeah. Dark plain cover, some text, and some decorative lines around it. Huh, let me go try to find that right now. And of course, there was about 6 or 7 we had tonight that wasn't in that original video we had tonight, like Pato and some of those other ones. Let me go try to find that then. I've got Juicy Lucy, Coliseum, Nucleus, Ian Matthews, Sabbath, Manfred Mann, Juicy Lucy, Coliseum, Sabbath, Bob Downs, Nucleus, Jimmy Campbell, Black Sabbath, Ian Matthews, Saga Zimbabwe, or something like that. Paul Jones, Jade Warrior, Sabbath, Jade Warrior, Sensational Alex Harvey Band, Status Quo, John Bummers, Ooble Dooble B Band, Spencer Davis, Frumpy, Odin, Lucifer's Friend, Rod Stewart, Thomas Brown, Lighthouse, Vertigo, Sabbath, Lucifer's Friend, Jackson Hive. Now, I don't see Tudor Lodge. I don't see it. I didn't see it right then on that flip. I hope y'all could hear me. I was around the corner. Let me look it up on Discogs so I can see what it looks like. Think about all the music being released now, major labels and all. Yeah, I know it. I'm sure there's plenty of stuff coming out. It's just hard. I guess you got to, like Stephen Parton said earlier, it's kind of like a word of mouth. Yeah, I hope maybe we're through the, I'm hoping in my lifetime we'll see another enlightenment of great music. Or maybe we're just not looking in the right places, but it seems like the last 3 generations are stuck on about a mid-60s to mid-90s is what everybody's stuck on right now. Everybody's stuck on the mid-60s, mid-90s. Now, there's obviously brand new stuff people's listening to, and they very much enjoy it. You know, Metallica has an album out in the last few years that I enjoy, but they're also a band from the 80s, essentially. But it seems like about the last 3 generations are stuck in the, you know, for the most part. Tudor Lodge. Yeah, I don't remember that one. Here it is on Discogs. Yeah, I don't remember that one. That's wild looking, though, of course. Yeah, it's pricey. I don't want to list any of mine on Discog. I'm going to try to hold on to these as long as I can. You know, I mean, we don't want to, we're not in a hurry to sell them. We like selling stuff fast, but this really rare stuff, I'm like, well, you know, I mean, I hadn't posted them like, when I say I hadn't posted them on Facebook, we post we're going to sell them here, but if we ever post stuff on Facebook, like if I took a picture of this and just literally made a post about it, we probably could sell it, but that's real time consuming. You got to photograph it and type a description, and it really kills your algorithm. I try to make videos. That's what I try to do. I try to make videos for these, which I'm probably going to do. That is true. There's a lot of music out there. I've just thought about it. I've never really tried to make music or write music, but I'll sit down and everything I hear in my head is somebody else's, you know. I'll think of a beat or hear a beat, and I'm like, oh, man, that's Zeppelin, or wait a minute, that's Chuck Berry or something, you know. I don't know how these people do it. It's like, it makes my head hurt. I'm like, man, how do they come up with something original sounding? You know? Like Pink Floyd. I use Comfortably Numb for an example. Like, that was something, like, I don't know anything else that sounds like that. And it's like totally original. Dogs and The Wall and how do you create something like that but not like that? That's a tough task. How do you create a totally original sound like that? All right. I'm signing off. I think some morning crew people may be already on their way here to get ready for tomorrow's sale. Sell your soul. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I don't know. No one has. If somebody had the answer to that, they would be making life-changing music right now. If somebody had the answer of how do you create something that sounds as unique as Pink Floyd, but is as original, if somebody had that answer, they'd be doing it right now. Hmm. I have a feeling. You got to hear Agni di Porrente. I'll check that out. Yeah, every time I've picked up a guitar, it'll sound like I want to play stuff I already know. I'm like, all right, let's play Paranoid or something. Hendrix. Wow. All right. All right. I'm in the feed. Thank y'all. What another great night. How long have we been live now? 8 hours and 25 minutes. Perfect. Now, tomorrow, probably the last part will probably be a lot more probably crammed in. I'm going to try to go through, more half off crates, stuff like that. Bundles if I can get John Barry on. And then we'll try to go through some of these CDs so I can, what doesn't sell, I can get from around me. So thanks, everybody. Tomorrow's theme, we kind of have themes. It seems like anything goes tomorrow. Honestly, don't be surprised if I end up maybe putting more, if we might go ahead and just round out this Vertigo stuff. I mean, I think, or if we mix some of it in, tonight might have been the last night of all Vertigo, even though I think there's another batch, but there's so many Sabbaths and there's other duplicates over there. So we might start mixing them in, but I'll make that decision as soon as the sale's over because I pick out whatever's going to be auctioned. And I know most people tune in just to see that stuff. So I'm literally about to go walk around this building and find about 60 or 80 really good albums. But that's another good point, Stephen. We've been spreading this stuff out, and I think it worked out good because some people's like, man, Chad, I can only buy so many $800 records in 1 week. And I'm like, I understand. So, yeah, tomorrow it's like, what do I pick out for auction? You know, we want to go for good stuff, but people tell me, they've been telling me all day, I am spent out. But there might be somebody get on tomorrow that hadn't bought a single thing that's ready to bid on a $1,000 record. So I'm about to go around the store and come up with about 50 to 60 really good auctions. And if I can find some good ones, great. If they're mid-tier, then I bet some people might be happy. So yeah, I pick out stuff every day. I'm like, okay, what do we want to do here? Metal, Beatles. Thanks, everybody. Good night. See y'all tomorrow about 5:30.